Chapter 1 Nanny Cultivation System. Xin Huai, you are very handsome, but being handsome is useless in this world now. I don't lack love, I just want money. I want to buy luxury goods. I want to enjoy life. Take your love and get out of here. There was heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. The rose in Xin Huai's hand had already been broken by the rain, and the petals fell to the ground. His eyes were red, and he looked at his girlfriend sitting in the BMW with some disbelief, and asked tremblingly, Weiwei, we have been together for almost 2 years. Lin Weiwei frowned and sneered, I've been pushed around by a pig for the past 2 years. Don't say I know you anymore. After she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she said to the young man in the BMW with great enthusiasm, Mr. Luo, let's go quickly. I feel sick just looking at this loser. That Mr. Luo glanced at Xin Huai with disdain, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove away with a roar. The rain filled Xin Huai's mouth. 2 years of relationship, gone to waste. Bang! He threw the rose in his hand to the ground fiercely and was about to leave, but suddenly his feet went weak, his vision went dark, and he fell down. The next day. Xin Huai covered his head and woke up slowly. The fragrance coming from his nostrils suddenly startled him. He quickly opened his eyes, and was shocked to see a peerless face in front of him. What's going on? He seemed to be able to smell the faint fragrance coming from the other person's mouth, and was instinctively stunned. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily slid down. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, Have you seen enough? That peerless face had opened its eyes, but it looked extremely cold. Sorry. Xin Huai stammered, his mind still a mess. The woman said stood up and put on her clothes as if no one was around, and seemed not to care at all about exposing her private parts. After getting dressed, she picked up her bag. Forget what happened today. We won't see each other again. There's 10,000 yuan on the table. It's your reward. Leaving behind these words, she left without mercy. Xin Huai stared at her back blankly, and suddenly a flash of red appeared on the white cloth in the woman's hand. Wait a minute, am I being treated as a prostitute? 2 years later. Have you heard? A beautiful teacher has come to our class. Xin Huai, who was already a senior in college, was looking at his phone when he suddenly saw his good friend Wang Yu running towards him in a hurry. New teacher? Xin Huai was stunned. I'm already in my senior year and the internship season is almost here, so why are there suddenly new teachers? At this time, the class was already talking about it, and everyone said that this new teacher was definitely a goddess-level beauty teacher. What's more, the other party is a talented woman who once studied abroad at a famous foreign university. Xin Huai didn't try to listen, but his eyelids were already drooping. A few days ago, he took on an order for a WeChat mini program and was busy until late last night before finally finishing it. I don't have the mood to pay attention to any beautiful teacher. And he is very open-minded. Until now, his girlfriend only cares about one word, money. Don't think about continuing to develop without money. Ding-a-ling. The bell for class suddenly rang and the class fell silent. But immediately, there was a sound of inhaling. The woman on the podium had bright eyes, white teeth, delicate features, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She was definitely a real goddess. The only drawback is that the other party seems a little indifferent. Hello, students. Recently, your advanced mathematics teacher Mr. Lin's wife is sick, and he has to go to the hospital to take care of her. So I will be your substitute this week. Her voice was a little cold, but surprisingly it didn't make people feel aloof. The following group of people have become restless. Wow, what a beautiful lady. She looks like an icy female CEO. I really don't know what kind of man would marry a woman like this. A group of people were talking below, and Xin Huai had already closed his eyes to rest. But at this moment, the new substitute teacher on the stage has already started to call the roll. Zhou Yu. Arrive. A young man with acne all over his face stood up quickly. Lin Yi. Arrive. Just when Xin Huai was feeling a little sleepy, the teacher called his name, Xin Huai. Xin Huai, who was about to meet Zhou Gongmeng, was startled and stood up quickly. Here. He doesn't want anything unexpected to happen when his college life is almost over. But soon he was stunned when he saw the beautiful face of his new teacher. All the classmates couldn't help but worry for him. You are too arrogant. How can you look at a new teacher like that? Su Shui didn't expect to meet Xin Huai here. It has been a year since they met, and she felt that the two of them would never meet again. She was a little distracted throughout the class, but few people noticed. First of all, there is nothing much to learn in the senior year. Secondly, this new teacher is pleasing to the eye. Beautiful women have such privileges. Xin Huai saw that Su Shui pretended not to know him, so he didn't hesitate. He nodded and continued to sleep. After class, Su Shui left in a hurry, as if she was afraid that Xin Huai would follow her. But she was obviously overthinking it. Xin Huai was a battle-hardened person and would not worry about this at all. Since the other party doesn't want to know me, just pretend that thing doesn't exist. He yawned and planned to go back and tinker with the completed mini-program. Hand it over after it's perfect. After all, people in this industry pay more attention to their reputation. But before he left the classroom, a beautiful female classmate stopped him and said embarrassedly, "Xin Huai, do you have anything to do tonight?" "Yeah, something's up." Xin Huai replied expressionlessly, without even looking at the disappointed expression on the female classmate's face, and stood up and left. "No one can stop me from making money." After Xin Huai left, the group of male classmates said sourly, "Tisk, what's the big deal, isn't he just a little more handsome? Without that face, he's nothing. He actually dared to reject the class beauty. Could it be that he has no interest in women?" This group of people couldn't eat the grapes and said that the grapes were sour, and then they hurried forward to show their courtesy to the beauty. But when the class beauty saw their faces full of acne, she felt nauseous and quickly moved away, leaving a group of sad people behind. On the other hand, Xin Huai had already come to the library with his computer. After some debugging and making sure that there was no problem with the program, he sent it to his employer. The employer has to try out this program for a few days and only transfer the money to Xin Huai after confirming that there is no problem. Xin Huai didn't plan to be idle during this time. He rode his scooter, got dressed, took a takeout order and set off. Ever since being dumped by Lin Weiwei, he vowed to make a lot of money. Chapter 2, He is the Best. Xin Huai followed the navigation and quickly arrived at an old residential area. Go upstairs and ring the doorbell. Ding dong. The doorbell rang a few times, and a voice came from inside that Xin Huai felt was somewhat familiar. Immediately, the door opened with a click, and the person inside was Su Shui. But what surprised Xin Huai was that the other person was holding a crying baby in his arms. Su Shui didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, and a trace of panic flashed across her cold face. She glanced hurriedly at the baby in her arms, her expression somewhat evasive. It took a long time for him to calm down and his tone returned to normal. "It's you. Your takeaway." Xin Huai picked up the takeaway in his hand, which was a meal for one person. "Thanks." Su Shui was about to reach out to take it, but the baby in her arms suddenly started crying fiercely. She was so busy that she was a little flustered and could only say helplessly, "Please put it on the table." Oh. Xin Huai went into the house and saw that there were 4 little ones crying for food in the house. 5 babies born in one birth? This Su Shui is really too awesome. He was just daydreaming when suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the babies. Requirements met, the Super Supreme Nanny Cultivation System is officially launched. Please work hard on your path to becoming a great dad. Several question marks appeared in Xin Huai's mind. What kind of crazy nanny training system is this? I am not married and I am still a young and handsome college student. Host, please take good care of your baby. The system will do its best to help you become the most perfect dad. The system's words suddenly made Xin Huai feel as if he was in a mess. My baby? Are you kidding me? One shot hit the target. He was lucky too. Xin Huai felt a little dizzy. 5 babies. He should be the best. But soon, the dusty memories suddenly appeared, and the red color seemed to jump into his eyes. Are these children all my babies? Xin Huai asked the system with his consciousness in some disbelief. Could it be possible that I could hit the target with one shot? Correct. Host, please take care of your own flesh and blood sincerely. Now posting the task, help change the baby's diaper. Mission reward, 300,000 renminbi. The system was very efficient and swift, issuing the task immediately after confirmation. But for some reason, these slightly mechanical words sounded like an inexplicable smile to Xin Huai's ears. And at this moment, Xin Huai was extremely panicked. He never thought that he would have 5 babies before even graduating from college. But when he saw Su Shui taking care of the baby with a gentle smile on her face, he almost slapped himself. Su Shui carried him for 10 months and gave birth to his child, so now he really wants to back out? He is not a man without responsibility. Since the child is his, he must shoulder the responsibility of raising him. Thinking about it, seeing Su Shui's tired look and dull skin, he clenched his fists and rushed in. That's not how you change a diaper. Open the baby's legs. Ah. Oh. When Su Shui saw him come in, she was a little flustered instinctively, but when she heard the words, she instinctively obeyed. That's not how you mix powdered milk. Add some hot water. Give the baby a toy. After accepting it in his heart, Qin Huai did not hesitate and acted very skillfully. After all, he has worked a lot of part-time jobs taking care of babies, and he is quite famous among the mothers. With his help, Su Shui finally no longer felt flustered. For the first time, she felt that taking care of a baby could be so easy. It's strange to say, but the crying baby would inexplicably calm down after seeing Qin Huai. Maybe blood is thicker than water. Even if we haven't seen each other for a year, the blood relationship is still there. After coaxing all the babies to sleep, Su Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Huai, thank you so much for this time. I can't delay you from work, so you can go first. Su Shui said a little uncomfortably. Qin Huai frowned slightly and got straight to the point. These 5 babies are mine, right? Su Shui was stunned by these words. She felt a little flustered and almost choked. What are you talking about? She tried to remain calm and was about to deny it, but before she could finish her words, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and a young and pretty girl came in with some difficulty, carrying a bag. Xiao Xue, come over here and help quickly. You said before that the child's father is Qin Huai, right? Don't keep thinking about that scumbag. The pretty girl hadn't finished her joking words when she suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked up and saw Qin Huai standing quietly beside Su Shui. Su Shui couldn't help but cover her face. Qin Huai smiled and said, "Hello, I am the child's father, Qin Huai." Ding dong. Mission accomplished, rewards distributed. 300,000 renminbi has been received, please check. Note, sourced from stocks, absolutely safe. At the same time, a reminder sound indicating that the task was completed rang in my mind. And Ran, why did you say it so directly? There was silence for a moment, and Su Shui said helplessly. And Ran also reacted, and stared at Qin Huai with anger on her pretty face. Are you Qin Huai? Why did you come here just now? Do you know how my sister got here in the past 2 years? She even broke up with her family for the sake of her child. And Ran was as resentful as an angry little tiger. Qin Huai was stunned, and after a long silence, he said firmly, I know that I have let Su Shui down in the past 2 years. Don't worry, I came back this time to make it up to her. He didn't mention that there was no news from Su Shui after that night. No. Before Ran could answer, Su Shui firmly refused. You are still just a student, you must focus on your studies. Su Shui doesn't want to affect Qin Huai's future. Don't worry about that. I already have enough credits. As long as you don't go too far, the teacher will just turn a blind eye. Qin Huai was confident, and my life also includes babies, although I didn't expect there would be 5, I think I can take good care of them. He looked very confident. A touch of emotion flashed across Su Shui's beautiful face. Unlike 2 years ago, now that she is a mother, she seems less cold and more gentle. And Ran seemed unmoved, and roared like a little tiger, You come to compensate? What can you compensate for? You know, ever since we severed ties with our family, we've been targeted everywhere, and we no longer have money to pay the rent. If you can compensate me, give me the money. Ran. Su Shui was a little angry. Chapter 3, Hitting a Hard Plate. Although she knew Ran was doing this for her own good, how could she ask for money from a teenager who was still in school? Unexpectedly, Qin Huai seemed to take it for granted. Of course, no problem. Although I'm still in school, I'm not short of money for the time being. And Ran sneered, Do you know that this month's rent is almost 10,000? Add to that the money for milk powder, meals, and hiring a confinement nanny. Do you know how much it will cost? Her somewhat aggressive behavior made Qin Huai frown slightly. However, thinking that Ran was also thinking about Su Shui, he didn't take it to heart. Money. He had just said a word when the door suddenly slammed. You guys are all in there, right? Pay me back quickly and don't pretend you're not here. Hearing this, the originally majestic Ran suddenly degenerated from a little tiger into a little kitten, leaning against Su Shui with a somewhat frightened look on his face. Sister, those people are here again. We haven't received our salaries yet and have no money to pay the rent. What should we do? And Ran was a little scared and shrank her head. Su Shui quickly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." But even when she said this, there was a hint of nervousness on her face. Xin Huai was stunned because a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Mission, settle the rent. Mission reward, reach the pinnacle of Baji martial arts and achieve the status of a grandmaster. Note, due to special circumstances, the reward will be issued in advance. As the mechanical voice of the system fell, a large amount of martial arts knowledge about the 8 extremes suddenly swept into Xin Huai's mind like the sea. Pain. Xin Huai couldn't help but cover his head, feeling as if it was about to explode. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Xin Huai, are you okay? Su Shui looked at him with some concern. But what surprised her was that after Xin Huai opened his eyes again, there seemed to be a brilliant golden light flowing through his eyes, with a terrifying brilliance. The golden light only flashed for a moment and then disappeared. Xin Huai smiled at her comfortingly after coming to his senses, then walked forward and opened the door. Now he has become a master of the 8 extremes who has reached perfection, an absolute master of martial arts. A man of great skill and courage will certainly appear. He wants to see who dares to cause trouble to his wife and baby. Behind him, and Ran was also a little surprised. Why does it feel like he has suddenly become a different person? On this side, Xin Huai opened the door and saw 3 or 4 shamat men with colorful hair standing outside. What do you want? Xin Huai looked at them calmly. The Grand Master is already the pinnacle of martial arts and has his own majesty. The group of thugs were shocked and felt that Xin Huai had a terrifying aura that made him intimidating without even getting angry. But the next moment, this faint feeling was forgotten by them. The yellow-haired leader stepped forward and sneered, "Why have I never seen you here before? Does this concern you?" Xin Huai's indifferent question made Huang Mao feel furious. "Fuck you, this is the house I rented out. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll make you all sleep on the street tomorrow. Also, the rent is 10,000 yuan. Hurry up and pay this month's rent." The yellow-haired man shouted angrily. Next to them, Su Xuan and Ran walked over. Her pretty face was full of confusion, as if she had never encountered such things before. "We have found a job. I will pay the rent after I get paid in a few days." Su Shui signaled Xin Huai not to speak for the time being and looked at the yellow-haired man with some pleading. After being looked at like this, Huang Mao felt as if his bones were all going soft. He rolled his eyes and landed on the peaks of Su Xiefeng, and said with a smug smile, "Want to delay the payment of the rent? That's fine, but you have to sleep with me for one night." Damn it, I'd be willing to shorten my life by a few years just to sleep with a woman like this. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. He was just feeling proud of himself when he let out a scream of awe. Xin Huai slowly put away his fist that was about to hit the yellow-haired man, with a cold expression on his face. "Are you looking for death?" After a pause, his eyes flashed with coldness, and he slowly stepped forward, repeating almost word for word, "Are you looking for death?" Xin Huai acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, and immediately destroyed Huang Mao's fighting ability. This scene left everyone stunned. "Xin Huai, why did you do that?" Su Shui said with some concern. "We can call the police." She was worried that Xin Huai would have a criminal record because of this. At the same time, the yellow-haired man's younger brother also reacted and hurried forward to help the yellow-haired man up. You dare to hit me, what kind of business are you in?" Huang Mao's speech was somewhat lisp, like his front teeth had just been knocked out by Xin Huai's punch. He glared at Xin Huai with resentment. His 2 younger brothers threatened, "You're fucking dead. Do you know that our eldest brother is hanging out with South Street Tiger?" Xin Huai had never been involved in the underworld, so naturally he didn't know any of the South Street Tiger brothers or North Street Dog brothers, and he had no idea what they were. And Ran's face turned pale. "Lu Hu from South Street? Xin Huai, you've got into big trouble now. Lu Hu from South Street is a vicious man that even the police can't control." And Ran was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead. "Humph, you know you're wrong." Seeing that someone had heard of brother whose name, Huang Mao was relieved at first. Then he glared at Xin Huai with resentment on his face. "You're fucking dead, kid. Do you think you're awesome just because you know a few tricks? Our brother Tiger has many experts under his command. Any one of them can kill you." "Yeah?" In response, Xin Huai nodded without comment, and then asked, "Get up and get out. If you want rent, I'll give it to you." If you dare to cause trouble next time, I promise you'll regret it. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly punched the steel rod that fell to the ground. Bang! The steel rod was actually bent by Qin Huai, and the three Huangmao guys were almost scared to death. My god, is this still a human being? All the hairs on Huang Mao's body stood up. His two younger brothers who were planning to take action were so scared that they stood there obediently like kittens, swallowed their saliva, and dared not say a word. Until Qin Huai transferred the rent to him, he was still in a daze, like a retarded teenager. Qin Huai raised his eyebrows slightly. Why don't you leave and wait for me to treat you to dinner? Let's go. The yellow-haired guy reacted immediately, and his smile was as ugly as his crying. Qin Huai looked at them and said calmly, if anyone comes to trouble us again, I will blame it on you. I promise you will regret it then. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Qin Huai's words instantly extinguished all Huang Mao's little thoughts. His face was full of misery. Although he got the money this time, he hit a super hard iron plate. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Chapter 4 Ability to Identify Premium Milk Powder. The three yellow-haired men left in disgrace. Qin Huai's threat just now almost scared them to death. Watching them leave, Su Shui looked at Qin Huai with some gratitude and some surprise. If her previous investigation was correct, Qin Huai was just an ordinary student. And Ran couldn't help but wonder, so she asked directly, Qin Huai, do you really have 10,000 yuan? By the way, where did you learn this set of kung fu? It's so powerful. And Ran was stunned by the whole process and almost thought she was dreaming. When he thought about how he had previously mocked Qin Huai for being poor, he suddenly felt embarrassed. Qin Huai didn't bother with her. After all, Su Shui just said that Ran was her good friend, so she simply replied, I have been working part-time, so I still have some money. That's right. Baby. When he said this, he suddenly remembered the 5 babies and quickly got up and went back to the master bedroom. At the same time, a reminder sound indicating that the task was completed rang in his mind, but Qin Huai did not take it to heart. After all, the rewards for the mission have been issued in advance, so there are no surprises. The soundproofing effect of the room seemed to be very good, and 5 fair and tender babies were sleeping quietly. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes softened. On the other side, Ran looked at Su Shui and asked with some confusion, Sister Xiaoxue, isn't Qin Huai an ordinary student? Su Shui was also a little hesitant. I investigated it at the beginning, and this is the result I got. She was not surprised that Qin Huai could come up with 10,000 yuan. As long as you are frugal enough and work hard part-time, you can still scrape together 10,000 yuan in a year. But she could never have imagined that Qin Huai actually had quite good kung fu skills. Thinking of this, she stood up quietly, asked Qin Huai to sit down, and then she straightened her face. Qin Huai, I'm sorry for making you spend money. This is my child. It's nothing to spend money on. Qin Huai shook his head slightly and took out a bank card from his pocket. There are 300,000 in it. Take it first. I will work harder to make money in the future and will not let you and the child suffer. These 300,000 were just given by the system, and now Qin Huai is using them to offer gifts. 300,000? Su Shui was stunned. Even she didn't expect Qin Huai to take out 300,000 so calmly. Isn't he still just a student? And Ran was even more surprised, and looked at Qin Huai with suspicion. Are you not doing anything illegal outside? Otherwise, how could he possibly come up with 300,000? This amount of money is not a small amount even for a working adult. You are the one doing something illegal. Qin Huai rolled his eyes. I earn my living by my own ability, how can I do something illegal? Don't think too much. Although I'm still in school, I still have some ways to make money. This money is the reward for the big order I took. He spoke without hesitation, otherwise he was worried that Su Shui and the others would be worried. Well, this is your money after all. Su Shui was in a dilemma. On the one hand, because she insisted on giving birth to the child, her family cut off contact with her, and she lost her source of income, so her life became somewhat difficult. On the other hand, Qin Huai was just a student and she felt that it was not a good idea to do so. Seeing this, Qin Huai took the initiative to reach out and hold Su Shui's hand. The little hand was soft and warm, which made Qin Huai's heart flutter. But his face was very serious. Su Shui, this is also my child. I hope I can take good care of them. Su Shui's mind went blank and her heart was disturbed by his gaze. Even though his hand was grabbed by Qin Huai, he didn't react for a while. You let go first. After a while, she finally responded and spoke softly. It was the opposite of the cool and beautiful girl she had been 2 years ago, and a far cry from the cold and cool girl she had been not too long ago. Xin Huai was somewhat happy in his heart, but after looking at Su Shue's expression, he let go. "Oh, sister. Since he has money and is willing to take care of you, just let him come over." And Ran continued to speak in a shocking manner. Because Su Shui had been pregnant alone for a year and had given birth to a child for a year, she had no good feelings towards Qin Huai and even had hostility towards him. But since Qin Huai showed this attitude, she felt that it was time for Qin Huai to fulfill his father's obligations. And Ran's words made Su Shui feel confused. She had imagined such a situation before, but when the time came, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Qin Huai glanced at the baby's cute sleeping postures and gently grabbed Su Shue's little hand. "I see that the baby care supplies are almost used up. Let's go downstairs and buy some first." He could also see that Su Shui seemed a little uncomfortable, so he decided to use the boiling frog method. When Su Shue's hand was held by him, she instinctively tried to break free. But when she thought of her babies, she softened her heart and felt warm at the same time. Qin Huai's ability to do this made her feel very happy, and the anxiety she had felt before when facing Qin Huai finally disappeared. Qin Huai didn't say anything, so I didn't even notice. "You guys go down and buy things quickly. I'll stay at home and take care of them. You guys can hang out for a while, it's okay if you come back later." And Ran saw this and actually felt like she was eating a lemon. This rotten smell of love is making her jealous. "I really want to fall in love." She reached out and gently pushed Su Shui into Qin Huai's arms, then drove both of them out. Qin Huai took the opportunity to hug Su Shui and asked softly, "Let's go down. This wonderful feeling is something I have never experienced before." Su Shui was a little confused and at a loss. Qin Huai felt her body was a little stiff. After thinking about it, he let her go and held her little hand. "More haste, less speed. Let's go first." Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief, but she still felt a little lost in her heart. She was also shocked. "Do I want to be hugged by him?" "Wake up, you are his teacher," Su Shui said in her heart. Qin Huai took her hand and went downstairs. The two of them took an electric car and soon arrived at a large shopping mall nearby. As soon as the two entered the mall, the system in Qin Huai's mind spoke. "Ding! Your baby's healthy growth requires regular and reliable milk powder. Mission: please choose healthy and nutritious milk powder for your baby. Mission reward: the ability to identify premium milk powder. Note: due to the special nature of the mission, the reward has been issued in advance." As the system's voice fell, Qin Huai paused and stopped. "Qin Huai, what's wrong?" Su Shui was being pulled by him, and she stopped at this moment, looking at him strangely. "It's okay, let's go in first." Qin Huai smiled gently, like a warm-hearted man. Chapter 5: Encountering an ex-girlfriend who hates the poor and loves the rich. Just now, he has acquired the ability to identify the best quality milk powder, which allows him to see at a glance the ingredients of the milk powder and whether it is harmful or not. Qin Huai was extremely handsome, otherwise he would not have been able to get a girlfriend even though he was so poor. At this moment, he smiled brightly, which made Su Shui's heart skip a beat and her face even flushed. At this moment, she suddenly felt that it would not be a bad thing to be with Qin Huai. Just as the two entered the milk powder store, a surprised voice suddenly sounded out of place. "Qin Huai? Lin Weiwei?" Qin Huai looked back and couldn't help but frown. "How come I met her here?" He hasn't seen the other person since they broke up 2 years ago. Lin Weiwei was just shouting tentatively. She thought that no woman could possibly be interested in a loser like Qin Huai. When he saw that it was actually Qin Huai, he was stunned. But when she saw Su Shui next to Qin Huai, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She was considered a beauty in the academy, but compared to Su Shui in front of her, she was nothing. How could such a beauty be mixed up with Qin Huai? But Su Shui was a little flustered. She is still Qin Huai's substitute teacher now. If she is discovered, it will not be a good thing. "Why are you here?" Lin Weiwei frowned and questioned Qin Huai. When they were dating before, she was always so arrogant, and Qin Huai was always as obedient as a dog. But Qin Huai had already come to his senses. Seeing Lin Weiwei asking the question, he looked at her in confusion and said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you? You actually talk to me like that?" Lin Weiwei glared at him angrily. Qin Huai was so angry that he laughed and said calmly, "Madam, didn't you come here to ask for a scolding?" Lin Weiwei was almost furious at this. She frowned and said to Su Shui, "My beauty, don't be fooled by him." Ah? Su Shui was curious about the relationship between the two and didn't react for a while. Lin Weiwei thought she was deceived by Qin Huai, and immediately smiled at him triumphantly. "Don't be fooled by his good looks, he is actually a poor and useless bastard. You won't have a good life following him." Lin Weiwei directly exposed Qin Huai's essence. This beautiful lady must be furious because she was deceived. Maybe he will even slap Qin Huai hard in revenge? Lin Weiwei was thinking proudly when she suddenly noticed that the surprise on Su Shui's face had disappeared. "He's not a loser, it's just that you're blind." She looked at Lin Weiwei with some anger in her eyes and then said coldly. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable when she heard others belittling Qin Huai like this. "What?" Lin Weiwei exploded immediately. "I was speaking to you in a nice way, and you dared to scold me? I'm telling you, it's useless for you to be with this poor, stinking loser for the rest of your life." She glanced at Qin Huai with disdain and contempt, feeling very superior. "Humph, my husband is the finance minister of Mingyue Group. I don't know how many times richer he is than him." Hearing this, Su Shui frowned. Qin Huai also looked unhappy. Is this Lin Weiwei really never going to stop? Just as he was about to speak, a man in a suit and leather shoes suddenly came over in a hurry. "Weiwei, what's wrong?" The man wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked doting, which reminded Qin Huai of himself in the past. "Bah! Another licking dog. Dawei, you're finally here. How dare this loser bully me? You have to help me teach him a lesson." Lin Weiwei quickly acted like a little bird, then pointed at Qin Huai and shouted. But Wei Dawei's eyes couldn't help but fall on Su Shui, and he swallowed with a gulp. Is there such a perfect woman in the world? She's like a perfect goddess from a myth. Immediately, he glanced at Qin Huai with some disdain. Why would the goddess choose such a piece of trash? There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he showed a calm expression at the right time. "Weiwei, why are you fussing with a poor guy?" He looked at Qin Huai's outfit, which cost less than 100 yuan, with disdain and said calmly, "We are upper-class people. It would be a loss of face to argue with them." "Okay, I'll listen to Dawei." Lin Weiwei felt a little indignant, but she still put on a happy look. The two men turned and left. Qin Huai was still standing there in a daze, and the voice of the system appeared in his mind. However, the system's voice seemed a little different this time. Ding! An emergency task has been discovered. As a perfect nanny, the host must not be insulted by outsiders. The system is very angry. Mission: slap Lin Weiwei in the face and make this woman regret it from the bottom of her heart. Mission reward: Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T perfect driving skills. Note: if Lin Weiwei truly regrets and breaks up with Wei Dawei, she will grant the host a chance to draw 10 times in a row. Make Lin Weiwei regret it? Qin Huai scratched his head. She was a gold digger. If he drove the Porsche away, she would probably climb into his bed. After just a glance at Su Shui, he gave up the idea. Take it. Since there was no punishment, Qin Huai took the task. Su Shui didn't seem to be upset by this incident. She and Qin Huai bought some daily necessities and small toys for the babies. However, when they arrived at the milk powder area, the two had different opinions for the first time. Buy foreign milk powder. It's more reliable. Su Shui walked towards the entrance area, but was caught by Qin Huai. The milk powder there is not good, let's just buy domestic ones. Qin Huai shook his head. In front of him, the milk powder in the import area had already displayed information. Brand, TIS. Safety level, 2 stars. Element. Note: the safety level is too low and it may cause great harm to babies. It is not recommended for use. I really don't know how this milk powder with safety risks was put on the shelves. Ah. Su Shui was a little hesitant. She is not very familiar with milk powder and still thinks imported ones are more reliable. It is impossible to just say that Qin Huai is reluctant to spend money. After all, no matter what he bought just now, Qin Huai bought it without saying a word, just waved his hand and bought it directly. Qin Huai is really willing to spend money on his baby. Well, alright then. She decided to trust Qin Huai and walked towards the domestic area obediently. But at this moment, Lin Weiwei, accompanied by Wei Dawei, appeared again. Humph, poor people are poor people. If you don't want to buy imported goods, don't make excuses. You can't even afford milk powder. I don't know which woman is so unlucky to marry a loser like you. Chapter 6. This is a slap in his face. That's enough. What's it got to do with you? Qin Huai's eyes were cold, and he turned around and looked coldly at Lin Weiwei, who had spoken rudely. If Su Shui hadn't been beside him, he might have been unable to resist slapping this foul-mouthed woman. A poor person is a poor person. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Why do you say there is something wrong with the milk powder? Lin Weiwei mumbled softly, but Qin Huai still heard it. What kind of milk powder we buy is none of your business. Su Shui had long been impatient with this seemingly fickle woman. Lin Weiwei's various insults and humiliations against Qin Huai made her very dissatisfied with Lin Weiwei. Haha, Miss Su, what are you talking about? Of course we have no right to control what you buy. We just hope that Miss Su will not be deceived by certain people. Wei Dawei looked at Su Shui with lustful eyes and was full of disdain for Qin Huai. He felt that a waste like Qin Huai was not worthy of a goddess-level woman like Su Shui. There is indeed something wrong with this milk powder. Qin Huai looked at the imported milk powder in his hand with a determined look. A lot of information came to mind again. Brand, TIS. Origin, United States. Ingredients, soy additives, preservatives. This product has a low safety level and will affect the healthy growth of your baby. The system strongly recommends not to buy it. Ha! Qin Huai took a deep breath. Fortunately, the system comes with the ability to identify premium milk powder, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Ha ha! Qin Huai, you are such a loser. It's fine if you can't afford the milk powder, but you dare to say that there is something wrong with the imported milk powder? Lin Weiwei didn't give Qin Huai any face and waved towards the entrance of the mall. Security! Security! There's trouble here! Da day! Two burly uniformed security guards ran over. Who is causing trouble? Lin Weiwei put her hands in her pockets and pointed at Qin Huai. He said the milk powder in your mall is unsafe and has problems. The security guard looked at Qin Huai with solemn eyes. Sir! If you are here to cause trouble, please get out. Su Shui's pretty face turned pale immediately. It was obvious that she had never encountered such a situation before. She held Qin Huai's hand tightly with her little hand, signaling Qin Huai not to cause trouble. She didn't want to affect Qin Huai because of herself. After all, he was still just a student. Don't worry, it's okay, I'll take care of it. Qin Huai looked gentle, held her little hand and smiled slightly. Su Shui felt warm in the heart, as if she had found someone to rely on, and her panicked heart gradually calmed down. This man always gives her a sense of security. Is this the attitude of your mall's security guards towards consumers? He turned to the security guard, his eyes full of indifference and dissatisfaction. Bah! Two more people who look down on others. Qin Huai could naturally see the contempt the two security guards had for them. It was not them who were causing trouble from the beginning. As expected, even the security guards were power-hungry. Sir, no matter what you say, if you make trouble again, don't blame us for being rude. The security guard's attitude remained tough. They didn't take Qin Huai seriously at all. Lin Weiwei and Wei Dawei stood by and sneered, looking like they were enjoying the show. Qin Huai, how about we buy it somewhere else? Don't cause trouble. Su Shui was frightened by the security guard's tough attitude. She pulled Qin Huai's clothes and signaled Qin Huai to leave. Don't worry, they can't drive us away. There is indeed something wrong with your milk powder. Qin Huai's eyes remained firm. He believed that the system's judgment would not be wrong and that the system would not lie to him. Sir, I'm sorry, please leave. As he said that, the security guard stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Shui. Get lost. A figure suddenly flashed in front of Su Shui and slapped the dirty hand away. Qin Huai turned his back to Su Shui and looked at the security guard fiercely. His behavior just now completely angered Qin Huai. How dare you touch Su Shui? Asshole, you're looking for death. The security guard pulled out his baton, and the baton, as big as the mouth of a cup, was about to hit Qin Huai on the head. Su Shui covered her mouth nervously. Although she knew that Qin Huai knew martial arts, she was still frightened by the security guard's aura. Snort. Qin Huai sneered and looked around. Looking at a figure at the corner of the counter, he shouted, Su Shui, call 110 to report the crime. This is too much of a bully. Swish. Curious eyes turned to the baby products area where Qin Huai was, and Qin Huai's roar attracted the attention of other consumers in the mall. This is exactly the effect we want. Snort. If you have the guts, just keep hiding. Qin Huai was thoughtful and looked at the figure beside the counter with a dim gaze. Okay. As she spoke, Su Shui took out her cell phone and was about to call the police. Hey, no, please talk it over nicely. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie ran out and immediately stopped Su Shui. He waved his hand to signal the security guards to leave. It seemed that he had to handle this matter personally. The man puffed out his big belly and said righteously, "If this little brother has any problem, we can solve it face to face. There is no need to call the police." If I don't call the police, I'm afraid I won't be able to get rid of this great Buddha like you. Qin Huai laughed coldly. He just discovered that the manager had been standing in the corner, deliberately causing conflict with the security guard in order to lure out the big beast. If Qin Huai had fought with the security guards, he could have easily knocked them down, but he didn't do that. He still understands the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. There are many people in the mall and Qin Huai doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. There is a baby waiting for them at home, so it is better to solve the problem peacefully. Sir, you really have a keen eye. I am Wang Shan, the manager of this mall. If you have any questions, please tell me. Wang Shan straightened his body and showed off his sturdy figure. There is something wrong with your milk powder. Qin Huai shook the milk powder can in his hand and went straight to the point. Is there a problem? What's the problem? This is imported milk powder. Can you prove it? Wang Shan asked in surprise. As the manager of a shopping mall, he would not tolerate any criticism from others. Manager Wang, he is just a poor bastard who can't afford imported milk powder, so he said there is something wrong with the milk powder. Lin Weiwei looked at Qin Huai with disdain, as if she was superior. Oh? Wang Shan knows how to curry favor with the powerful, otherwise he would not have been promoted to the position of shopping mall manager so quickly from department head. Only then did Wang Shan look at Qin Huai. He was wearing cheap clothes that cost less than 100 yuan. The only thing that caught Wang Shan's eye was Qin Huai's appearance and Su Shui standing next to him. Wang Shan made a judgment immediately. He said to Qin Huai with a straight face, "What evidence do you have to prove that there is something wrong with the milk powder?" "We'll know after we test it." Qin Huai remained calm and composed. He was absolutely sure. Because he has a supernatural nanny system, this is his asset. What a joke. I'm a manager and I have to inspect my products just because you said there was a problem? This is a slap in Wang Shan's face. Chapter 7 There is a problem with brand milk powder. Qin Huai stood there quietly, chuckling. Whether to test or not is up to you. I won't buy this milk powder. But if there is a problem, you should think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. Wang Shan looked at Qin Huai coldly and added. You can have it tested. Let's make a bet. If the test result is okay, you will have to buy this milk powder at the original price in the future. What if there is a problem with the test results? Qin Huai asked back. With the system, he was absolutely confident. If there is a problem, our mall will no longer stock this milk powder. Wang Shan gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, as if he had made some important decision. Can. Qin Huai raised his lips slightly and agreed without hesitation. This result would not be bad for him. Qin Huai can also take this opportunity to complete the tasks assigned to him by the system. Okay, I'll ask an expert to come and identify it. Wang Shan kept his word and went straight to the counter to make a phone call. Outside the quality inspection room, Qin Huai held Su Shui's little hand and sat on the bench with his eyes closed. Su Shui sat next to Qin Huai, like an ant on hot pot, looking towards the quality inspection room from time to time, as if she could see something. Don't worry, my judgment won't be wrong. Qin Huai pulled Su Shui closer to him and gave her a slight hug. Qin Huai smiled brightly and looked at Su Shui tenderly. Su Shui's delicate body trembled violently. She looked up at Qin Huai, her pretty face flushed slightly. She struggled to break free from Qin Huai's arms, and quietly moved her body away from Qin Huai's control, looking like a girl in her first love. What's wrong with me? How could I be like this? Su Shui thought to herself. Ever since Qin Huai and Bao Bao recognized each other, their relationship has skyrocketed. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? Su Shui was shocked. I am his teacher. Click. The door of the quality inspection room opened, and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked out with a test report in his hand. Old Wang. What are you doing? How can you put a product with such serious problems on the market? He is a well-known inspection expert with decades of experience in quality inspection. What? Is there really a problem? Wang Shan stood up in shock, not believing his own hearing. Although the mall he ran was not the best, it was still one of the best. How could such a defective product appear? This was a 1 in 10,000 chance. Yes, there is indeed something wrong with this brand of milk powder. Here is the inspection report. Please take a closer look. I'm leaving now. Oh, Lao Wang. Don't be careless anymore. Fortunately, this product was discovered early, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Alas. The quality inspector in white shook his head and walked out, feeling extremely disappointed with Wang Shan. How could he be careless when it comes to human life? After taking the test report, Wang Shan stared at it closely. Ingredients: soybeans, starch additives, coloring, sweeteners. Looking at the report, Wang Shan's eyes widened. The inspection form shows there are dozens of additives alone. What kind of milk powder is this? It is poisonous milk powder. This is drinking additives. Wang Shan's heart trembled violently and he quickly took out his cell phone. Hey! Shaoli, hurry up. Take that imported milk powder from the supermarket counter, don't leave a single can. Wang Shan gave the order in a trembling voice. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Wang Shan took a deep breath. He looked at Qin Huai and held his hands. Thank you, little brother. Thanks to you today, how can I thank you? I apologize for my failure just now. As he said this, Wang Shan bent his knees and was about to kneel down. Qin Huai was shocked by Wang Shan's action. I quickly reached out my hand to stop him. Manager Wang, don't be like this. Your ability to fulfill your promise is the greatest thank you to me. Qin Huai chuckled. Of course. Of course. I will immediately instruct the buyers to stop purchasing this brand. At this moment, Wang Shan obeyed Qin Huai's orders like a subordinate. Ding! The elevator door opened. Qin Huai, you poor bastard, how are you? The test results are out, can a poor bastard like you afford it? Lin Weiwei was really lingering around, and she dragged Wei Dawei out of the elevator without knowing anything. Manager Wang, you must seize this opportunity. He will be your long-term customer in the future. Don't let him run away. Lin Weiwei winked at Wang Shan, trying to embarrass Qin Huai. Miss, I don't know what you are talking about. The test results are indeed problematic. Mr. Qin Huai is now a distinguished guest of our mall. I hope you can speak with respect. Wang Shan looked at Lin Weiwei and spoke bluntly. What? There's a problem? Impossible. You must have colluded with each other. Lin Weiwei felt very embarrassed when she saw Qin Huai chatting and laughing with Wang Shan. She felt like she was performing like a clown, and others didn't take her seriously at all. Lin Weiwei suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten shit. He pulled Wei Dawei like a madman and asked Wei Dawei to vent his anger for him. Dawei. They colluded to bully me. You must help me get rid of this evil. Seeing Lin Weiwei like this, Wei Dawei had no choice but to persuade her. Weiwei, don't bother with this poor bastard. He's lucky today. We'll settle with him later. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Weiwei's face looked as ugly as pig liver, and she reluctantly pulled Wei Dawei's hand and walked out. When he left, he didn't forget to say something harsh. We'll see. Qin Huai found it very funny. He didn't take Lin Weiwei seriously at all. She was just being self-indulgent. If he were a man, Qin Huai would have beaten him so hard that he couldn't get out of bed. Damn, he's so noisy. Haha, I'm sorry to bother you today, little brother. I hope you won't publicize what happened today. Wang Shan lowered his posture and looked at Qin Huai with a smile. He didn't want to be on TV early tomorrow morning. Qin Huai certainly understood what he meant. As the saying goes, good things should be done to the end and eventually they will be accomplished. Qin Huai nodded gently, took Su Shue's hand and walked out. How do you know that the milk powder is problematic? Walking beside Qin Huai, she glanced at the domestic milk powder in her hand and couldn't help asking. She felt that Qin Huai was becoming more and more mysterious, and she could no longer see through him. Based on my own investigation, he is obviously just an ordinary student. When I was in my third year, I occasionally heard teachers mention things like identifying authenticity. Qin Huai looked straight ahead and smiled slightly. Of course, he could not reveal the existence of the system. Only he himself knew the existence of the system. Oh. Su Shui responded half doubtfully and said nothing more. To her, none of this mattered. Ding. The system prompt sounded in Qin Huai's mind. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mission reward, Porsche 911 Turbo 3.8T Perfect Driving Skills. Chapter 8. It's great to get a luxury car. Boom. Qin Huai felt a sharp pain in his head, and various driving techniques appeared in his mind. What professional racing, trucks? For Qin Huai, who now possesses perfect driving skills, this is no problem and he can control it easily. He. Qin Huai stood there with a bright smile. The nanny system is truly omnipotent. Qin Huai. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai curiously, not understanding why Qin Huai was grinning foolishly, and called out tentatively. Let's go. Go home. Qin Huai took her little hand and walked towards the underground garage. Where are we going? Su Shui was completely confused by Qin Huai's behavior and her face was full of confusion. Qin Huai walked in front with a smile on his face. He wanted to give Su Shui a surprise. That's right. He wants to drive home the Porsche that the system rewarded him with. Bite. The elevator door opened. It is worthy of being one of the best shopping malls in the city, even the underground garage is so big. Qin Huai stood at the elevator entrance on the B3 floor, carefully recalling the system information. Found it. Qin Huai's eyes lit up, and he pulled Su Shui, who was a little confused, and turned to walk towards the corner of the garage. The underground garage was pitch black, with the occasional friction sound of car brakes making it seem eerie. Su Shui followed behind Qin Huai, obviously not knowing why Qin Huai came to the underground garage. They clearly came here by tram. What were they doing in the underground garage? Could it be possible that Qin Huai still has a car? Impossible. Su Shui shook her head. She was sure that the previous investigation would not be wrong. Su Shui followed behind Qin Huai and was held by Qin Huai's hand. Just wanted to call Qin Huai. Found it. Qin Huai reached out and patted the Porsche covered with a cloth, feeling a little excited. This was his first car, and he didn't expect to get it in this way, let alone a Porsche. It was a bit dreamy. Qin Huai has to earn money to buy a car like this. How much part-time income does he have to earn? It's so fucking exciting. Shwa. Qin Huai pulled away the cloth covering the car and his face was full of smiles. A brand new white Porsche 911 Turbo 3.8T came into view. Ah. Su Shui covered her mouth with her hands, stood up straight, and looked at the brand new Porsche in front of her. She was shocked. Qin Huai, what are you doing? Su Shui raised her pretty face and stared at Qin Huai, as if she could see through everything. Qin Huai just stood there, saying nothing, looking at the surprised Su Shui. Take out the car keys. Tick-tock. Qin Huai told Su Shui with his actions. This Porsche is his car. Su Shui looked up at Qin Huai, feeling a little surprised, and had a new understanding of Qin Huai. Is he still a college student? Just now, Su Shui didn't understand why Qin Huai brought her to the underground garage. She never thought that Qin Huai, a college student, would have a car. And it's a Porsche 911 Turbo 3.8T. Su Shui's heart trembled violently, thinking back to Qin Huai. Qin Huai knew martial arts. He wouldn't go robbing. Su Shui was a little worried about Qin Huai, and finally couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Qin Huai, is this your car? It's my car. Qin Huai let go of her little hand, walked to the car door, and opened it. He grabbed Su Shui and carried her into the car. Bang. Closed the car door tightly. Qin Huai, this car you. Su Shui sat in the passenger seat, not knowing how to start the conversation. Qin Huai turned his head and looked at Su Shui's delicate face, and really wanted to go up and give her a kiss. He turned around and moved closer to Su Shui. Qin Huai's face was about to approach. What is he going to do? Kiss me? Should I refuse? Su Shui's heart skipped a beat. Qin Huai, you. Su Shui was startled by Qin Huai's sudden action. Was he going to kiss her? Crack. After fastening his seatbelt, Qin Huai sat back in the driver's seat. He fastened his seatbelt and looked at Su Shui, whose pretty face was slightly red. What's the matter? Qin Huai really scared Su Shui just now. She thought he was going to kiss her. Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little lost in her heart. What are you thinking about? Su Shui sat in the car seat in a daze, feeling that everything that had happened recently was unreal. Qin Huai, this car. Su Shui still spoke resolutely. She didn't want Qin Huai to get into trouble because of her. If it was really what Su Shui thought, she would rather be like before. She would rather Qin Huai ignore her and the baby. Seeing Su Shui like this, Qin Huai had guessed what she was thinking. He looked at Su Shui and said casually, "This car belongs to a relative of our family. I can drive it if it's okay." Qin Huai would never tell her that this was a reward from the system. Who would believe such an illusory thing? Oh. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't seem to be lying, Su Shui nodded half-believingly. Boom. Qin Huai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and in an instant the Porsche was like a white horse running free from its reins. While driving home, Qin Huai couldn't help but be amazed. The system is simply amazing. He took the driving test when he was a sophomore, but because he was a college student, he spent most of his time in school and rarely had the opportunity to see a car, so naturally his driving skills became rusty. Qin Huai used to drive as slowly as an old man using a cane. Su Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was a little shocked by Qin Huai's driving skills at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that Qin Huai had given her quite a shock recently. Her originally peaceful and difficult life was also disrupted because of Qin Huai's appearance. At this moment, Su Shui was sitting in the passenger seat with an expressionless face. She didn't want to bring any burden to Qin Huai, but thinking carefully about Qin Huai's firm attitude before, she didn't know what to say for a moment, and didn't know whether it was right or wrong to do so. Ever since Qin Huai recognized the baby, Su Shui's relationship with him has become a little awkward. To put it bluntly, Su Shui doesn't know how to get along with Qin Huai. After the one-night stand that night, Su Shui never thought that she would meet Qin Huai, let alone think that he would recognize Bao Bao. For a moment, Su Shui felt complicated. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing of the cell phone woke Su Shui up from her deep thought. Hello? Sister, why does it take you so long to buy something? And Rant's voice came from the other end of the phone. She stayed at home alone and took care of 5 babies. She was overwhelmed at the moment, so she had to call Su Shui to ask when they would be back. And Ran, we will be back soon. We are on our way home now. Please take good care of the baby. Su Shui spoke seriously to Ran on the other side of the phone. It was obvious that Su Shui also realized that she had been out for a long time and was a little worried about whether the baby would cry. Yeah, don't worry, sister. I'm watching over the baby. Be careful on the road. By the way, sister, on your way back, go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some daily necessities. We are almost out of paper at home. And Ran continued. Chapter 9. I really don't need it. Alas, they really live a frugal life. Even when taking a bath, we should save water, and we should use paper frugally in our daily life. There was no other way in order to buy milk powder for their 5 babies, she and Su Shui had to live frugally. It's all about the baby. Looking at the baby sleeping soundly in the crib, and Ran smiled sweetly. She loves these 5 little babies and she is very happy as their aunt. Okay, we got it. After hanging up the phone, Su Shui said to Qin Huai. Just take me downstairs in a while. I'm going to buy some daily necessities. You can go back now. It's okay. I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll stay with you. Qin Huai held the steering wheel with one hand, turned his head to look at Su Shui, and then drove seriously again. Seeing Qin Huai like this, there was nothing to say and he could only drive silently. GG. The snow-white Porsche drifted perfectly and stopped outside the supermarket, leaving a shallow tire mark on the ground. Qin Huai opened the car door, walked out, and opened the passenger door like a gentleman. Su Shui walked out in high heels, and the young man checking out at the supermarket door couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Qin Huai. Luxury cars and beautiful women. This is the dream of many men in the world. Qin Huai didn't care whether Su Shui objected or not. In front of everyone, he took Su Shui's somewhat cold hand and walked towards the supermarket entrance. Su Shui was led by Qin Huai like this, with so many people watching. She couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, but it was difficult for her to refuse Qin Huai, so she could only let him pull her. What do you want to buy? Qin Huai was walking in front and suddenly turned around to ask Su Shui. Just buy some daily necessities. Su Shui said calmly, looking elsewhere, as if she was thinking about something. Qin Huai took Su Shui and bought whatever they needed. The shopping cart, which was big enough, was already full of items, but Qin Huai still looked unsatisfied. Su Shui had advised them to just buy something, but Qin Huai said yes while his hands kept taking items from the counter. He felt a little indebted to Amelia Su and could only make it up to her bit by bit. Let's go. Qin Huai carried 2 large bags in both hands, turned around and called Su Shui behind him. He was about to go upstairs and go home. Oh, it's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I can run into a poor guy like you everywhere. It's really unlucky. Qin Huai turned his head and wanted to kick him to see who was speaking rudely. Lin Weiwei again? Qin Huai became impatient when he saw this gold digger. Nothing good ever happened to him when he met her. It was not that Qin Huai was afraid of her, he just didn't want to waste time talking to such a person. Goodbye then. Qin Huai turned around and was about to take Su Shui to the stairs. He didn't want to see this disgusting woman for a moment. He wanted to get away as soon as possible. Stop. Lin Weiwei immediately glared at me angrily. How dare I ignore you? Huh, what do you mean, brother Qin? As the saying goes, once you meet someone, you're unfamiliar, twice you're familiar. You're running away without even saying hello when you meet someone like that? Wei Dawei pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and walked out of a Mercedes-Benz. Looking at Qin Huai, his eyes were full of disdain. Qin Huai stood at the stairs. He wanted to just leave and not waste time talking to people like them, but he suddenly remembered the system's reminder. Can't be insulted. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. I have a heaven-defying system. Qin Huai thought to himself, put down the bag in his hand, turned around, and said, I want to see what tricks you can come up with. I have nothing to say to you. Qin Huai looked at Wei Dawei, his tone also full of disdain. Bah, you're just a bootlicker. What's so good about pretending? You're still just eating your father's property. To put it bluntly, without your father, you are nothing but a waste. Qin Huai thought to himself that he also looked down on Wei Dawei, the rich second generation. Wei Dawei was just born into a good family. What's there to pretend about? Brother Qin, as the saying goes, there is no friendship without fighting, so we are now acquainted. Wei Dawei chuckled, as if we knew each other very well. It's like this. Weiwei told me before, Brother Qin, you are still in college, a senior, right? Are you interested in interning at our company? Wei Dawei crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Ha, so that's how it is? Qin Huai sneered and looked at Wei Dawei and Lin Weiwei silently. It turned out that they were waiting for me here. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it for now. Qin Huai looked at Wei Dawei coldly. He naturally knew that Wei Dawei wanted to embarrass him. Why do you want to intern at his company? If you go there, you will definitely be in trouble. Brother Qin, you're not going to give me face now, right? Don't worry, I can promise to arrange a good job for you when the time comes, so that our acquaintance will be worthwhile. Wei Dawei continued to ask, he just wanted to embarrass Qin Huai in front of Su Shui. One is to agree to let Lin Weiwei vent her anger, and the other is to hope that Su Shui can see Qin Huai's true nature. He wanted to tell Su Shui that Qin Huai was just a poor college student and had to rely on him if he wanted to find a job. Wei Dawei smiled proudly, looking confident. Little did he know that in Su Shui's eyes, he was just a loser with some money. Su Shui has seen all kinds of rich people. After all, she was the female president of a large group before and had seen all kinds of situations, not to mention Wei Dawei's little thoughts. Really, no need. I'm not short of money for the time being. Qin Huai spoke calmly, as if I had no shortage of money. But that's the fact, now that he has a system, he can make money much faster than before. But in the eyes of Lin Weiwei and Wei Dawei, Qin Huai was just trying to show off. Thinking that Qin Huai was putting on a show for Su Shui, Lin Weiwei immediately found it very funny and seized the opportunity to mock Qin Huai. Rich? You? Stop joking, Qin Huai. How much money can a poor bastard like you have? Dawei thinks highly of you by introducing you to a job. Lin Weiwei looked at Qin Huai with sarcasm, as if she was looking at a beggar on the street, with great disgust and full of contempt for Qin Huai. Qin Huai was immediately amused. He has no money? Now that he has a Porsche awarded by the system, he is considered a millionaire. But he wouldn't say anything. He just stood there and wanted to see what tricks they could come up with. Seeing that he remained silent, Lin Weiwei thought Qin Huai had acquiesced, and continued to mock him. Qin Huai, you really want to save face but suffer in vain. You have no money, you have no money. You just agreed to the job I introduced to you. You are so poor that you are almost a beggar. What face do you want? Yes, Brother Chin, come to our company, I won't treat you unfairly. Yes, this is my car. As long as you come to my company, you can borrow it and drive it anytime you want. Wei Dawei shook the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, deliberately revealing the Mercedes-Benz logo, just for Su Shui to see. Most women's eyes light up when they see a luxury car. Wei Dawei thought Su Shui was cheated by Qin Huai and wanted to prove it to Su Shui. Chapter 10. The reward is a luxury villa. Su Shui glanced at Wei Dawei with disdain. Ridiculous. She was the female president of a group and once had a garage full of luxury cars. In Su Shui's eyes, a Mercedes-Benz like this is totally unworthy of her. Before, this kind of Mercedes-Benz was just garbage and scrap metal to her. Su Shui turned her head and looked at Wei Dawei's face, which made her feel sick. There was a smell of money. Oh. A Mercedes. A luxury car. Qin Huai saw Wei Dawei took out the car keys to show off to him, so he deliberately raised his voice. He shouted loudly, pretending to be surprised. Ha, but no need, I have a car. Qin Huai said with a chuckle, looking at Wei Dawei's Mercedes-Benz without any concern. Just you? Ha ha. Electric car? Lin Weiwei did not hide her sarcasm at all and looked at Qin Huai with a sneer, saying that he was still pretending at this time. Qin Huai didn't say anything, took out the Porsche key and pressed the key button. Tick-tock. The unique sound of a Porsche car sounded, the headlights flashed twice, and a pleasant sound rang out. Qin Huai's mouth corners slightly raised. Looking at Lin Weiwei and Wei Dawei with dull eyes. Humph, keep pretending to be awesome. Aren't you here to show off your wealth to me? I can't show off to you today. Lin Weiwei stood there, staring at the Porsche with dull eyes. Although she didn't know what model this Porsche was, judging from the model and color, it was worth at least tens of millions. Lin Weiwei's face suddenly turned ugly, and Wei Dawei glanced at the Porsche. He had the opportunity to see a similar model of Porsche before when he was on a business trip with his father. That was the luxury car driven by a boss that even his father had to curry favor with, and the car in front of him looked more advanced than the ones he had seen. What is going on? Wei Dawei suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Did he just want Qin Huai to come to work in his company? And even lend him a car? The money from a Porsche can buy you several cars. My car is just a pile of scrap metal in front of a Porsche. Humph, Qin Huai, you were so shameless that you actually borrowed a car to show off yourself. Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth and looked like a shrew, her face as ugly as pig liver. She thought Qin Huai's car was borrowed. She looked as if she didn't believe it was you. Oh, this woman is so troublesome. Qin Huai felt a headache. This woman was just a shrew. She would cause trouble to anyone who provoked her. Ahem, Weiwei, since Brother Qin doesn't need it, let's go. Wei Dawei coughed twice, grabbed Lin Weiwei's hand and was about to leave. Lin Weiwei didn't know, but he knew. How could such a high-specification Porsche be borrowed? Wei Dawei leaned close to Lin Weiwei's ear and whispered to her. This car couldn't have been borrowed by Qin Huai, it could be real. Lin Weiwei was shocked. Wei Dawei would not lie to her. Could this car really belong to Qin Huai? He always pretends to be poor when he is with me? Is Qin Huai a hidden super rich man? Looking at the brand new Porsche, Lin Weiwei felt a little regretful. Judging from Wei Dawei's attitude, she knew that the car was most likely Qin Huai's. No wonder such a beautiful woman like Su Shui would follow Qin Huai. Did I make a mistake? How so? Lin Weiwei looked at Wei Dawei and felt regretful. She regretted breaking up with Qin Huai at this moment. Lin Weiwei turned her head and looked at Qin Huai deeply. Seeing that Wei Dawei was about to leave with Lin Weiwei, Qin Huai decided to give Wei Dawei a surprise. He suddenly said to Wei Dawei, by the way, let me remind you that the baby in her belly may not be yours. Lin Weiwei kept insulting Qin Huai, and Qin Huai of course remembered it and gave her a critical hit right away. Lin Weiwei was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she was furious. He yelled at Qin Huai, what did you say? Oh, nothing, I was just talking nonsense. Qin Huai smiled evilly, ignored them, turned around and pulled Su Shui upstairs. Stop. Tell me what you mean. Lin Weiwei turned around, let go and rushed over. Weiwei, don't be impulsive. Wei Dawei grabbed Lin Weiwei, and he was also shocked. Although he had doubted it before, he thought he was overthinking. After hearing what Qin Huai said today, it seems that he needs to confirm whether the baby in Lin Weiwei's belly is his. He doesn't want to be cuckolded. Wei Dawei thought to himself and kept the matter in his heart. He pulled Lin Weiwei into the car and drove away in the Mercedes-Benz. Lin Weiwei explained to Wei Dawei from time to time, secretly cursing Qin Huai for meddling in her affairs. Qin Huai didn't care what Wei Dawei would think. He just felt sorry for Wei Dawei, so he kindly reminded him. "Come on, let's go home." Qin Huai grinned and pulled Su Shui upstairs. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai, thinking about something in her mind. Is he really a college student? Crack. After opening the door, Qin Huai put the things on the table in the living room, and Su Shui ran directly to the bedroom to look after the baby. When Enran saw them coming back, she pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you take so long to buy something? The babies are all awake and I can't take care of them all by myself. Come and help." Okay, I'm coming." Qin Huai put down what he was holding and ran into the bedroom, where he saw Su Shui and ran in a panic. Qin Huai picked up the doll, sang and changed diapers, like a full-time nanny for Yanran. Seeing Qin Huai taking such meticulous care of the baby, Su Shui looked at him with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Ha! Qin Huai took a deep breath, stood next to the crib, and placed the fifth baby in the crib. Looking at the 5 cute little babies, a rare tenderness appeared in his eyes. He stood there scratching his head, looking at the cute little baby. Qin Huai couldn't help but grin. So this is what it feels like to be a father. Qin Huai felt a surge of emotion. He didn't expect that a college student like him would have 5 lovely babies. He felt proud. Ding, the nanny system has assigned a new task. The dull mechanical sound of the system rang in my mind. A new mission? Qin Huai's thoughts were interrupted by the system and he concentrated. Task: name the baby. Mission reward: a set of luxurious villas in the city center. Note: dads should carefully name their babies and not just casually. A name is the most important thing in a person's life and cannot be chosen casually. The system voice in his mind fell, and Qin Huai stood there, unable to react for a moment. A villa as a reward? Isn't the system too powerful? Qin Huai's heart was shocked and he suddenly became excited. He is going to have a house of his own, a luxurious villa at that. It's so fucking exciting. Qin Huai took a deep breath to calm down his shock. I walked towards the living room, deciding to complete the task given by the system first. Chapter 11. Can he do it? Is he reliable? Ha! Qin Huai closed the door of the baby's bedroom and walked out, and saw Su Shui busy making tea. Qin Huai didn't know how to start for a moment. After all, he had just met the baby. He wasn't even present on the day the baby was born. All in all, Qin Huai was somewhat derelict in his duty as a father. In fact, it's not Qin Huai's fault. After all, Su Shui didn't tell Qin Huai when the baby was born. But as a man, Qin Huai still feels guilty towards Su Shui and the baby. If Su Shui had not insisted on giving birth to 5 babies, there might never have been any contact between the two of them. It is even more impossible for Qin Huai to become a father at such a young age, let alone name the baby. Well, Qin Huai sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling filled with emotion. All this happened so suddenly, and the sudden unrest disrupted the regular routine of life at Qin Huai University. He had to earn money to buy milk powder for his 5 babies and also take care of Su Shui. Facing Su Shui, he didn't know how to get along with her. I can only try my best to help her and warm this icy beauty with my heart. Qin Huai, have some tea. Su Shui was holding a cup of boiling tea. The hot steam made her pretty face red, and she looked very charming. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui infatuatedly. Looking at her rosy face, it turned out that she looked like this. Su Shui outside is like a female warrior in armor. She is so cold and beautiful that she is like an iceberg beauty. It has the beauty of being untainted by the mud and yet elegant in the clear water. The moment she gets home, Su Shui will let down her guard and become a gentle and caring mother. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's delicate face and was distracted for a moment. Ahem. Qin Huai coughed dryly to ease the awkward atmosphere. The tea is delicious. Qin Huai opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. Su Shui nodded, her eyes as calm as water. The whole house was eerily silent. Qin Huai sat on the sofa and drank tea from time to time. You could hear a pin drop in the room. How should he start this? It's so quiet. Qin Huai's brain was working rapidly, trying to find some topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ha! What are you doing? And Ran suddenly poked her head out of the room, her face full of confusion, not understanding what these two people were doing. Call. Xin Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had Ran, a lively person. Nothing, is the baby asleep? Su Shui turned around and asked Ran softly, fearing that her loud voice would wake the baby, so she looked very cautious. Hush, they are all asleep. Ran turned her head to look at the 5 babies who were sleeping soundly, and made a gesture to Qin Huai and the other man to keep quiet. After closing the bedroom door, Ran walked towards Qin Huai and asked, Qin Huai, are you going to stay here tonight? Ran looked at Qin Huai with a wicked smile and winked at him. You know what I mean. Ah? Qin Huai didn't react for a moment and looked at Ran curiously. Ran raised her head and looked at Su Shui. He blinked at Qin Huai and looked at him meaningfully. What are you doing? Qin Huai finally understood. Ran wanted him to stay here and sleep with Su Shui at night. How was that possible? Although Su Shui and Qin Huai are very affectionate during the day, in fact, Su Shui is very unfamiliar with Qin Huai, just like a familiar stranger. Qin Huai knew from Su Shui's stiff body reaction that, as the saying goes, the body's reaction is the most honest. Su Shui hadn't adapted to Qin Huai's sudden appearance for a while. After all this happened too suddenly. Even Qin Huai felt like he was dreaming, full of fantasy. Sleeping with Su Shui? Qin Huai felt hot all over when he thought about it. He also wanted to do it. Turning to look at Su Shui, she seemed to have heard the conversation between the two people, and her delicate face exuded a threatening chill. Qin Huai's evil thoughts came to an abrupt end and he shuddered all over. It was too terrifying. This is pushing me into the fire pit. Qin Huai smiled bitterly in his heart. Ahem, I won't be here today. I'll go back to school later. Qin Huai coughed twice. This Ran really doesn't mind making trouble. She dared to say anything. I was really afraid that one day I would be killed by her. Qin Huai was happy at the moment. Ran was willing to joke with him, which proved that she was finally willing to accept him. He did not forget that when Ran first saw him, she wanted to cut him into pieces. If Su Shui hadn't stopped him, he probably wouldn't even have been allowed into the house. Qin Huai cast a kind look at Ran, thanking Ran for forgiving him. Looking at Qin Huai's appearance, Ran pursed her cherry lips and giggled. Ahaha, okay then. After saying that, he sat on the sofa, lowered his head and played the phone. The atmosphere in the living room fell silent again, and Qin Huai sat on the sofa. As if sitting on a pin cushion, he looked at Ran and decided to ask Ran for help. Feeling Qin Huai's gaze, Ran turned her head. She glanced at Su Shui, blinked her big eyes and smiled at Qin Huai. What I mean is, there is nothing I can do about it, you're on your own. Qin Huai scratched his head and suddenly felt overwhelmed. I don't know how to start. This is even harder than making software. Give your baby a name. Qin Huai's eyes flashed, and he thought about the task assigned to him by the system. 4 luxury villas. Damn it, let us fight. Qin Huai gritted his teeth and made an important decision. Su Shui, has the baby been named? Qin Huai turned his head and asked Su Shui cautiously. If the baby has already been named, the task assigned to him by the system will be wasted. Not to mention any mission rewards, Qin Huai kept praying in his heart and couldn't help but become nervous. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai in surprise. Why did he suddenly ask this? Not yet? The babies haven't been named yet. Su Shui said seriously, as if she was stating a fact. Call. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He still has a chance. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's face, and finally couldn't help but speak. Can I choose the baby's name? Qin Huai looked at Su Shui seriously, his tone extremely firm. What? Ran, who was playing with her mobile phone nearby, stood up immediately when she heard Qin Huai's words and looked at Qin Huai in surprise. Su Shui was standing there when she heard Qin Huai make this request. Her heart trembled. Why did she suddenly bring this up? Su Shui was very confused, but after thinking about it carefully, she decided that it was time to name the babies. But she didn't expect Qin Huai to make such a request. For a moment, Su Shui was in inner struggle. This matter concerns the baby's future lives, so she certainly won't be careless. So after such a long time, the baby's name has not been decided yet. She also knew that names were usually given by the father. But Qin Huai is still a college student. Can he do it? Chapter 12, No Peaceful Sleep. Su Shui has always had such a concern in her heart. She always thought that Qin Huai was a college student. What can a college student do? It's not that she looks down on Qin Huai, she just needs Qin Huai's attitude. An attitude that can put her at ease. Don't worry, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I'll take good care of the babies and you. Qin Huai sat up straight, his eyes were extremely firm, and he looked at Su Shui seriously. He knew that Su Shui had doubts about him, so he would show it to her and let her see his determination and perseverance. In the past, saying this might have seemed like bragging or boasting. But for Qin Huai, who now has the system, everything is not a problem. Su Shui looked straight at Qin Huai, as if she was examining him. Qin Huai's eyes were bright and sharp, and no matter what Su Shui did, his expression did not change at all. Okay, I promise. Su Shui spoke it word by word and made an important decision. She was willing to give Qin Huai a chance. Thanks. Qin Huai said sincerely, his eyes full of gratitude. This is a trust in him. I'll leave the baby's name to you. Tell me when you've decided. Su Shui turned around and looked at Qin Huai and spoke seriously. After saying that, he returned to his room. Qin Huai took a deep breath, sat on the sofa and began to think of names for the babies. In fact, he hadn't decided on a name yet. After all, it was his first time being a father, so it was inevitable that he felt a little overwhelmed. No, this is for you, please take a good look at it. And Ran suddenly took out a thick dictionary from the bookshelf and looked at Qin Huai with a smile on her face. Then he raised his hands, as if to say that he couldn't help me. Thank you. Qin Huai took the dictionary and without saying anything else, he lowered his head and began to search. Qin Huai has 5 babies, 3 boys and 2 girls. How do I get it? Qin Huai scratched his head. Call. That's all. Qin Huai rubbed his bloodshot eyes, took out his cell phone and checked the time. Oh my god, it's already 10:30 at night. He sat here for 3 full hours. Glancing at the dark sky outside the window, Qin Huai smiled bitterly in his heart. He was so engrossed that he forgot the time. Ah. Qin Huai stretched out his body, and his whole body made crackling sounds. It seemed that he was really tired. I glanced at the bedroom and saw that the lights had already been turned off. I guess he was asleep. Qin Huai carefully placed the dictionary on the bookshelf and tiptoed to open the door of the baby's bedroom. He wanted to take a look at the baby before leaving, so Qin Huai took the piece of paper with the name on it and quietly walked into the bedroom. Not leaving? Suddenly a voice sounded, and Qin Huai was shocked. Turning around, it turned out to be Su Shui. I was just about to leave, so I thought I'd take a look. Qin Huai said with a smile. Su Shui nodded, and after a moment of silence, she seemed to remember something. Looking at the A4 paper in Qin Huai's hand, he asked, Have you chosen names for the babies? Yeah, this is for my son, and this is for my daughter. Qin Huai smiled brightly, his face full of happiness, and handed the paper in his hand to Su Shui. I've picked a name, take a look at it. Su Shui took the paper and looked at the name on it carefully. Qin Yi, Qin Hao, Qin Haoyu, Qin Ian, Qin Mingxue. There were exactly 5 names. Su Shui looked at these 5 names with intense eyes. Puff. Su Shui suddenly laughed. Qin Huai was startled, thinking that Su Shui was not satisfied with these names, and suddenly became nervous. Thank you for your hard work. These names are great. I'm sure the babies will like them. Su Shui smiled gently, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. The way he looked at Qin Huai was different. She was just worried in the room that something might happen to Qin Huai, but now it seems that she was overthinking. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and his nervous heart calmed down. He smiled at Su Shui and glanced at the baby who was sleeping soundly. Standing at the bedroom door, he looked at Su Shui deeply, then turned around and went back to the living room. Su Shui helped the baby lift the quilt, then turned around and left. Crack. After closing the door, Su Shui turned around and looked at the living room. Qin Huai was sitting on the sofa in a daze. She was planning to go back to her room, but turned around and sat opposite Qin Huai. The two remained silent. Thank you, Qin Huai. Finally, Su Shui spoke. She could see Qin Huai's care for the babies. She could also see how good he was to her, but Su Shui didn't know how to express it for a moment. She looked at the exhausted Qin Huai and couldn't help feeling a little touched. This is what I should do. Qin Huai smiled at her gently, as if he was talking about something insignificant. He always felt guilty towards Su Shui, so he stood up and slowly walked towards Su Shui. Xin Huai bent his tall body, stretched out his broad arms, and gently hugged Su Shui. I will take good care of you from now on. Xin Huai's gentle murmur brought a little warmth to Su Shui's heart. Xin Huai just held her quietly. Marrying Xin Huai doesn't seem like a bad idea? Ding, congratulations to Daddy for completing the task of naming the baby. The mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded. Mission reward, a set of luxurious villas in the city center. Xin Huai was confused at first, and then he was overjoyed. I finally have my own house, and it's a luxurious villa. Xin Huai was extremely excited and held Su Shui's arms even tighter. Su Shui's body suddenly stiffened and she tried to struggle to leave. She had never had this feeling before, being hugged by someone. It turned out to be so warm. Struggling to leave Xin Huai's arms. Suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. Open the door. Get out of here, whoever's inside. The sudden loud noise made Su Shui's face look ugly. It's so late, who would come knocking on my door? Su Shui looked at the door of the baby's bedroom and her face became worried. She was worried that the baby would be woken up by the noise outside, and frowned as she looked at the loud knocking on the door. Who is this? It's the middle of the night. Can't I sleep? And ran out with her hair fluffy and wearing pajamas. He had an angry look on his face, obviously woken up by the noise outside the door. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, glanced at Su Shui and Xin Huai standing in the living room, and walked angrily towards the knocking door. Crack! Opening the door, and Ran shouted angrily. Who is this? Can't you let me sleep? Oh, little girl, you have such a bad temper. Do you want me to teach you how to talk to your elders? The yellow-haired man standing at the door saw that it was a little girl who opened the door, and looked at Ran with lustful eyes. It's this group of people again. When Ran saw that it was this group of people again, she instantly wilted. She was still a young girl who had not experienced the world, so she was naturally afraid of these ruffians. Take 2 steps back and stand firm. Chapter 13. College students come to a high-end club. We have already paid the rent during the day, why are you here now? Su Shui grabbed Ran and pulled her behind her to protect her. Su Shui's expression became complicated. It was this group of people again. They obviously came here to cause trouble today. What are we here for? We are here to settle accounts with you. The yellow-haired killer who was in the lead looked at Su Shui jokingly and spit. He looked at Su Shui lustfully and approached step by step. He even stretched out his dirty hands and was about to grab Su Shui's arm. Get lost. Xin Huai suddenly appeared in front of Su Shui, kicked the yellow-haired man out of the room, and he fell heavily on the stairs. Who are you? The yellow-haired man struggled to stand up, covering his lower abdomen with his hands. There was a heart-wrenching pain in his lower abdomen, and he fell down again after finally standing firm. Come and help me up. The yellow-haired man roared at his men with a ferocious face, his face twisted in pain. The skills of the Grand Master Baji are indeed extraordinary. Which bastard? The yellow-haired man's face was distorted and he was about to curse. When he saw Xin Huai standing at the door, his feet suddenly became weak again. Huang Ma chose to come so late at night just to avoid this inhuman guy. Why is he still here? Huang Ma was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He even wanted to die. In fact, he didn't want to come tonight, but the boss of South Street asked him to come. The boss of South Street felt that Xin Huai had offended him, so he asked Huang Ma to deal with them. But I didn't expect Xin Huai to be here. My legs went limp. Plop. Huang Ma fell to his knees on the ground. He was really scared. Brother, I was wrong. I'm leaving now. Please forgive me. The yellow-haired man knelt on the ground with his head down, and after saying this, he struggled to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer, not even for a moment with this devil. Stop, did I let you go? Xin Huai stood at the door and suddenly spoke. Huang Mao's behavior just now annoyed him. Not only did it offend Su Shui, but the loud noise might also wake up the baby. Xin Huai glared at the yellow-haired man and grabbed his shoulder. Huang Mao was in so much pain that he begged for mercy. What do you think of this place? You can come and go as you please? Have you forgotten everything I told you during the day? Xin Huai pressed the yellow-haired man hard, and his bones made a creaking sound. Huang Mao's face was distorted with pain, and the men standing behind him were trembling with fear at Xin Huai's aura. They all retreated backwards, wishing they could run away. This is so fucking scary. Is this guy still human? Brother, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Huang Mao knelt on the ground, unable to lift his head due to the pain. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come here. Well, tell me, who asked you to come? You don't seem to have the courage to do so, do you? Xin Huai said indifferently, staring straight at the yellow-haired man. He could see that Huang Mao didn't actually want to come and was probably forced to do so. No, no one. Huang Mao spoke hesitantly, and it was obvious that he was very afraid of Xin Huai at the moment. Xin Huai once again exerted force to grab Huang Mao's acupoints, causing him to cry for mercy in pain. I said, it was the South Street boss who asked me to come. Huang Mao cried and shouted. He felt like his arm was about to break, and finally he revealed the identity of the boss of South Street. Oh? Why did he send you here? To cause trouble? Xin Huai let go of his hand and looked at the yellow-haired man with a cold look on his face. My heart was already filled with disgust towards the South Street boss whom I had yet to meet. He didn't expect that this old man from South Street would be so petty. It seems that I need to meet the boss of South Street. Our boss felt embarrassed and asked me to come and settle the score with you. This really has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small thug. Huang Mao had a sad face, trying to shirk his guilt. Oh? Stand here and don't move. Xin Huai shouted coldly. Suddenly, Huang Mao and a group of his men stood in an orderly manner at the entrance of the stairs, blocking the entire entrance. Xin Huai turned around, looked at Su Shui gently, and chuckled casually. Are you okay? Su Shui nodded calmly. After all, she was someone who had experienced many ups and downs. So as not to be frightened and afraid to speak, he said softly, yeah, it's okay. Xin Huai raised his head and glanced at Ran, who was hiding behind Su Shui. Ran hid behind Su Shui, looking frightened, obviously frightened by Xin Huai's aura. When Xin Huai saw Ran like this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this little girl might have a shadow on him in the future? Xin Huai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He regained his spirit and looked at Su Shui with a firm gaze. Su Shui saw a hint of suppressed anger in his eyes, like a crawling giant beast. Su Shui couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Where did he get such momentum? He stood there like a master, with an aura of authority that came without him getting angry, and he looked aggressive. Su Shui looked at Xin Huai's bloodshot eyes and knew the anger in Xin Huai's heart. Following his gaze, Su Shui looked towards the baby's bedroom. She finally understood why Xin Huai was so angry. It turns out it's because of the baby. Xin Huai, you. Su Shui frowned and looked at Xin Huai, with a hint of tenderness in her heart. She wanted to appease Xin Huai's inner anger, but she didn't know how to start, and she hadn't finished her words. Xin Huai reached out his hand, touched Su Shui's delicate face, and smiled at her. Don't worry, it's okay, you take good care of the baby. After saying that, Xin Huai turned around and looked at Huang Mao and his group, his expression like a Shura from hell. Huang Mao was so scared that he was trembling. Lead the way, I want to meet your South Street boss. Xin Huai shouted at the yellow-haired man with a cold face. He suppressed his inner anger, his eyes were red. How dare you set your sights on my woman? I'm tired of living. Xin Huai glared at Huang Mao and his group. If Su Shui and the others were not around, Xin Huai would definitely have destroyed these bastards who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Huang Mao led the way timidly in front, looking back at Xin Huai from time to time, fearing that he would be dissatisfied with something. This time Xin Huai did not drive his Porsche, but sat in the back seat of Huang Mao and his group's car. Huang Mao's men drove the car cautiously, and the car was deathly silent. Where's your boss? Xin Huai looked at the scenery outside the car window, feeling that the car was getting farther and farther away from home, and asked casually. The yellow-haired man trembled, lowered his voice, and answered carefully, not far away, it's the Royal Court Bar in front. Xin Huai looked towards the brightest building in front of him, the Royal Court Bar. Four big characters flashed prominently. Xin Huai sneered, he is quite rich. Xin Huai, a college student, had never been to such a high-end club. I didn't expect that my first visit to a place like this would be to cause trouble. Chapter 14, First Meeting at the Royal Court Bar. Squeak. A shallow tire mark was left on the smooth concrete road. A long black van parked precisely in front of the entrance of the Royal Court Bar. He shook his shamat hairstyle, held the steering wheel with both hands, and looked proud. His driving skills were pretty good, but Xin Huai didn't think highly of his level. Xin Huai sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Xin Huai has perfect driving skills, and in his eyes, these are all a piece of cake. Brother, we're here. The yellow-haired subordinates looked at Xin Huai proudly, as if they were showing off. Crack! Xin Huai ignored him, opened the car door and walked down. Royal Court Bar. The four eye-catching characters flashed with colorful lights, making the whole street look dazzling. Ha, gangsters are rich. Xin Huai sneered in his heart. He looked down upon these gangsters. Because their money is obtained by bullying the weak and cannot be seen in the open, their marketing methods are just skirting the law. I can't control how you market, but if you mess with me, I will make you pay the price. Xin Huai's scarlet eyes stared into the depths of the bar. Where are you from, student? This is not the place for you. Go back to where you came from. A security guard in uniform and holding a baton came over, glaring at Xin Huai and yelling at him, trying to drive him away. Another dog-eyed person. Xin Huai raised his head and glanced at the security guard, but ignored him and walked towards the bar. Asshole, didn't you hear what I said? The security guard grabbed Xin Huai's shoulder and tried to stop him. But no matter how the security guard shook him, Xin Huai's body was not affected at all and he kept walking forward. The security guard used force with both hands and it felt like he was breaking a piece of steel. Stop right there. The security guard raised his baton and hit Xin Huai on the head. Snort. Xin Huai snorted coldly, dodged, turned around and punched the security guard hard in the face. The security guard fell to the ground with a loud bang and fainted. Oh my god, what a blind guy. The yellow-haired man glanced at the security guard who had fainted on the ground and felt relieved. He thought it was too damn powerful. Fortunately, he did not offend this great man. Who did this? Another uniformed security guard ran out, glanced at his companion who had fallen to the ground, his face full of anger. Yes or no? Just as the security guard was about to point at Xin Huai standing nearby, the yellow-haired man kicked the security guard and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way! Stop looking for trouble!" Then he turned around and looked at Xin Huai with an apologetic smile. They are a bunch of ignorant idiots. Don't bother with them. The security guard stood there blankly, looking confused. What happened to Brother Huang Mao? He wasn't like this before, and he only behaved like this when facing the boss. Where did his arrogance go? Could it be that he has turned over a new leaf? The thin security guard glanced at Xin Huai who was standing there and looked at him carefully. He was wearing cheap clothes and looked quite young. Judging from the momentum, it gives people a feeling of awe-inspiring power without even being angry. Could this be a big shot? The thin security guard was shocked. He knew that some big guys like to keep a low profile. Fortunately, I didn't go too far, otherwise I would be lying on the ground now. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Seeing that they were no longer pestering him, Xin Huai said impatiently. Ah, okay. The yellow-haired man smiled and nodded. Seeing that Xin Huai didn't care about anything, he walked in front and took Xin Huai straight into the bar. Oh my god, he's really a big shot. The thin security guard helped his companion up, feeling relieved. He glanced at his unconscious companion and slapped him in the face. You almost killed me. Inside the Royal Court Bar. It exudes an ambiguous and crazy atmosphere, and everyone's face cannot be seen clearly under the flickering lights. There was singing and dancing in the bar, and the dancers on the dance floor were twisting their bodies wildly, giving people a visual impact. The Royal Court Bar is considered the largest bar in the entire South Street, with countless customers coming and going. The barmaid raised her eyebrows and seduced the drinkers passing by. The whole bar is filled with an atmosphere of luxury and corruption. Faint and confused noises could be heard in the corner of the bar. Everyone was enjoying it like crazy, as if it was paradise on earth. Call. Xin Huai took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. He felt a little hot. He was still young, and this kind of scene was very stimulating to him. Xin Huai couldn't help but be amazed. This luxurious place was worthy of being the largest bar on the entire South Street. If you want to spend money here, you have to spend at least thousands. Do you want me to find a place for you to play here for a while? The yellow-haired man walking in front looked at Xin Huai with a sly smile. He could see that Xin Huai was not used to this place. No, lead the way. Xin Huai looked at the yellow-haired man with a cold face. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Hearing this, Huang Mao smiled slowly and continued to walk deeper into the bar. Bite. When the group walked out of the elevator, the entire floor looked different. Although there were lights flashing, it seemed quieter here compared to the dim bar hall. That room is our boss's room. How about I go in and report it? The yellow-haired man pointed to the largest and best decorated suite in the middle of the floor and signaled his men to tell the boss that Qin Huai was here. After all, Huang Mao is on the side of the South Street boss. No need, just take me there. Qin Huai stretched out his hand to stop Huang Mao's men. He wanted to see what was so great about this so-called South Street boss. After saying that, he walked towards the room. Don't be impatient, boss, you are so mean. As I walked into the room, I heard a woman's sweet cry from inside, which sounded extremely charming. Qin Huai couldn't bear it any longer. He was already feeling hot inside the bar, and when he heard such a voice, he punched the door. Damn it, it's already this time and you're still making trouble. Open the door. Qin Huai roared. But the door didn't move at all, and laughter could be heard from inside from time to time. Qin Huai couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, I came here to cause trouble, and you were having fun? He took a few steps back and kicked the door. The skills of the Grand Master Baji were indeed extraordinary. A big hole suddenly appeared in the aluminum alloy door. Boom! Another kick, and the door of the room finally couldn't withstand the gravity and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ah! As the door fell to the ground, a woman's scream was heard from inside the house. She was obviously frightened by this sudden scene. Qin Huai stood at the door of the room, watching the scene in front of him coldly. The whole room was brightly lit and magnificent. The table was filled with various kinds of drinks and scattered pieces of clothing. A sturdy middle-aged man with his upper body naked was sitting among several scantily clad women, looking extremely extravagant. Chapter 15 Who destroyed whom? Who are you? The middle-aged man was not frightened by the sudden scene. His face was full of confusion and bewilderment. He couldn't imagine who else would dare to rush towards him like this. He is the boss of South Street Dulong. Dulong looked at the young man in front of him calmly. The scar on his face trembled slightly, and he looked a little hideous. He, Dulong, is the boss of the entire South Street and can be considered a well-known big shot. Who is the young man in front of me? Dulong waved his hand to signal the women to go down, then stood up and put on his clothes. He picked up a glass of wine from the table, looked at Qin Huai, and smiled silently. Little brother, who are you? Dulong looked at Qin Huai, but he couldn't see anything special about him that made him look at him differently. He was wearing cheap clothes, and the only thing that shocked Dulong was the broken door in front of him. He knew very well how much force was needed to break the door. Dulong also came from the underworld and was involved in many fights, sometimes even getting bruised. He is considered to have some basic skills in martial arts, but if he were to ask Dulong to kick him, he really wouldn't be able to do it. This is also the reason why Qin Huai is still standing here safely. Boss Du is really a forgetful person. Qin Huai leaned against the door, staring straight at the so-called boss of South Street. Dulong was able to become the boss of South Street, so he naturally had the means and abilities. Obviously, he would not be scared by Qin Huai's behavior. He has the demeanor of a great general. Boss. The yellow-haired boy suddenly stretched his head and looked at Dulong, looking at a loss. He knew that the matter was not so easy to resolve, but he did not expect Qin Huai's reaction to be so dramatic. Just break in without saying a word? Isn't this too fierce? Ahem, boss, this is the person you asked me to deal with before. Huang Mao looked at Dulong guiltily, not knowing how to face him for a moment. He didn't complete the task assigned to him by Dulong, and he also brought people here. For a moment, he didn't know how to end it. Oh? It's you? Dulong suddenly realized that he had arranged Huang Mao to deal with the people. But he just mentioned it casually at the time, and just wanted to give the other party a look. I didn't expect to hit a wall this time. Dulong couldn't help but sneer. He knew that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet, so he was naturally not afraid of Qin Huai, who suddenly broke in. Don't forget, this is Dulong's territory. With just a wave of his hand, hundreds of people will rush in. I don't believe that we can't deal with Qin Huai. What? You even forgot who you were supposed to deal with? Qin Huai said quietly. Qin Huai is not afraid of Dulong at all, even though Dulong is a gang leader. Qin Huai only needed one hand to deal with him. The kung fu of the Baji Grandmaster was not exaggerated. So you are here to settle accounts with me, Dulong? Dulong chuckled, his eyes full of disdain. Boy, you are the first person who dares to rush into my royal court bar like this. I respect you as a man. Now get out of here, and I won't bother with you. Dulong suddenly became angry, looked at Qin Huai, and smashed the wineglass in his hand. Otherwise, I will destroy you. Dulong narrowed his eyes and threatened Qin Huai, who had a calm face. The broken cup is a signal. Crash. A group of people in black uniforms rushed over. The entire corridor was blocked, and the densely packed heads looked like there were at least 100 people. Qin Huai looked at the scene in front of him and silently curled his hands. He sneered, "Destroy me? Just relying on these people?" Qin Huai looked coldly at the people blocking the door. It's quite imposing and quite scary. If he were an ordinary person, he might have been scared and backed off, but Qin Huai was not an ordinary person. He is now an unparalleled master with unique skills, so he can naturally see that these people are fake and just pretending. Of course, he is not afraid of these people. Do they want to bully me with their numbers? Sorry, you got the wrong person. Qin Huai looked at the group of people and punched the concrete wall. A visible hole appeared in front of him. The group of people who had been watching eagerly just now suddenly looked surprised. They all stood there, looking stunned. This little brother has quite some skills. Dulong saw this scene and laughed. Are you interested in joining us? As long as you don't hold grudges, I will give you the second position. Seeing Qin Huai's indifferent expression, Dulong continued to add. Dulong is worthy of being the boss of the entire South Street, and he really knows how to deal with people. Seeing this situation, he was able to stoop to win over Qin Huai. In this way, for Dulong, there are only benefits and no harm. Not interested. I'm just here to cause trouble today. Qin Huai sneered, and naturally saw Dulong's intention to win him over. But is Qin Huai the kind of person who curries favor with the powerful? Qin Huai's ambitions are more than that. You really won't give up? Seeing that Qin Huai was ungrateful, Dulong's face suddenly became murderous. Looking at Qin Huai coldly, he already had murderous intentions. Dulong had just humbled himself to win over Qin Huai, giving him enough face. But he didn't expect Qin Huai to be so disrespectful to him and even claim to cause trouble. If you kneel down and apologize to me, I can consider forgiving you. Qin Huai sneered and said that he just wanted to embarrass Dulong. Boo! You're looking for death. Dulong kicked the chair in front of him away, picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Qin Huai. Seeing the boss taking action, a group of younger brothers picked up their weapons and rushed towards Qin Huai with great momentum. Qin Huai dodged the wine bottle thrown by Dulong. With a sneer, he exerted his strength as an 8th-level grandmaster. The punches hit each other hard, and the whole room was suddenly in chaos. But what was visible to the naked eye was that there was a person standing there. No matter how many people rushed up, they were knocked to the ground. Gradually, crowds of people piled up around Qin Huai, blocking the entire room. Qin Huai waved his fists and feet with bloodshot eyes. He has become possessed by the devil, his eyes are bloodshot, like an Asura from hell. The eyes are getting redder. Go and call everyone to me. Dulong grabbed one of his men and yelled at him, he was really angry. Did the slap in the face hit me on the head? I'll show you my power as the boss of South Street. I, Dulong, am not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied. Clatter. After a while, hundreds of people rushed in with knives and sticks. Qin Huai glanced at the sea of people rushing over again, his eyes extremely cold. There are quite a lot of people. Qin Huai waved his fists and glanced at Dulong who was standing beside him. Catch the leader first. Qin Huai exerted force suddenly, and with his fists he pushed away the people blocking him, and rushed directly towards Dulong. Seeing Qin Huai rushing over, Dulong grabbed the wine bottle on the table, ready to fend off Qin Huai's arrival at any time. Dulong is worthy of being the boss of South Street. Compared with his subordinates, he is indeed quite impressive. Dulong raised his elbows to meet Qin Huai's heavy punch. With a dull thud, Dulong covered his numb elbows and took several steps back before steadying his body. What? Chapter 16, A Good Young Man Who Helps Others. Dulong couldn't help but be shocked, as he usually exercises. You can see it from Dulong's muscular body. After all, he has been in the martial arts world for so many years, so he must have a solid foundation in martial arts. But how could he be so vulnerable in front of this young man? Dulong rubbed his numb elbows, his eyes became fierce. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight him. Dulong rushed over without waiting for Qin Huai to react. He originally wanted to catch Qin Huai off guard, swinging his fist the size of a sandbag, ready to hit Qin Huai. The young people standing by were grimacing in pain. The boss's punch could hurt someone to death. Qin Huai sneered. In his eyes, Du Long's tricks were full of loopholes. Qin Huai grabbed Du Long's fist with one hand, and Du Long was instantly unable to move. It was like being clamped in a vice, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't pull his hand out. Du Long pulled out his left hand and smashed it forward fiercely, trying to force Qin Huai to retreat. With a cold snort, Qin Huai also clenched his fist and smashed forward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking spread throughout the room, and Du Long fell several meters away. You! Du Long grabbed his broken left hand and struggled to stand up, with cold sweat on his forehead due to the pain. But Du Long never begged for mercy, nor did he shout. He is worthy of being the boss of South Street. When Qin Huai saw Du Long like this, he couldn't help but admire him a little, thinking he was still a man. When the young guys around saw that their boss was restrained, they all wanted to step forward, and this action was noticed by Qin Huai. Stop it, I'll kill anyone who comes over here again. Qin Huai stood in the middle of the room and grabbed Du Long's shoulder. His aura surged and he shouted at the people rushing towards him. Everyone saw their boss being pinched by Qin Huai's shoulders, looking in a miserable state. They didn't dare to move anymore and stopped, struggling with hesitant looks on their faces. Come on, beat him up. Du Long roared at his men. Qin Huai looked at them coldly and continued to exert force with his palm. Stop it, Brother Qin, please let our boss go. We will apologize to you. The yellow-haired man rushed out of the crowd and waved to his men, signaling them to retreat. Huang Ma knew Qin Huai's strength. No matter how many people there were, it would be useless. They would just make up the numbers. Qin Huai saw the yellow-haired man rushing towards him. He was quite familiar with the yellow-haired man, so he let go of Du Long's shoulders. He said in a cold voice, I am here today to teach you a lesson. Don't think that being a boss is so great. In my eyes, it's nothing. Qin Huai's aura surged, and a cold and aggressive aura was overwhelming. Du Long struggled to stand firm, his facial features twitching in pain. Don't go too far. I, Du Long, am afraid of no one. The worst that can happen is a fight to the bitter end. Du Long gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Huai viciously. How could he, Du Long, swallow this humiliation? He is Du Long, who has been working hard and making great achievements for many years. How could he let a young man hold him in such a control? He would lose face. Seeing that Qin Huai was about to take action, Huang Mao immediately rushed between the two of them to stop them. Brother Qin, I apologize to you. I promise that our people will never cause trouble at your place again. Huang Mao lowered his posture. He didn't want things to get worse. This matter is my fault in the first place. If a big deal gets out of it, I'll be the one who suffers in the end. He didn't want things to get so bad. Okay, since you said so, I will accept it as your boss. Qin Huai said quietly, sneered, looked at Du Long and threatened. If I see your people coming to my neighborhood to disturb us again in the future, it won't be as simple as it was today. You. Du Long's face turned red, and he was obviously very angry. But right now he couldn't do anything about Qin Huai. After saying that, Qin Huai turned around and walked out of the bar. He didn't want to stay here any longer, he wanted to go home to see his wife and baby. Qin Huai felt a warm feeling in his heart when he thought of his 5 babies. He has a goal to strive for. He wants to be a super dad. A bunch of idiots, trash. Qin Huai turned his head and could faintly hear Du Long cursing. At this moment, Du Long must have been so angry that he vomited blood. The corners of Qin Huai's mouth rose slightly, exuding a unique charm. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. Oh my god, it's 4 in the morning. Damn, what a waste of time. Qin Huai walked out of the bar and looked at the already dim night sky, feeling a little helpless. He originally wanted to teach Du Long and the others a lesson and give them a warning. I didn't expect to waste so much time. It's already 4 in the morning. How could he go back to find Su Shui? He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to improve his relationship with Su Shui. Now it's good, daybreak is almost here. Oh, where should I go? Qin Huai scratched his head, not knowing where to go in the middle of the night. A robbery. Qin Huai's thoughts were suddenly awakened by this shout. In the silent night, the sudden shout sounded particularly loud. Not far away, a white-haired old lady was sitting helplessly on the ground. The money in the box next to it was snatched away by a group of men. Shameless, even stealing the money of the elderly. Qin Huai's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. He rushed directly towards the group of men. Stop! Qin Huai roared and rushed forward with big strides. The curly-haired young man in the lead was startled when he heard the voice. He instinctively wanted to run and turned to look behind him. Just one person? There's nothing to be afraid of. The raised foot fell down again. There were 5 of them. Would they be afraid of him alone? A group of people just stood there, looking sideways at Qin Huai, who was running towards them. Why don't you run away? Qin Huai asked doubtfully, thinking that they had realized their mistakes and were going to mend their ways. Just you? Curly sneered disdainfully. Ha, it seems that I have been underestimated again. Qin Huai smiled bitterly. Why do some people always look down on others? Give me the money you just robbed, and I'll spare you. Qin Huai went straight to the point and stretched out his hand to signal them to hand over the old lady's money. Ha, you are here to make people laugh. Curly and his group were amused by Qin Huai and mocked. Why? On this. There was no point in saying more. Qin Huai just rushed forward. It seemed that the only solution was to use his fists. Qin Huai raised his fist and punched directly at the curly-haired leader. He couldn't stand this kind of scum who bullied the weak, so Qin Huai didn't hold back at all. The skills of the great master Baji were fully revealed. The majestic momentum and strong physical fitness. At this moment, Qin Huai was like a flood and a beast, unstoppable. Chapter 17. Are you qualified? The curly-haired leader was shocked. Isn't it too fierce to just start fighting as soon as you say it? Get started! Curly roared, and 5 people rushed forward and surrounded Qin Huai. But Qin Huai was unmoved and waved his fist as big as a sandbag. The group of people didn't even touch Qin Huai at all. Ah! With a scream, a group of people fell to the ground. Curly covered his stomach, his face twisted in pain, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Qin Huai. Am I qualified now? Qin Huai stood there with his fists clenched, a look of disdain on his face, and said in a cold voice. Why do some people always look down on others? Do I look like someone who can be bullied? Qin Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at his own clothes and didn't think there was anything wrong with them. Maybe I look too young. Qin Huai scratched his head and suddenly became distressed. Well, there is nothing he can do about it, because he has such an amazing nanny system. Who would have thought that a college student who looked to be around 20 years old would be a Baji grandmaster? Oh, by the way, he is also a dad to 5 adorable babies. There is also a cold and beautiful CEO wife at home. This is the dream of many men. Brother, you are awesome. We will give you the money. We accept the defeat. Curly-haired group of people struggled to stand up and looked at Qin Huai, who was standing there. There was no longer any thought of taking action, not even the thought of running away with the money. This is so fucking scary. Could he be a peerless master hiding in the world? Curly and his group had a lot of thoughts in their minds, and they looked at Qin Huai as if he were a monster. They originally thought that there would be no one around in the early morning, so they came out to rob to make a living. Who could have thought that they would meet such a pervert who likes to stand up for what is right? Curly didn't want to stay here any longer and took out a wad of money from his trouser pocket. He didn't care whether it was his own money or not, he took out all the money in one go. Qin Huai looked at the crumpled paper money in Curly's hand, as well as the 1 yuan and 50-cent coins. Qin Huai took the money from Curly's hand and stared at the wrinkled money in his hand. But the paper money was tied up with a rubber band, and Qin Huai was stunned for a moment. These are hard-earned money, and it takes several sleepless days and nights to earn such a sum of money. Qin Huai couldn't help but feel touched. He raised his head and looked at Curly and his group, his eyes full of disgust and hatred. They even robbed the old man of his money. Brother, who have returned the money to you, please let us go. When Curly saw Qin Huai's scarlet eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. I clearly gave him the money. Curly wanted to die at this moment. Being stared at by Qin Huai, he began to regret it. Curly struggled to stand firm and instinctively stepped back, wanting to run. I never want to see this pervert Qin Huai again. Stop. Did I tell you to leave? Qin Huai shouted coldly, and his aura surged again. With a thud, Curly, who was still retreating, sat down on the ground. A pair of eyes looked at Qin Huai with fear, with a look of despair on his face. If you dare to rob or cause trouble again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Until you dare not do it again. Qin Huai said in a cold voice that he had to teach these ruffians a lesson, otherwise they would come out and commit crimes again. As a good citizen of the country, Qin Huai is very happy to do his part to maintain good social security. Ah, brother, we will never dare to do that again. Curly-haired man struggled and nodded, looking at Qin Huai with a complicated expression. He would never dare to do this again. After what Qin Huai did, he had a psychological trauma. Go away! Qin Huai looked at the group of people impatiently and shouted coldly. Suddenly a group of people ran away, tumbling and crawling. Qin Huai turned back to where he was and glanced at the figure under the street light in the distance. The old lady sat alone under the street light, wiping her tears. When Qin Huai saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel touched. Well. Sighing, Qin Huai silently took out a few hundred yuan from his pocket and tied the few hundred yuan together with the wrinkled stack of money. This is just a little token of my appreciation. Qin Huai walked to the old lady, took a deep breath, and said softly, Grandma, this is your money. I got it back for you. As he spoke, Qin Huai took out a tissue from his trouser pocket and handed it to the old lady. When the old lady heard this, she was startled at first and looked at the young man in front of her. Then she looked at the stack of money he handed over, and her eyes suddenly became dull. Thank you, young man. You are my great benefactor. The old lady stood up and bent her knees to kneel on the ground. Oh my God, what the hell? Qin Huai was shocked and quickly stepped in front of the old lady to stop her behavior. Grandma, you are embarrassing me. Qin Huai smiled bitterly, his face full of helplessness. He didn't expect the old lady to react so strongly. For Qin Huai, it was just a piece of cake, but for the old lady, it was a life-saving grace. Qin Huai helped up the bent-over old lady, and looking at her crying like rain, he felt touched. The old lady stood up, glanced at Qin Huai, her eyes full of gratitude, and said in a hoarse voice, Thank you, young man, thank you for helping me. How can I thank you for such a great favor? Qin Huai's face was full of helplessness. Well. It's too troublesome to be a good person. Qin Huai looked at the old lady with a grateful face and suddenly felt at a loss. He had never faced such a situation before. Qin Huai didn't dare to look directly into the old lady's eyes and looked around. Ha! Wonton stand. Qin Huai seemed to have seen a savior, and his eyes lit up. He held the old lady's hand and said gently, Grandma, this wonton stand is yours. If you really want to thank me, please treat me to wontons. The old lady glanced at the idol stall next to her, her face full of confusion. What kind of request was this? But Qin Huai smiled and pulled the old lady towards the stall. Seeing him like this, the old lady didn't know what to say and could only walk to the stall with a confused look on her face. Grandma, why are you still setting up a stall so late? Seeing that the old lady finally agreed, Qin Huai chuckled and started chatting with her. Speaking of which, Qin Huai was also very confused and puzzled. Logically speaking, an old lady of her age should be staying at home to enjoy her retirement. But why is she still setting up a stall here so late? Could it be that the old lady has no children? Qin Huai really couldn't figure it out and was very puzzled. Ah, are you talking about me? My old man is sick and in the hospital, and my son is still in school. The old lady spoke with a peaceful look on her face, busy making wontons with her hands, and kept talking to Qin Huai. Chapter 18. This woman is another acquaintance. Perhaps because Qin Huai was about the same age as his son, the old lady was particularly kind to Qin Huai. It was like treating his own son, which made Qin Huai feel very warm. My son is about your age, and he's very sensible. The old lady looked at Qin Huai, and her face was full of peace and love when she talked about her son. Qin Huai smiled gently, and as he looked at the old lady who was busy all the time, all the negative emotions in his heart disappeared. Wontons are here. The old lady was holding a bowl of hot wontons. If it's not enough, Grandma will give you more. The old lady smiled gently, and the more she looked at Qin Huai, the more friendly she became. Good. Qin Huai lowered his head, and his heart was also full of gratitude towards the old lady. Qin Huai is far away from home, so he seldom goes home. Occasionally his family would call him, but there was very little to talk about, just some words of concern. Qin Huai looked at the steaming wontons in front of him and couldn't help but miss his hometown. The kindness of the old grandmother made him feel the warmth of home. It feels so good to be at home. Xin Hui was filled with emotion, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Xin Hui looked up at the sky, which was already bright. It was time to go back. He turned his head and looked at the old lady. He wanted to say goodbye to her, but Xin Hui saw diners arriving in an endless stream. Now is the best time for breakfast. How wonderful it is to eat a bowl of hot wontons in the morning. Xin Hui's mouth corners slightly raised. This is really good. Looking at the old lady busying herself, I feel happy for her. Xin Hui also turned around and left silently. It's time for him to go home. Sitting on the bus in the early morning, watching the office workers and students coming and going, Xin Hui looked at the scenery outside the window. At this moment, he just wanted to go home. Look at his wife Su Shui and take care of his lovely baby. Xin Hui smiled slightly, looking so gentle. He wanted to give his baby and wife a good living environment. That's right, he was going to take the baby and Su Shui to live in the villa area. The security in the villa area can be trusted, unlike the house that Su Shui and her friends are renting now. Not only is there a lack of security measures, outsiders can enter and exit the community at will. Like before, when Huang Mao ran to their house and caused trouble, there was no one to manage it. This is what Xin Hui is worried about. He doesn't want others to affect the baby's healthy growth. He wants to give them the best. He has to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Ding dong. Xin Hui glanced at his phone and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. He deliberately waited downstairs in the community for an hour, for he was afraid that going up too early would disturb the baby's rest. Xin Hui rang the doorbell. He stood trembling at the door and did not come back all night. When I left, I told Su Shui that I would be back soon, but I ended up staying out all night. I don't know what Su Shui would think of me. Xin Hui stood at the door, waiting for Su Shui to open the door for him, feeling inexplicably nervous. How should he face Su Shui? Even when Xin Hui was besieged by hundreds of Dulong's men, he was not so panicked. Crack! The door opened, revealing a mischievous face with messy hair. It was obviously Ran, who had just woken up. Hey! What's wrong with you? You didn't stay out all night, did you? Ran opened her sleepy eyes wide, with a look of shock on her face. Xin Hui didn't come back all night. This is going to be a good show. Ran had a sly smile on her face, as if she wanted to make fun of Xin Hui. Xin Hui stood at the door with a helpless look on his face. This little girl really doesn't mind making trouble. He made a hushed gesture, indicating to Ran not to make a fuss. Where's Su Shui? Xin Hui asked Ran softly. He thought it would be Su Shui who opened the door for him. Logically speaking, Su Shui should have gotten up a long time ago, as she is a very self-disciplined person. When Xin Hui suddenly asked this, Ran's face suddenly froze. His eyes looked strange, and he raised his head and pointed towards the bedroom. With a cautious look, he said, Shu, the landlord is here, and my sister is discussing something with the landlord. What? Xin Hui immediately clenched his fists, and his whole body was filled with intimidating aura. Huang Mao and his group are here again? Wasn't the lesson I taught you last night enough? I'm tired of living. Xin Hui's eyes turned bloodshot, completely different from his previous easygoing self, as if he had become a different person. Ran looked at Xin Hui, who was about to explode at any moment, and took a few steps back. I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Where did Xin Hui's terrifying aura come from? Call. Taking a deep breath, Ran mustered up her courage, tremblingly grasped Xin Hui's trembling arm, and said softly, Xin Hui, calm down. It's not the group from yesterday. It's a woman. Ran no longer had the weird look she had before, and her face was full of seriousness. She had already guessed that Xin Hui must be thinking of Huang Mao and the others, and immediately began to explain. Not them? Xin Hui came to his senses and grabbed Ran's arm. He stared at Ran, as if he wanted to confirm whether what she said was true. Xin Hui, let go, you're hurting me. Ran pouted her lips, her face full of pain. It seems that the pain is quite severe. Okay. Xin Hui quickly let go of Ran's hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. He was just worried about the safety of Su Shui and the baby, and was so excited that he didn't pay attention to his own behavior. He looked at Ran apologetically. I'm sorry, I was careless just now. Humph, do you have a pig brain? If she was here to cause trouble, would my sister let her into the house? Ran snorted coldly, pouted her lips and yelled at Xin Hui. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Qin Huai's behavior of grabbing him just now. He didn't know how to be gentle with women at all and was very ungentlemanly. Oh, that's right. Then who is the landlord you just mentioned? Qin Huai smiled awkwardly. Seeing Ran like this, he knew that everything was fine. Otherwise, I would have jumped up and down in a hurry. This little girl is really fun. All the emotions are written on his face, which looks innocent. Oh. You mean the landlord? It seems to be a woman, but I forgot her name. Yes, they are in that room. And Ran pinched her waist and pointed with her little finger to a room next to the living room. The door of the room was tightly closed, but the sound of someone talking could be faintly heard. Qin Huai stared at the door of the room, not knowing whether to go in or not. Yes, you go in by yourself. I'm going to catch up on my beauty sleep. Having said that, he walked back to his room. When she left, she did not forget to glare at Qin Huai fiercely, as if she was blaming Qin Huai for waking her up. Qin Huai looked helpless as he looked at the closed door. Sighed softly. Well. Forget it, let us just go in. He wanted to see who this so-called real landlord was. Crack. Qin Huai opened the door carefully. This rental house. The landlady, wearing a long skirt, was sitting on the sofa with her back to the door, discussing something with Su Shui. Looks like he's about the same age as me? Qin Huai looked at the female landlord and was confused for a moment. Why did this figure look so familiar? Chapter 19. She is my wife. Qin Huai. You're back? Su Shui was sitting on the sofa, talking to the landlady. He raised his head and saw Qin Huai opening the door and walking in. He looked at Qin Huai with a calm expression. The female landlord heard the voice, Qin Huai? Why does this name sound so familiar? As if she had heard it somewhere before, she turned her head and looked at Qin Huai. Chao Lin was surprised, covered her mouth and asked tentatively, Qin Huai? Qin Huai was confused when Chao Lin suddenly called out his name. Thinking carefully in his mind, he seemed not to know such a person. But how did she know her own name? Do I know you? Qin Huai looked at the surprised Chao Lin with indifference and suddenly asked. Oh. I've already graduated. I'm your senior from the previous year. You don't know me, but I know you. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't seem to recognize her, Chao Lin explained to herself. His face was full of smiles, and the way he looked at Qin Huai was different. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chao Lin has a crush on Qin Huai. Qin Huai seemed to have sensed this as well. His face was cold and he ignored her enthusiasm. Qin Huai, you should be a senior this year. Seeing that Qin Huai remained silent, Chao Lin continued to step forward and take the initiative to talk to Qin Huai with a smile on her face. Since you two know each other, you two can chat first. Su Shui stood up with a cold look on her face and glanced at Qin Huai coldly, as if blaming him. Su Shui said as she was about to walk out in her slippers. But when passing by Qin Huai, a warm hand grabbed Su Shui's small hand. Su Shui, no need to go out, I don't know her. Qin Huai held Su Shui's somewhat cold little hand and looked at her gently. He held Su Shui's small hand tightly with one hand and pulled her back to the sofa. Su Shui was a little overwhelmed by Qin Huai, as there were outsiders here. Qin Huai, how could he do this? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai with a cold face, as if blaming him. But Qin Huai remained unmoved and dealt with Su Shui, the icy beauty. He could only be thick-skinned and slowly warm up the iceberg. Ahem. Chao Lin sat on the sofa and looked at the scene in front of her with an embarrassed look on her face. It was obvious that she didn't understand the situation. Qin Huai, what are you doing? Chao Lin asked hesitantly. I am him. Su Shui is my wife. Su Shui was just about to say that she was Qin Huai's teacher and was about to make up a reason to explain. But Qin Huai said it directly, and Su Shui's cold face became even colder. Su Shui felt very uncomfortable with the title of wife. Qin Huai looked calm and composed, with an extremely determined expression on his face. After hearing what Qin Huai said, Chao Lin felt a little disappointed. When she was still in school, she had a deep impression of Qin Huai. Qin Huai's handsome face attracted Chao Lin, so Chao Lin had some admiration for Qin Huai. Now seeing Qin Huai's firm attitude, Chao Lin's expression became complicated, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But Qin Huai didn't care about that and asked directly. What are you doing here? The look he gave Qin Huai was full of hostility, as if he was interrogating a criminal. Seeing Qin Huai's attitude, Chao Lin sighed. It seems that Qin Huai is already hostile to her. Xiao Lin said faintly, I came here to apologize to Su Shui. I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. I'm really sorry. Xiao Lin looked at Su Shui apologetically. Apologize? What does that have to do with you? Qin Huai obviously didn't understand the situation and was confused by Xiao Lin's sudden apology. He looked at Xiao Lin with puzzled eyes, wanting her to give him a reasonable explanation. The group of people yesterday were brought here by her cousin. Su Shui answered Qin Huai with a cold face, mentioning the Huang Mao group. Su Shui no longer had any good feelings towards Xiao Lin, as Huang Mao had often come to cause trouble for them before. Sometimes, even before the rent was due, Huang Mao would bring people to harass them. Su Shui never told Qin Huai about these. Su Shui was worried that Qin Huai would cause trouble because of this and didn't want Qin Huai to get into trouble. After all, no matter how great Qin Huai is, he is still just a college student now, and everything will have to wait until he graduates successfully. Oh? Huang Mao is your cousin? After hearing what Su Shui said, Qin Huai immediately understood. Looking at Su Shui's expression, one could tell that Huang Mao and his gang had caused them a lot of trouble before. Qin Huai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Xiao Lin with a cold face. Well, he is indeed my cousin. I apologize to you on his behalf for his mistakes. When I go back, I will warn him not to harass you again. Xiao Lin's expression was complicated, and she felt helpless towards her cousin. No need. I've already warned him. I believe he won't have the courage to come here again. Qin Huai said in a cold voice, as if stating an undeniable fact. Su Shui frowned, obviously she had guessed what Qin Huai must have done. Oh, that's good. How about I treat you guys to a meal? It will be my apology to you. Xiao Lin obviously didn't believe what Qin Huai said. Although he didn't like his cousin, he still knew that Huang Mao followed Dulong, the boss of South Street. He didn't say anything else, thinking that Qin Huai was trying to save face for him. No need, we're moving out today, and we won't have any contact in the future. Qin Huai directly rejected Xiao Lin's invitation. Not wanting to have too much entanglement with her, he told her directly that he would not live here anymore. Ah? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai in confusion. Could it be that he had gone out for a night and found a better house outside? Su Shui was very confused. Qin Huai didn't tell her. Qin Huai, calm down. I have no other intentions in coming here today except to apologize. Xiao Lin looked at Qin Huai in surprise, thinking that Qin Huai had been irritated by her rash presence. I know that Lin Weiwei broke up with you because of money. If you are angry and embarrassed because of money, I can decide to lower the rent for you. Xiao Lin looked at Qin Huai and said firmly that as the landlord, her parents had given her the houses in this area to manage, and she was the one who decided how much rent to collect. She didn't want to make her relationship with Qin Huai so strained because of such a small matter. No need, we have found a new house. Qin Huai said impatiently that the conditions mentioned by Xiao Lin did not shake Qin Huai's mind at all, and Qin Huai naturally did not like the house here. Oh? Qin Huai, you have to think carefully. The houses here are very popular. If you leave, you may never find such a suitable house again. Xiao Lin tried to persuade Qin Huai with kind words, thinking that Qin Huai was just too angry for a moment. I want to give Qin Huai a way out and hope that Qin Huai can think it through. Ah, really? Chapter 20 His Luxurious Villa. Qin Huai held Su Shui's little hand, looked up at Xiao Lin who was talking to herself, with a look of disdain on his face. Ah, Qin Huai, I know this may irritate you. But this is the cruel truth. Xiao Lin looked helpless, thinking that Qin Huai was still a college student. It's not that I look down on Qin Huai, I just want to help him. After all, she has also been a student and of course knows how difficult it is to be a student. What's more, in Qin Huai's situation, the responsibilities he has to bear are far greater than those of others. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. I said you don't need to. Qin Huai looked impatient. He was not interested in this so-called senior at all. Maybe it was because of the yellow-haired girl, Qin Huai even had a lot of hostility towards this senior schoolmate. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, so he certainly won't be grateful to her for it. On the contrary, what Huang Mao did to Su Shui and Bao Bao did offend Qin Huai. Qin Huai didn't have the slightest favorable impression on Xiao Lin. Alas Qin Huai, you really are. I hope you can be more rational. Things are different now. You can trust everything I say. Xiao Lin spoke earnestly, she wanted to keep Qin Huai and the others. It's not just because she has a slight fondness for Qin Huai, but also because the houses here are not as easy to rent out as she said. Otherwise, Chow Lin would not have offered to lower the rent in order to retain Qin Huai and the others. Well, it's really annoying. Qin Huai sighed. He had already become impatient. If Su Shui hadn't been sitting here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Qin Huai didn't hear a word Chow Lin said. He just felt like someone was nagging in his ear. Like a fly, it made Qin Huai feel annoyed. Qin Huai, why don't we stay here? It's actually quite nice here. Seeing Qin Huai's impatient look, Su Shui tried to persuade him. After all, it is very troublesome to find a new house. Maybe it is really as Chow Lin said. Could it be that they really couldn't find a more suitable house than this one? Don't worry, we'll leave today. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui with firm eyes. He had already decided to take them back to the villa area today. It was impossible for Chow Lin's action to disrupt his plans. Qin Huai, you. Looking at Qin Huai's firm attitude, Chow Lin wanted to persuade him earnestly. Here are the keys to our new house. Qin Huai took out a brand new house key from his trouser pocket. The house key was completely different from the key to the house they rented. The key in Qin Huai's hand looked more high-end, which could be seen from the patterns and designs inlaid on the key. The new house Qin Huai mentioned is definitely not simple. Su Shui looked at the house key in Qin Huai's hand and was somewhat shocked. Did he really find a better house than the one he has now? How did he find it? Isn't he just a student? Su Shui was extremely confused. She really couldn't understand where Qin Huai got the house key. Chow Lin looked at the house key in Qin Huai's hand with a puzzled look. She was also very curious about what type of new house Qin Huai was talking about. But when Chow Lin saw the house key in Qin Huai's hand, her heart trembled violently. Try to tell yourself that this is not true, it must be fake. Because Chow Lin's eyes were fixed on the house key in Qin Huai's hand, the more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. She seemed to have seen this kind of room key somewhere before. This room key was definitely not that simple. The more Chow Lin read, the more frightened he became, and he tried to recall it carefully. She seemed to have seen this kind of house key in a house in the villa area. Her family was quite wealthy. She can be said to be a rich second generation, and her family also has many houses. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a landlord right after graduating from college. Therefore, Chow Lin was very clear about the types of houses in the entire city and the type of house key in Qin Huai's hand. It was clearly the key to a house in the villa area, and moreover, it was a villa in the wealthy area in the city center. Chow Lin's heart trembled violently. Call. Chow Lin took a deep breath to calm the shock in her heart. Her expression was complicated at this moment. If this house key is real, then Chow Lin would be really embarrassed. Why do you say your house is more suitable than the one they found? Their new house is a villa. Ahem, Qin Huai, where is the new house you found? Chow Lin coughed twice with an unpleasant look on her face. She did not directly ask Qin Huai whether their house was a villa. Instead, she asked where their house was located, because she could tell the type of house from its location. Our new house is in the villa area. Qin Huai said it directly. His face was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a simple matter. Qin Huai said this to Chow Lin, and also to Su Shui. He wanted to tell Su Shui that he, Qin Huai, could provide the best for the baby and her. See? The whole room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It was eerily quiet. This news is too explosive. Their new house is a luxury villa? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai in surprise, feeling a little shocked. But the reaction was not as big as Chow Lin's. After all, she was once the female president of the group. Her previous house was also in a villa area, so Su Shui was naturally not surprised that the new house was a villa. She was surprised and confused that a student from Qin Huai could find a house in the villa area. Could it be that Qin Huai is a rich second generation? Impossible. Su Shui shook her head slightly. This was absolutely impossible. She had sent people to investigate Qin Huai's situation before, and found out that his family was of average financial status. Qin Huai is not rich at all, he is just an ordinary college student. Su Shui was full of doubts about Qin Huai at this moment. She really couldn't see through Qin Huai's current self. Chow Lin stood there blankly, her heart filled with shock. Her breathing became heavy. She knew very well what villa Qin Huai was talking about. There was only one villa area for the rich in the entire city. Because her parents once wanted to buy a villa in a wealthy area, her family can be said to be a rich second generation. But even so, her parents shook their heads at the high cost and finally gave up because they couldn't afford it. Well, Chao Lin sighed, feeling somewhat frustrated. Xin Huai, since you have found a new house, I will not try to keep you here any longer. Chao Lin looked at Xin Huai with a complicated expression, her face looking a little ugly. She was just boasting about how suitable her house is, but no matter how suitable it is, can it compare to the villa? Chao Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xin Huai ignored Chao Lin and just nodded slightly. He didn't want to have too much entanglement with her and had no good feelings towards Chao Lin as a whole. Chao Lin smiled bitterly, stood up alone, and walked out of the room silently. After Chao Lin left, the room fell silent again. Xin Huai sat next to Su Shui, not knowing what to say and feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Chapter 21 Optional Tasks. Xin Huai, tell me the truth, where did you get this house? Su Shui looked at Xin Huai seriously. She, Su Shui, was not the kind of person who was blinded by money. She would never accept anything of unknown origin. Xin Huai already knew that Su Shui would ask him, so he had made plans early on. This house belongs to a distant relative of mine. His family is rich and has many houses. He is lending it to us temporarily. Xin Huai looked at Su Shui with a chuckle. This was all he could say to her. He didn't say a word about the system. He has no intention of telling anyone about the existence of the nanny system. Because the system is a mystery, we don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Even Xin Huai himself has not yet fully figured out what the system looks like. Xin Huai only knew that the nanny system appeared after he recognized the babies. And the emergence of the system seems very fantastic. Xin Huai also didn't know what the system was. Call. Never mind, let us talk about it later. Xin Huai thought to himself that he should take good care of the baby and Su Shui first. Well, that's good. Su Shui nodded half believingly. After Xin Huai said that, she had no reason to doubt. She could only choose to believe Xin Huai. No matter what, she could only believe Xin Huai. From Xin Huai's attitude towards the baby and himself, it can be seen that Xin Huai treats them very well. I have also fulfilled my responsibilities as a father, and that is enough. Su Shui was still willing to believe Xin Huai. Let's go and see the baby. Xin Huai stood up and stretched. Su Shui didn't ask any more questions. She was willing to believe in herself, which made Xin Huai very happy. Xin Huai looked at Su Shui with a smile. He wanted to go see the baby. Aha! Su Shui stood up and nodded slightly. Xin Huai grabbed Su Shui's little hand and walked out. He couldn't wait to see his baby. Crack! Carefully open the door of the baby's room, and you will see 5 little ones lying quietly in the crib. Xin Huai approached the bed, and the 5 babies saw Xin Huai. He immediately smiled and let out a childish laugh. When Xin Huai saw the cute looks of the 5 babies, his heart melted immediately and he looked like a real dad. Xin Huai picked up the 2 babies, hugged them on both sides, and his face was filled with a happy smile. Wow! The baby lying on the bed suddenly started crying, and Xin Huai was so scared that he immediately became flustered. Yeah, time to change the diaper. Su Shui was startled by the baby's crying and looked at the crying baby. She was in a panic for a moment. She was talking to Chao Lin and forgot to change the baby's diaper. I couldn't help feeling guilty. Xin Huai put the baby in his arms down and turned to get the diaper. I was busy playing with the baby, using toys to coax the baby and changing diapers, and I was having a lot of fun. Su Shui looked at Xin Huai, who was busy inside, and smiled slightly. Even she herself didn't notice that there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Xin Huai. Call. After taking care of the babies, Xin Huai sat in the chair and took a deep breath. Oh, I'm so tired. Xin Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he had 5 babies and it was too busy for him to take care of them. But Xin Huai was very happy and very content. He really likes this feeling. Would you care for something to eat? Su Shui suddenly said softly, looking at Xin Huai, who looked a little tired. She felt relieved for a moment. With Xin Huai around, she felt a lot more relaxed. Ah? You want to cook for me? When Xin Huai heard Su Shui's voice, he looked at her in a daze. It was the first time he heard Su Shui care about him, and he was a little stunned for a moment. This is a good opportunity to improve my relationship with Su Shui. Xin Huai thought to himself that he already had a plan. Xin Huai looked at Su Shui with a smile on his face. It seemed like it would be nice to eat the food that Su Shui prepared for him. Qin looked at Su Shui intently, with the smile on his face growing brighter and brighter. Seeing Qin like this, Su Shui turned around and walked out of the room without paying any more attention to him. TSK, you're still as aloof as ever. Qin couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw Su Shui walk out of the room without paying any attention to him. He sighed in his heart and wondered when he would be able to warm Su Shui up. But don't worry, Qin has plenty of time and plenty of ways. Qin raised the corner of his mouth and walked out of the room. Qin sat on the sofa in the living room, constantly changing TV channels. So boring. Qin opened his cell phone and checked the time. It is already 12 o'clock in noon. After dinner, he will take the baby and Su Shui to the villa. Qin felt excited when he thought about living under the same roof with Su Shui. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for activating the mission. Due to the special nature of the mission, the host can choose whether to accept the mission. Mission reward, RMB, 300,000. Just when Qin was bored, the voice of the system in his mind suddenly rang. Qin was stunned for a moment, his eyes dull as he recalled the dull voice of the system in his mind. Choose by yourself? What does this mean? It was the first time that Qin heard of a task assigned by the system, allowing him to choose on his own. He was confused for a moment, and he didn't know what was going on. What does it mean that you can choose whether to accept the task? Qin was extremely confused and wanted to try to ask the system what was going on. Bite. The system prompt sounded again. Due to the special nature of the mission, the host can choose whether to accept the mission. Confirm again, host, do you confirm to accept the mission? The system asked Qin again whether he was willing to accept the task. Is there any punishment for failing a mission? Qin couldn't help but feel confused, as he only heard about the system's reward. But he was not sure whether the system would punish him if the task was not completed. If the system punishes Qin and asks him to pay 300,000 renminbi, Qin might cry to death. Qin gave all his money to Su Shui, and he might not be able to raise 300,000 yuan now. Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had to find a way to make money. System prompt, there is no penalty for mission failure. Host, are you willing to accept the mission? The system's dull voice sounded again, understanding Qin doubts. Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no system punishment. Accept the mission. Qin said calmly that he wanted to see what this so-called task that he could choose by himself was. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting the inspiring mission. After the host completes the stimulating task, the system will automatically provide the host with a long-term task. Inspiring mission, make Su Shui develop feelings for the host. It's actually this? Chapter 22, Trapped by the System. The system's dull reminder sounded. Qin sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling as if he had been cheated. What is a motivational task? After completing the task, the system automatically provides long-term tasks? Damn it, I got cheated. Qin cursed in his heart, what the hell is this? Isn't this just digging your own grave? Ding, the host does not value the tasks assigned by the system. Task rewards are being deducted and reset. Mission reward, 200,000 renminbi. The system's dull voice sounded again. Qin sat on the sofa, looking confused. Is this system so smart? Also deducting the mission rewards? Qin was suddenly speechless and felt that he had been tricked by the system again. Well, it turns out that I still can't beat the system. Qin felt a surge of emotion in his heart. What was going on? Qin sighed softly and felt a pang of heartache. No longer thinking about the deduction of mission rewards, he began to think about how to complete the motivational tasks assigned by the system. Stimulation mission, make Su Shui develop feelings for you. Qin sat on the sofa, threw his phone aside, scratched his head, and suddenly became distressed. Make Su Shui develop feelings for him? Given Su Shui's current indifferent attitude towards him, how long will it take him to complete the system's task? Qin was in a dilemma. If he was asked to change a diaper or beat someone up, he might not have any concerns. But this made Su Shui develop feelings for him, and he really didn't know what to do. Well, we can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Qin sighed and stopped thinking about this issue. Since you don't know what to do, you might as well let nature take its course. Anyway, they were going to live in the villa area together, and Qin Huai believed that he could do it. He couldn't see her when he looked up, but he could see her when he looked down. He didn't believe that he couldn't warm up Su Shui, who was as cold as an iceberg. Qin Huai, go wake, and ran up for dinner. Su Shui suddenly turned around and said to Qin Huai, who was in a daze. Qin Huai glanced at Su Shui, who was walking around in the kitchen, as if he had discovered a new world. Su Shui had fluffy hair and was holding a spoon in one hand, giving people a different feeling. Qin Huai was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Shui like this. I have to say that Su Shui is really beautiful. She is definitely a goddess-level figure. Ahem. Qin Huai coughed twice because he saw Su Shui in the kitchen looking at him coldly. I'll go right away. Qin Huai stood up and looked at Su Shui's cold eyes. He felt like shivering all over. It was too scary. Boom, boom, boom. Miss, get up and eat. Qin Huai stood at the door of Anran's bedroom and knocked gently. Crack. I know. I got up a long time ago. Anran opened the door and looked at Qin Huai with a resentful look on her face. Qin Huai pouted and looked a little dissatisfied. Qin Huai was shocked by Anran's behavior and looked at Anran like this. He knew that the young lady must be blaming him again, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Qin Huai didn't understand, and he didn't know how he had offended this young lady. Well, women are troublesome. During the time he spent with the two women, Qin Huai truly witnessed the horror of women. One is an inviolable iceberg beauty, the other is a moody weird girl. Qin Huai, a grown man, really found it difficult to cope with it. Qin Huai smiled bitterly, ignored Anran, turned around and returned to the sofa. A hit smells so good. What delicious food did my sister make? Seeing that Qin Huai ignored her, Anran ran to the kitchen in her slippers, looking very happy. Next to Su Shui, looking at the prepared meal next to her. When Su Shui wasn't paying attention, she would stretch out her claws from time to steal some food, just like a little girl. Su Shui was preparing meals carefully in the kitchen, looking like a housewife. It's time to eat. After cleaning up the kitchen, Su Shui looked at the table full of food and smiled with satisfaction. Qin Huai sat on the sofa and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the table full of delicious food, he smiled happily. It is really not easy to eat the food cooked by Su Shui, Qin Huai couldn't help but sigh. I took a last look at the room. This would be my last meal here. Qin Huai picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Let's go. Qin Huai stood at the door with his bags on his shoulders, feeling a little excited, as he was about to take the baby and Su Shui and the others back to the villa area. Su Shui and Anran followed Qin Huai, holding their babies. Crack. After closing the door, Su Shui took a last look at the house where they had lived for a long time, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. If Qin Huai hadn't appeared, Su Shui and the others might have had to stay here for who knows how long. Well, Qin Huai's appearance did change their lives, but it also broke their difficult lives. Anran's face was filled with excitement, but she was still a little unhappy when Qin Huai told her that they were moving. Because she felt that Qin Huai, a college student, could not find a good house for them? But when Anran heard Qin Huai say it was a villa, her eyes lit up. She was a little bit unbelieving, and she didn't believe it until Su Shui told her. Let's go. Anran walked excitedly in front, while Qin Huai and Su Shui followed behind, one carrying a bag and the other holding a baby. Boom. Qin Huai started his Porsche, and Su Shui and Anran sat in the car. I was secretly amazed at Qin Huai's driving skills. Qin Huai's driving skills were indeed good. Because Bao Bao and Su Shui were in the car, Qin Huai didn't drive too fast, but he drove very steadily. Porsche's gorgeous models shuttled between the vehicles coming and going, attracting envious glances from the passing vehicles. We're here. Qin Huai untied the seatbelt around his body and gently reminded Su Shui and the others. Qin Huai stood up and got out of the car to take a look at the exterior of the villa area and its gorgeous decoration. The entire villa area has fountains and various flowers, plants, and trees. The unique house decoration makes the entire villa area look magnificent and grand. Oh my god, the villas in rich areas are really different. Qin Huai felt a sense of emotion, as he had never experienced living in a villa before. Not to mention villas in wealthy areas, Qin Huai had never thought about it before. His first house will be a villa in a wealthy area. It's so fucking exciting. Let's go, we're here. Qin Huai's mouth corners slightly raised, and he reached out and held Su Shui's somewhat cold little hand. He felt very happy in his heart. He felt very happy to bring Su Shui and the baby here. This gave him a feeling of home. Ever since Qin Huai recognized the baby, he has regarded Su Shui and the baby as his family. He wants to give them his best. He wants to be a super dad. Stop. What do you do? Chapter 23, Confrontation with the Mansion Security Captain. Just as Qin Huai was taking Su Shui and the others to enter the villa, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Qin Huai felt very dissatisfied. Who is so blind? As expected. Qin Huaihan had a handsome face. He turned his head and looked straight at the group of people walking towards them. It was another group of blind security guards. Although Qin Huai was very impatient with these security guards, he had to admit that the security in the villa area was indeed very good. A group of people were wearing neat and uniform uniforms, with various radios hanging on their bodies, as well as batons and stun guns. It looks pretty decent. Qin Huai sneered. He knew it wouldn't be easy to get in. It seems that I need to let these guys get to know me. What do you do? The leading security captain and 5 security guards stood in front of them, questioning Qin Huai and the others with a serious face. From the very beginning, they had noticed Qin Huai and the others. But when Qin Huai and his companions got off the car, his outfit caught the attention of the security guards. Su Shui and Ran had no problem, but Qin Huai had been wearing the same clothes for who knows how long. I could faintly smell the stench of sweat, and my messy hair looked like it hadn't been washed in many days. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a gangster. No wonder the security guards stopped Qin Huai and the others. The villa next door is our home. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai's expression and knew that Qin Huai was somewhat dissatisfied with this group of security guards. Afraid that he would have a conflict with the security guards, he said it immediately. Oh? This villa is yours? The sturdy security captain looked at Su Shui, who was wearing a long skirt, as she answered him. Although there is no luxurious jewelry decoration, it gives people a sense of beauty that is incompatible with the world. Her perfect figure and delicate face immediately caught the attention of the security guards. Qin Huai looked at the way the security guards looked at Su Shui, which immediately aroused his anger. He disliked these security guards from the beginning, let alone how dare they look at Su Shui in this way? Are you tired of living? Qin Huai's aura suddenly surged. Ahem. Seeing that Qin Huai was in a bad mood, the leading security captain coughed twice to remind his men and signaled them to pay attention. Looking at Qin Huai's bloodshot eyes, the security captain's expression changed. To be honest, the security captain who had worked as a security guard for many years was also shocked by Qin Huai's momentum. He didn't expect that Qin Huai looked young, only about 20 years old. How can there be such momentum? Su Shui looked at the expressions of the security guards and guessed what was going on. She then turned around and glanced at Qin Huai. Qin Huai's eyes were bloodshot and he was looking at the security guards viciously. Just like a lion staring at its prey, it may explode at any time. Seeing Qin Huai like this, Su Shui reached out and tugged at the corner of Qin Huai's clothes. She signaled Qin Huai not to be impulsive, as they would be living here for a long time in the future. It is inevitable that you will have dealings with these security guards. If your relationship with them becomes strained, it may cause trouble in the future. Qin Huai glanced at Su Shui and loosened his clenched fists. Qin Huai was not afraid of these security guards if it weren't for Su Shui and the baby being by his side. He might have already rushed up to beat them up, but Qin Huai didn't think so much. If he didn't like something, he would just rush up and beat them up. Well, this villa is ours and we have the key. Su Shuihan looked at the security captain with a cold face and an extremely cold tone. As she spoke, Su Shui looked at Qin Huai and motioned for him to take out the key. Qin Huai looked at the security captain expressionlessly, took out the villa key from his trouser pocket, stretched out his hand and handed the key to them for them to see. The security captain picked up the key in his hand with some surprise and checked it carefully. It was indeed the key to the house in this villa area. Looking at the key in his hand, the security captain looked a little surprised. Just give it to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it away from them? The security captain couldn't help but feel puzzled, because he often saw wealthy people in this villa area. Although he is a rich man, I don't know if he saves money or what. Each one was more stingy than the other. No one had ever given the key to him directly like Qin Huai did. Afraid of being robbed? If Qin Huai could hear what the security captain was thinking, he would definitely laugh his head off. Even if they are given a chance to run, they can't escape. Give it back to you. The security captain returned the key to Qin Huai and looked at him deeply. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed. When Qin Huai looked at him just now, it was clear that he was emotionally unstable. Even looking at their gazes made him feel a little nervous and gave him an invisible pressure. Expert. Two words suddenly popped up in the security captain's mind: if he were allowed to fight Qin Huai. He dared to guarantee that he could not last more than 5 moves, and that was even if he used all his strength. Call. The brothers are gone. The security captain took a deep breath and waved to his 5 men, signaling them to leave. Qin Huai, you looked so scary just now. Seeing the security guards walking away, and Ran, who was hiding behind Su Shui, spoke to Qin Huai tremblingly. She was the closest to Qin Huai just now, and when Qin Huai's aura exploded, and Ran was really scared. She hugged Su Shui tightly and didn't dare to look directly at Qin Huai. I didn't control my emotions just now and scared you. I'm sorry. Qin Huai felt embarrassed when Ran said this. He was indeed too excited just now and failed to control his emotions. He scratched his head embarrassedly. He looked at Su Shui apologetically, but Su Shui was staring at him straight in the eyes. Be calm next time. Su Shui glanced at Qin Huai coldly. She knew that Qin Huai was so excited because of her emotions. But she didn't want to see Qin Huai being overwhelmed by his emotions, so it was better to have less trouble than more. Aha! After hearing what Su Shui said, Qin Huai sighed softly and nodded. Turn around and put up their luggage. Let's go in first. Qin Huai felt a little apologetic towards Ran. He smiled at them and motioned them to go home first. Nodding slightly, Su Shui followed Qin Huai into her new home in high heels. Crack! Qin Huai opened the door of the villa. The sound of the fountain splashing towards us sounded very pleasant. Wow, the scenery here is so beautiful, and these flowers are so pretty. When Ran saw such a beautiful scenery, she immediately forgot her previous emotions and jumped happily in the garden. Su Shui looked at the scenery in front of her and took a deep breath. The air was very fresh. There was a smile on her face and she was very satisfied with the environment here. It is much better than the house they rented before. At least the environment is better, which is of great benefit to the baby's growth. Chapter 24. Complete the activation task. Qin Huai nodded with satisfaction. He was also very satisfied with the scenery here. Crack! When I opened the door to the living room, a fresh fragrance hit me in the face. The entire villa is divided into 3 floors, and the interior has already been perfectly decorated. The decoration is in ancient style, which makes the whole room look elegant. Wow, the rooms here are so big. I want to live upstairs. Ran stood in the middle of the living room, looking at the huge courtyard, her little face full of excitement. She couldn't wait to lie down on the bed and rest. Whatever you want. Qin Huai glanced at Ran with amusement. Ran's innocent look was indeed very cute. Qin Huai, thank you. Su Shui was not very excited, but turned her head and thanked Qin Huai softly. No matter how this villa came about, at least Qin Huai let them live in a better environment than before. This provides a good environment for the baby's growth. This is what I should do. Qin Huai smiled slightly and reached out to touch Su Shui's hair. The strange thing is that this time Su Shui did not dodge and let Qin Huai touch her hair. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, Su Shui stayed like this for a while and then got rid of it. Let me help you pack up. I'll be back to school tomorrow. Qin Huai said to Su Shui gently that he would go back to school tomorrow. He has been out for a few days and it's time to go back to school. Yeah, okay. Su Shui nodded gently, as if she remembered that Qin Huai had been out for many days, and it just so happened that she had to go back to school tomorrow. In the quaint room, Qin Huai helped Su Shui and the others pack their things. Ran was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and eating fruit, looking so leisurely. Call. Finally finished cleaning up. Qin Huai took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. To be honest, tiring is really tiring. I don't know how the cleaning ladies manage to clean the rooms all day long. Oh, that's not bad. You're barely qualified to be my brother-in-law. Ran sat aside eating fruit, looking at Qin Huai who was half lying on the sofa and had collapsed on the sofa due to exhaustion. Thinking that he was a competent father, she agreed. Puff. Qin Huai, who was just lying on the sofa, was amused by Ran's words. How can a little girl like you speak so funny? I am your brother-in-law. Qin Huai sat up straight, puffed out his chest, and looked like a man who could bend and stretch himself. Huh, you're so proud of yourself just because I praised you? What were you doing before that? And Ran became angry when she saw Qin Huai was feeling proud. And Ran was furious when she mentioned that Qin Huai had ignored Su Shui and the baby before. I think Qin Huai is an ungrateful person. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. What's more, Qin Huai had ignored the baby before. If her sister Su Shui hadn't stopped her from making trouble, and Ran would have had to find Qin Huai, the unfaithful man. Forehead. Qin Huai felt a little discouraged when he saw Ran mentioning her past self again. Didn't he know about these things before? If he knew, would he still ignore them? Well, no matter what, Qin Huai did ignore them before. So Qin Huai didn't explain much. He felt guilty towards them before. So Qin Huai will make it up to them in the future and give them his best. I will never let them suffer any injustice in the future. Qin Huai thought to himself. And Ran, come and help. Su Shui was standing at the door of the next room packing her things, and obviously heard the conversation between Ran and Qin Huai. Su Shui was already very grateful that Qin Huai could do this now. After all, he was still a college student. Oh, I'll be right there. Hearing Su Shui calling her, Ran quickly put down the fruit in her hand. She ran over happily, and when she saw the look in Su Shui's eyes, she immediately felt something was wrong. Sister, what are we going to eat tonight? Ran asked Su Shui with a grin, obviously trying to escape this disaster. Pack these things first. Su Shui said coldly. She did not answer Ran's question. It was obvious that Su Shui was a little angry about Ran's behavior just now. Okay, sister, go and take a rest. I'll take care of these. After saying that, Ran pulled Su Shui away and started to busy herself. Su Shui stood aside with a helpless look on her face. She sometimes felt a little headache about this naughty sister. Su Shui turned around, walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. He glanced at Qin Huai standing next to him, feeling a little apologetic and at a loss for what to do. Qin Huai, I'm sorry, Ran is not sensible. There was a hint of apology on Su Shui's cold face, and she looked at Qin Huai with a somewhat helpless look. Qin Huai was just thinking about how he should make it up to them, but when he saw Su Shui's apologetic face, he was suddenly confused. It's okay. She was telling the truth. Qin Huai scratched his head. He already felt sorry for them. What Ran said was not wrong, but she suddenly felt confused by Su Shui's apology. Qin Huai, thank you. Su Shui ignored Qin Huai. After saying this, she turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Qin Huai. What is going on? Qin Huai was suddenly confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Sure. This is the first time I see my sister like this. Ran, who was packing her things at the side, saw Su Shui leave and ran to Qin Huai with a chuckle, looking at Qin Huai with a wicked smile. What do you mean? Qin Huai was confused again. What on earth are these two sisters talking about? Why can't I understand a word they say? Hey. Ran gave a wicked smile and said nothing more to Qin Huai. He turned around and continued to pack his things, leaving Qin Huai with a confused look on his face. What are you doing? Qin Huai is really a case of the authorities being confused while the bystanders being clear, and he still hasn't figured out what exactly happened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the activation task. Mission reward, 200,000 renminbi. The system's dull reminder sounded again. What? Is the mission accomplished just like that? Qin Huai was confused again. What happened today? Why was everything so inexplicable? The task was completed just like that? Mission accomplished? Qin Huai seemed to remember something and suddenly stood up. His breathing became rapid. The activation task assigned to him by the system was completed. Doesn't that mean? Qin Huai's mind began to work rapidly. Recalling the system's prompt, he activated the task, make Su Shui develop feelings for him. He completed the activation mission. Doesn't that mean Su Shui is a little attracted to him? Or did you have a slight liking for him? The more Qin Huai thought about it, the more excited he became. He thought it would take a lot of effort to make Su Shui develop feelings for him, but he didn't expect that because of the conversation between Ran and himself, Su Shui would develop some feelings for him. Chapter 25. It's too exciting. It's so fucking exciting. Ran, who was standing aside, glanced at Qin Huai, who suddenly stood up, and suddenly found it very funny and was startled. Ill. And Ran pouted and cursed in a funny way. As if he heard Ran's voice, Qin Huai slowly turned around. His eyes were fixed on Ran, which frightened her so much that she broke out in a cold sweat. This guy has really good hearing. He won't kill me to silence me. And Ran looked at Qin Huai's gaze at her, and then thought about Qin Huai's terrifying aura before. Suddenly, Ran's heart trembled violently, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Ran, you are really my lucky star. Qin Huai stared at Ran and immediately laughed, shouting loudly. Looking at Ran standing beside me, I suddenly wanted to go over and give her a big bear hug. Very good. Qin Huai has acquired a considerable asset again. He had given all the money that the system rewarded him to Su Shui and the others, so it could be said that he was now penniless. Now that I have completed the activation task, I have finally been rewarded another 200,000 yuan. Ding dong. The text message alert on the cell phone rang, and Qin Huai glanced at the lit screen. Account balance, 200,000 renminbi. Qin Huai looked at the balance in his bank card and couldn't help laughing. Turned around and looked at Ran. He said calmly, Ran, I'll make whatever you want to eat. Ah? Ran was suddenly confused by Qin Huai's action. When did I become so familiar with Qin Huai? Would he be kind enough to cook for himself? Ran looked at Qin Huai with a questioning look. He won't get so angry that he poisons me to death, will he? Ran felt uneasy and looked at Qin Huai with some disbelief because his reaction at this moment was too abnormal. This made Ran feel a little uncomfortable. Ah, dinner. My sister will make dinner. Ran said hesitantly. She was actually a little afraid that Qin Huai would poison the food. What's more, what kind of food can a man like Qin Huai cook? And is the food he cooks edible? Dark cuisine. Qin Huai looked at Ran in a daze. What's wrong with this girl? Why does she look weird? Qin Huai, what are you doing? Su Shui walked downstairs and saw the two people's strange expressions, with a look of confusion on her face. Oh, Sister Qin Huai said he would cook dinner. When Ran saw Su Shui coming down, she felt like she had seen a savior. As if he had seen a life-saving straw, he grabbed Su Shui's arm. Thinking about Qin Huai's abnormal behavior just now, Ran felt a little scared. Why was this guy so startled? He wants to cook? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai in disbelief. How could a college student like him know how to cook? Qin Huai looked at Su Shui and suddenly felt guilty. To be honest, he was a little unsure, he was just a little excited at the time. I was thinking about thanking Ran, but I didn't expect Su Shui to come down. Anything is fine. Seeing Su Shui ask this, Qin Huai felt guilty. He forgot that if he cooked, Su Shui would also want to taste his food. That one tea work? No, Qin Huai decided secretly. He had to have a chance to contact the system to see if the system could reward him with the skills of a cooking god. That would be great, Qin Huai could cook for Su Shui and the others every day. I can be a full-time dad. It's just too good. Speak of the devil, he will appear. Ding, the host has completed the activation task. The mission rewards have been issued. Now please choose whether to start the long-term mission. Mission reward unknown. The system prompt sounded again. This time the system did not give too many task prompts, but only asked Qin Huai whether to start. Qin Huai stood there blankly, unable to react. Why is it choosing a task again? Mission reward still unknown? What is going on? What does it mean that the mission reward is unknown? Qin Huai's mind began to echo. It was the first time that the system prompted him that the task reward was unknown, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Ding, the mission reward is unknown. Note, because the mission is rather special, it will take the host a long time to complete it, so the mission reward is temporarily unknown. System prompts, the mission reward is unknown, but it does not mean there is no mission reward. The mission reward will be determined based on the host's degree of completion of the mission. The mission reward will be issued after the host chooses to complete the mission. Tip: the host can choose whether to complete this mission. The system will give the host an appropriate reward based on the judgment. Long-term mission content truly gains Su Shui's recognition. Ding ding ding, a bunch of system prompt sounds rang in Qin Huai's mind, and the sounds made Qin Huai's mind a little confused. Qin Huai stood there in a daze, his eyes a little dull. The system prompted a lot of information, and Qin Huai was unable to react for a moment. This mission is so special. It's up to you to choose whether to turn it on or not. Can Qin Huai choose whether to complete it? This means that Qin Huai can choose to complete the task as soon as he accepts it, but the task reward may be very small. Because this mission may be really difficult. No wonder the system would assign some stimulating tasks to Qin Huai. It turns out that the long-term task ahead is to make Su Shui truly recognize herself. It means that she recognizes Qin Huai as her husband. This matter is not as simple as imagined, it requires a long process. Ding host, please choose whether to start the mission. The system is reminding you to do what you can. Qin Huai heard the system prompt and smiled bitterly. Even the system reminds me to do things within my ability. It seems that the task is not that easy to complete. Call. Qin Huai sorted out his thoughts, calmed himself down, and then took a deep breath. Let us do our best. Start the mission. Qin Huai said in a deep voice. He knew very well that even if the system did not assign him this task, he would sooner or later make Su Shui recognize him. Qin Huai and Bao Bao have already recognized each other, although he and Su Shui only had a one-night stand. But he believed that through his own efforts, he would be recognized by Su Shui one day. With the nanny system in place, he believed it was only a matter of time before Su Shui would accept him. Congratulations to the host for starting a long-term mission. Host, please prepare for a long struggle. After hearing the system's prompt, Qin Huai was speechless. Even the system felt that it would take him a long time to complete. Byte. System prompt, the mission is rather special. Given the difficulty of completing the task, the host can choose the following special rewards. 1. A reward of 1 million renminbi. 2nd, reward the host with the kitchen god skill. 3rd, reward the host with an asset. Chapter 26. Are you messing with him? Hearing the mechanical prompt from the system, Qin Huai was startled at first, then he felt secretly delighted. The system is quite conscientious and has rewarded me with a few options. 1 million renminbi? I was startled and took a deep breath. Call. The system is really generous, rewarding 1 million renminbi at once. If Qin Huai chooses this reward, he will instantly become a millionaire, which will allow Qin Huai to strive for many years. Cooking skills? Ha! Can the system hear your own voice? Just now he was thinking about how great it would be if he had the skills of a god of cooking, and now this has happened? But despite his thoughts, Qin Huai had not decided to choose this reward. After all, he can practice and explore cooking skills by himself, but Qin Huai can't even dream of other things. He must seize this opportunity. Reward an asset? This seems pretty good. Qin Huai touched his bearded chin and fell into deep thought. Wavering between 1 million renminbi and an asset. 1 million RMB can be enough for Qin Huai and his friends to spend for a long time, but it would be different if he had an asset. He could make money continuously. That's it. I choose the third one asset. Qin Huai secretly decided in his heart that he would not miss out on any asset. He needs money right now, but he doesn't want dead money but supplies that can be actually used. Ding system rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the asset Bright Bar. A large amount of information instantly entered Qin Huai's brain. Byte. The text message alert sounded on the phone, and I glanced at the lit screen. The owner of Guangming Bar Qin Huai, the bar is located at the intersection of Xianhe Road. Looking at the large amount of information on his mobile phone, Qin Huai smiled evilly. He is now the owner of a bar. I get a little excited just thinking about it. Call. Qin Huai let out a breath and felt happy. Qin Huai. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai who was standing there and called out tentatively. Ah. Qin Huai finally came back to his senses. He looked at Su Shui blankly and quickly restrained his expression. Su Shui and the others were still beside him. Oh, I'm fine with that. Just eat anything you want to eat in the evening. Qin Huai smiled slightly, with the corners of his eyes slightly curved, looking very evil. He no longer had the mind to think about what to eat in the evening. He needed to study the assets rewarded to him by the system and plan his own business. After all, this is his first job, and he needs to think carefully about how to complete the tasks assigned by the system. This mission is not as simple as it seems. Qin Huai turned back to the sofa, sat alone on it and fell into deep thought again. He's acting weird today. And Ran looked at Su Shui with a complaining look, her cherry lips pouting again. He was a little dissatisfied with Qin Huai's performance, as he just kept saying that he wanted to thank him. Humph, as expected. A man's mouth is a lie. Su Shui looked at Enran's angry expression and suddenly found it a little funny. Why is Enran always picking on Qin Huai recently? Shaking her head gently, Su Shui pinched Enran's little face and said softly, "He may be too tired today. You should stop looking for trouble with him. Qin Huai has already helped us a lot." Enran immediately looked at Su Shui seriously with her little face. She listened to Su Shui's words very much. After listening to Su Shui's teachings, she seemed to have figured it out and glanced at Qin Huai, who was sitting on the sofa. "This guy seems to be nice to us," Enran thought to herself. He smiled brightly at Su Shui, revealing his white teeth. "Hey, I know, sister. What do you want to eat tonight?" Su Shui doted on Enran very much. Enran was willing to give up the good family environment and follow Su Shui to suffer. This made Su Shui feel very warm in her heart. Su Shui had insisted on giving birth to 5 babies. Due to strong opposition from the family, Su Shui had to sever ties with the family, and Enran was the only one willing to follow her. "Sister, I want to eat noodles." Enran smiled brightly at Su Shui. She liked Su Shui as her sister very much and was very dependent on her. Su Shui nodded slightly and turned to go to the huge kitchen. "Come and help me." When Enran heard Su Shui's call, he ran over happily, following Su Shui like a follower. "Call. Take it slow." Qin Huai took a deep breath. He already had a general understanding of the assets the system rewarded him with, and Guangming Bar could be said to be a second-rate bar. The usual turnover is just enough to cover the bar's expenses, allowing the bar to continue operating. After Qin Huai understood the situation, he smiled bitterly. "I've been tricked by the system again. This has given me a bar that can barely protect myself. As for how to continue the business, it depends on Qin Huai. Just thinking about Qin Huai gives me a headache. He still has to go to school and take care of his wife and baby. Where can I find so much free time to manage a half-abandoned bar that is about to go out of business? Well, let's take it one step at a time." Qin Huai decided to find some free time to go to Guangming Bar. Glancing at the hazy night. It's already so late. Qin Huai stretched out on the sofa, and instantly his whole body was filled with crackling sounds. "Call. It seems that today is really tiring." Qin Huai lay on the sofa, intending to rest for a while. Gradually, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him. Qin Huai yawned and slowly closed his heavy eyes. "Ha! He seems to be asleep." Enran came out of the kitchen and saw Qin Huai lying on the sofa. She was a little surprised for a moment. "TSK, this guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Never mind, my sister won't let me bother with him." Enran looked at Qin Huai, who was sleeping soundly, and wanted to play a trick on him. "After thinking about what my sister said, I decided to give up and went back to my room." "Ah no. Let them go." Qin Huai was lying on the sofa, with cold sweat on his forehead, and suddenly sat up. "You." Qin Huai opened his bloodshot eyes. He had just had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, Bao Bao and Su Shui were kidnapped by kidnappers, while Qin Huai watched helplessly and could do nothing. Qin Huai rubbed his aching head and sorted out his thoughts. "Call. Take a deep breath, luckily it was just a dream." Qin Huai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I am too tired today," Qin Huai thought secretly. Thinking of the thrilling and terrifying scene just now, Qin Huai broke out in a cold sweat on his back, and he felt a little scared just thinking about it. Qin Huai stood up and slowly walked towards the kitchen. Squeak! The boiling heat made the entire huge kitchen look a little dreamy. Chapter 27: The Hazy Voice of Yaya. There was a beautiful figure standing by the stove, busying herself non-stop, with crystal clear sweat appearing on her forehead from time to time. The whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. I didn't expect that Su Shui, such an ice beauty, could cook. It seems that he learned it himself in order to take care of the baby and Anren. Call. Qin Huai stood at the kitchen door, looking at the beautiful figure who was busy working. He secretly rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. A pair of eyes looked at the beautiful figure gently. Su Shui's busy hands suddenly paused. I felt someone was watching me from behind, so I turned around and saw that it was true. His eyes just happened to meet Qin Huai's. The two just stared at each other, and Su Shui's already rosy face looked even redder under the firelight. "Qin Huai. What's wrong?" Su Shui looked at Qin Huai's gaze and felt that it was a little abnormal, so she asked. I'm fine. Qin Huai was awakened by Su Shui's call. He scratched his head and shifted his gaze away from Su Shui. Su Shui frowned slightly, feeling that Qin Huai was a little strange. He ignored Qin Huai and turned around to continue doing his own thing. Seeing that Su Shui didn't say anything, Qin Huai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Call. It was so dangerous, we were almost discovered. Qin Huai reached out his hand, patted his face, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Staring at Su Shui's figure, he said softly, "Do you want me to help you?" Qin Huai did not forget the system's mission, and he would not miss any opportunity to improve his relationship with Su Shui. Su Shui's body froze and she stayed there for 2 seconds. He turned his head and looked at Qin Huai deeply, as if he saw something, and said softly, "I can do it myself, no need." Forehead. After being rejected by Su Shui, Qin Huai suddenly felt uncomfortable standing at the door. Looking at Su Shui's calm expression, it seemed that he had no chance at all. Qin Huai scratched his head and became distressed. Su Shui also seemed to realize something, turned her head, and continued to add, "If you're okay, go take care of the baby." After saying that, he went back to doing his own things. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's figure and smiled bitterly to himself. He nodded slightly, turned and walked upstairs. Well. Looking at Qin Huai's departing figure, Su Shui felt a little lost. She was also a little confused about what her feelings were towards Qin Huai now. She couldn't figure out her own heart, so she can only choose to escape. Because her situation is not as simple as it seems. Qin Huai currently doesn't have the ability to really help Su Shui. Qin Huai is still a college student, and she doesn't want to drag Qin Huai into this. She was already very grateful that Qin Huai could do this for them. Crack. Qin Huai opened the door quietly, cautiously afraid of disturbing the baby's rest. Qin Huai carefully observed the room where the babies lived, which was chosen by Su Shui for the babies. The room is located in the middle of the floor, next to the stairs, which makes it convenient for them to take care of the baby. At the same time, the window of the whole room is next to the back garden, and you can breathe the fresh air outside by opening the window. The whole room is pink and tender, giving people a fresh feeling. It is suitable for babies to live in. Qin Huai looked around the room and nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't find any flaws in the entire room. He was very satisfied with the layout of the room. Qin Huai walked to the baby's side. Some of the 5 little babies were sleeping soundly. Some of them held their little hands, looked at Qin Huai's face, and laughed. The baby laughed like a silver bell, and Qin Huai's heart trembled when he heard it. So cute. Looking closely at the appearance of the 5 little babies, Qin Huai discovered that they looked more like Su Shui. They inherited Su Shui's good looks, with big eyes and a high-nose bridge. The more Qin Huai looked at it, the more he liked it. For the first time, I felt so happy to be a father. Qin Huai stretched out his index finger, and the baby stretched out his little hand and held Qin Huai's index finger. The baby looked so small and so cute. Qin Huai looked at them lovingly. Mother. The little baby holding Qin Huai's index finger suddenly made a muffled sound. The sound was so faint that it was barely audible, but Qin Huai still heard it sharply. My heart suddenly trembled and I felt a little excited. Did the baby just call mommy? Looking at the adorable little baby in front of him, Qin Huai's eyes were particularly gentle. Qin Huai was sure that the baby had indeed called mom just now. It must be that Su Shui taught the baby occasionally when she was taking care of the baby. If Su Shui heard it, she would be so happy. Qin Huai looked at the baby tenderly, he also wanted the baby to call him dad. Listening to the baby's silver bell-like voice, Qin Huai's heart melted. Qin Huai spoke tentatively and taught the baby softly. Dad. Qin Huai taught step by step, he was very patient. The baby looked at Qin Huai's handsome face and laughed like a silver bell. Qin Huai looked at the cute baby and felt a little lost. But he was not discouraged, believing that one day the baby would call him dad. He is not in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities to take care of the baby in the future. Qin Huai, it's time to eat. And Rant's loud shouts came from downstairs. Qin Huai slowly stood up, prepared to turn around and leave, and was about to go downstairs. Qin Huai was stunned for a moment. Suddenly he slowly bent down and gently kissed the baby's forehead. Then he slowly stood up and prepared to turn around and leave. But at the moment Qin Huai turned around. Dad. A silver bell-like laughter accompanied by the hazy sound of teeth came into Qin Huai's ears. Boom! Qin Huai's whole body trembled suddenly, and tears flashed in his eyes. The baby calls himself Daddy? Qin Huai stood there trembling all over, feeling extremely excited. It turns out that voice is so beautiful. It is more of a responsibility than a dad. It is Qin Huai's responsibility to the baby. Qin Huai turned around, his eyes were extremely gentle. Is there anything more joyful than hearing your baby call you daddy? Qin Huai felt very warm and happy. He stretched out his large and warm hands and gently pinched the baby's tender little face. Call. Qin Huai took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and calmed down the shock in his heart. Smile at the baby. Qin Huai carefully closed the door again and left on tiptoe. Walking on the stairs, Qin Huai had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he felt happy and satisfied in his heart. At the same time, I also felt an invisible pressure coming, which was a sense of responsibility, Qin Huai's sense of responsibility towards the baby. It seems that I have to be a full-time nanny in the future. Qin Huai already had a plan in mind and made a secret decision in his heart. Are the babies okay? Chapter 28. A beautiful figure in the morning. Su Shui was sitting on the dining chair in the living room. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes, which made Qin Huai feel a little envious. Su Shui asked Qin Huai softly. She had just wanted to go in and see the babies. But he saw that the door was open, so Qin Huai must be still inside, so he did not go in. Yeah, they're fine in their crib. Qin Huai smiled slightly, he was in a good mood at the moment. Su Shui nodded slightly, then started eating in silence. Qin Huai sat down on the chair with a smile on his face and ate his meal without any interest. Thinking of what happened just now, Qin Huai smiled foolishly. I wonder why you are acting so weird today. And Ran glanced at Qin Huai, who was grinning foolishly beside her, and thought he was a bit crazy. I'm in a good mood today. Qin Huai smiled at her and spoke loudly. Why, what bad ideas are you planning again? And Ran looked at Qin Huai's smug face, then glanced at Su Shui, who was sitting next to her with a sly smile. I'll go. What does this little girl think about every day? Qin Huai was speechless for a moment, wondering what Ran was thinking about every day. Are you sleeping with my sister tonight? And Ran lowered her head and spoke to herself, as if she was talking about an ordinary matter. Puff. And Ran's words were really shocking. Qin Huai was drinking soup at the side. Before he could swallow it, he was choked by Ran's words. His face suddenly turned black and he looked very helpless. Ahem, I slept in another room that night. Qin Huai coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and said helplessly. Oh, all right then. When Ran heard Qin Huai's words, she seemed a little disappointed. Why was this different from what she expected? Well. Ran turned around and was about to ask Su Shui, but looked at Su Shui's pretty face full of coldness. Ran shrank her neck immediately, realizing that she seemed to have said something wrong. Okay, I'm full, I'll go back first. Qin Huai glanced at the mischievous Ran and didn't bother with her. He was in a good mood at the moment. After saying that, Qin Huai stood up, turned around and randomly found a bedroom on the first floor. Call. Qin Huai fell headfirst onto the big bed. After a tiring day, he felt exhausted and excited at the same time. I really want to hear the baby cry again. Qin Huai still feels a little excited when he recalls the sound of his baby calling him daddy. Gradually Qin Huai fell into deep thought, and then he closed his heavy eyelids. Fell into dreamland. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm on the cell phone kept ringing. Qin Huai opened his hazy eyes and checked the time. 7:30 in the morning. Call. It's time to get up. It seems like I should go back to school today. Qin Huai stood up, stretched, and his whole body made crackling sounds. Crack. Qin Huai opened the door and rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking like he had not woken up yet. I had a good sleep. Qin Huai stood beside the sofa in the living room, stretching lazily and raised his head inadvertently. This is... What did I see? Oh my god, this is too exciting. Qin Huai's adrenaline surged instantly, and he was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. Qin Huai glanced at the figure standing at the stairs wiping her hair, with her perfect body and snow-white skin. The beautiful figure was wearing casual pajamas. She seemed not to notice Qin Huai's gaze and was wiping her hair. Well. Qin Huai looked at this pretty figure. He had just woken up, and he felt a heat all over his body. She was so tempting. Ahem. Qin Huai couldn't help but cough twice, but was still discovered by that beautiful figure. This is Su Shui? Turning around, Su Shui was looking at Qin Huai with a dull look in her eyes. Why was Qin Huai here? Looking at her own clothes, Su Shui suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just now, Qin Huai seemed to be looking at himself, looking at Qin Huai's unsatisfied look. Su Shui's delicate face was suddenly filled with coldness. The look he gave Qin Huai seemed to kill him. Qin Huai turned his eyes away, not daring to look directly at that seductive body. It's over now. Qin Huai secretly felt a little regretful. Looking at Su Shui's gaze, Qin Huai knew that she must have kept him in mind. You will definitely suffer the consequences. Ahem, that I didn't mean to see it. Qin Huai spoke hesitantly, not knowing where to look, and not daring to look directly at Su Shui. Snort. Seeing Qin Huai like this, Su Shui snorted coldly, turned around and left. Before leaving, he looked at Qin Huai deeply, as if telling him to wait for him. Well. Looking at Su Shui's departing figure, Qin Huai sighed in his heart. Although it looks good, the feeling of not being able to bear the consequences is not pleasant at all. Qin Huai sat on the sofa, waiting for Su Shui to go back to school with her. The two of them could just go back to school together. Qin Huai was going back to school to attend classes, and Su Shui was going back to school to teach. Crack. After opening the door, Su Shui came out wearing casual sportswear and carrying a canvas bag. Qin Huai took a look and immediately stood up from the sofa. After experiencing the embarrassment in the morning, Qin Huai didn't dare to look Su Shui in the eye when he faced her. Ahem, you missed the baby settled? Qin Huai looked at Su Shui who was walking towards him and asked softly, feeling a little at a loss. Aha! Su Shui glanced at Qin Huai coldly and nodded slightly. Thinking of the look Qin Huai gave her in the morning, Su Shui didn't want to pay any attention to him. Well. Looking at Su Shui's attitude towards him, he knew he was finished. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Qin Huai felt like crying but had no tears. He really didn't mean to look at it. Who knew that a figure would be standing there early in the morning, and Qin Huai couldn't help but take a few glances. He was simply going to be wrongly killed. He slept so comfortably. You guys got up so early. And Ran came out yawning in a light pink pajamas, and tried to open her eyes wide to look at Qin Huai and Su Shui. Why are these two people so weird? What's wrong with you two? Why does it feel weird? And Ran looked at the two of them innocently and couldn't help but ask. It's okay, we're just about to leave. Qin Huai smiled guiltily and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Oh, I thought you too. It was obvious that Ayn Ran had some wrong ideas in her head again, but she didn't even have time to say anything. Su Shui had a cold face and a cold voice came. Shut up and take good care of the baby at home. Well. From the tone, it seemed that Su Shui was really angry, her tone was so cold. And Ran nodded obediently. She could see that Su Shui was not in a good mood today. He didn't know what was going on and just gave Qin Huai a look. Take good care of yourself and be well behaved. Well. Qin Huai was speechless for a moment. What on earth was going on? Chapter 29. Are you tired of being harassed? Qin Huai stood beside the sofa in the living room, looking helpless. Well. Qin Huai, let's go. Su Shui said something to Qin Huai suddenly, then opened the door and walked out in her sneakers. Aha! Qin Huai nodded slightly and followed him out. TSK, TSK, TSK. And Ran was standing beside him, and when she saw Qin Huai's expression, she couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. Her sister was indeed very strong. I secretly felt sorry for Qin Huai. Call. Qin Huai followed Su Shui quietly and took a deep breath. The two of them didn't come out in a Porsche. Qin Huai wanted to show off, but was coldly rejected by Su Shui. We had to squeeze into the bus together. Hurry up, are you going to get in the car or not? The driver looked at Qin Huai who was dawdling behind him and couldn't help but urge him on. Here it comes. Qin Huai took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and walked up. Standing next to Su Shui, the two people looked like familiar strangers. You don't speak and I don't speak. Qin Huai glanced at Su Shui cautiously with his eyes slanted. Forehead. As expected, he is still angry, with a cold face. Never mind. Qin Huai secretly decided that he could only take it one step at a time. There are quite a lot of people taking the bus early in the morning. Qin Huai couldn't help but marvel in his heart. After a while, the car was full of people, and there were also scattered groups of people standing. As the bus swayed, people on the bus were squeezed here and there. The driver slammed on the brakes, which allowed Qin Huai to discover something. He glanced vigilantly at the two people standing beside Su Shui, and surrounded Su Shui. At first Qin Huai thought it was nothing, but the more he looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong. Damn, he even put his dirty hands on his own wife? Are you tired of living? Qin Huai suddenly became annoyed and looked at the two of them with angry eyes. The hands of the two men had become unruly, and soon, they took advantage of the shaking of the car to push against Su Shui. Court death. Qin Huai stood beside him, his eyes bloodshot. How dare someone desecrate his wife in front of him? I'm tired of living. Qin Huai couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed someone's arm and twisted it hard. Crack! The sound of broken bones instantly spread throughout the bus. The passenger next to him looked on in surprise, and saw that the man's wrist had drooped, without any vitality. Ah! Because Qin Huai twisted so hard, the man was unable to react for a moment. Then he looked at his wrist, which was bent at a certain arc, and screamed. The man next to him, who was about to make a dirty move, felt terrified when he saw the miserable state of the person next to him. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at Qin Huai as if he was looking at a god of death. Qin Huai's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like an Asura from hell. Haha, you're quite courageous, eh? Qin Huai stood by and sneered at the two people who were defeated. He despised those people who molested young girls the most. He didn't expect that when he took Su Shui on the bus today, he would actually molest his own wife? If there weren't so many people in the car, Qin Huai wouldn't be able to move freely. And because Su Shui was by his side, Qin Huai didn't want to be so cruel. He would definitely cripple both of them. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? Why do you have the right to control us? The man, holding his wrist with one hand, had cold sweat on his forehead due to the pain. His face looked somewhat hideous due to the pain. Looking at Qin Huai, who was standing there with disdain, he asked back viciously. Qin Huai looked at the man with disdain. If he were down there, Qin Huai would definitely cripple him and beat him so hard that he couldn't take care of himself. You are very dissatisfied. Qin Huai said coldly. His eyes were fixed on the man, and his aura quietly burst out, ready to cripple the man in front of him at any time. Being looked at like this by Qin Huai, the man's face suddenly turned pale. He dared not move, as if he was being stared at by a cobra. He somewhat regretted his words to Qin Huai just now. Why is this young man in front of him so terrifying? Looking at the awe-inspiring Qin Huai, the man dared not say anything. He was afraid. The middle-aged man next to her, who had also insulted Su Shui, instinctively retreated to the back of the bus. A pair of eyes looked at Qin Huai with fear. From the fact that Qin Huai had just twisted the man's wrist and broke it with one hand, it could be seen that Qin Huai was not someone who was easy to mess with. So he did not provoke Qin Huai. In his opinion, Qin Huai was a devil, and he must be tired of living so much that he provoked him. Qin Huai raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man standing at the back of the carriage with cold eyes. Want to run? Qin Huai walked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's legs suddenly went weak and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was afraid. He just took a look at Su Shui. He had never seen such a perfect woman before, and he was instantly overwhelmed by desire and did that out of obsession. Now he regrets it. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Finally he couldn't bear it any longer and fell to his knees on the iron plate of the carriage with a thud. His body was shaking constantly, and he dared not look directly at Qin Huai. Is an apology useful? Qin Huai shouted coldly. He was really irritated by these two people. Qin Huai looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. His decision was not affected at all by his show of weakness. Qin Huai was determined to make him pay the price. Qin Huai looked at the middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes. Thinking of how he had just blasphemed Su Shui, his mind was filled with murderous intent. Don't. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground and kept begging Qin Huai. Looking at Qin Huai's steps walking towards him, he felt a little scared. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, Qin Huai smiled evilly. Like a Shura from hell, he swung his fist and hit the middle-aged man. The people around were frightened by Qin Huai's action and screamed. This could be seen from the strength Qin Huai had just displayed. If this punch really landed, even if the middle-aged man didn't faint, he would have suffered a slight concussion. Qin Huai, don't. Su Shui, who was standing behind Qin Huai, suddenly shouted. Qin Huai's actions just now made Su Shui a little confused. She didn't understand why Qin Huai did that. But after listening to their conversation, Su Shui came to her senses. If it was because of herself, Su Shui's heart trembled violently. Stopped by Su Shui's voice, Qin Huai's fist stopped beside the middle-aged man's face, and he turned his head to look at Su Shui. Qin Huai retracted his fist and stood there staring at Su Shui in a daze. Before he could react, Qin Huai, who had just been overwhelmed by anger, was stopped by Su Shui's sudden voice. Chapter 30. Treat me like a sadist. The middle-aged man was covered in cold sweat and touched his face. Fortunately, nothing happened, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Qin Huai looked at Su Shui, and without reacting, he forced a smile on his face. Qin Huai, calm down. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai, whose eyes were still a little bloodshot, and gently dissuaded him. I'm fine, they didn't do anything to me. Su Shui said softly. She also felt something was wrong just now, but what these two people did was not too excessive, so Su Shui instinctively stayed away from them. Unexpectedly, Qin Huai saw it. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui tenderly. Well. Qin Huai also knew that Su Shui was worried that he would cause trouble, so she stopped him. Qin Huai reached out and grabbed her little hand, smiling at Su Shui slightly. He whispered in her ear. Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here. Su Shui stood there in a daze, her delicate body trembling violently. There was a warm feeling in my heart, and suddenly I felt protected. Su Shui nodded gently and didn't say much, just let Qin Huai lead her. Su Shui cried out softly, and Qin Huai pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. Su Shui was shocked by Qin Huai's sudden action and was a little at a loss. My heart beat faster, and I didn't know what to do with my hands as Qin Huai held me like that. He glanced around and saw that the people around him were looking at him with envy. Su Shui raised her hands and gently pushed Qin Huai's broad chest. But Qin Huai was not moved at all, and just held Su Shui's arms tighter. Qin Huai. Su Shui called Qin Huai softly and pushed him gently with both hands. At this moment, Su Shui's delicate face had become a little rosy. Being stared at by so many people, Su Shui actually felt a little embarrassed for the first time. Qin Huai looked down at Su Shui, and the anger in his heart had subsided a lot. He slowly loosened his arms around Su Shui and took hold of her little hand. With a feeling of unsatisfied feeling on his face, he looked at Su Shui's face with a smile, which had become a little red due to his actions. Looking at Su Shui like this, Qin Huai's unhappiness and anger were suddenly reduced a lot, and was replaced by secret joy. Ding system prompt. Congratulations to the host for making new progress in the mission. System prompt, Su Shui's current affinity with the host is 1. The system congratulates the host. Friendly reminder, whenever Su Shui has a new change in her feelings towards the host, the system will remind the host. I hope the host will continue to work hard and complete the task as soon as possible. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in Qin Huai's mind. Qin Huai stood there in a daze, carefully analyzing the information the system prompted him. Su Shui's affinity towards me has reached 1? Qin Huai recalled the system's prompts and smiled bitterly in his heart. What Qin Huai did just now only made Su Shui have a little bit of good impression on him. It's only 1 now, when will it reach 100? Qin Huai felt distressed when he thought about it. The task assigned by the system this time was quite difficult, but Qin Huai was not discouraged. Although the affinity is only 1 now, at least there is a good sign now, which is a good start. Keep it up. Qin Huai secretly decided in his heart that he believed he would make Su Shui truly recognize him. Complete the system's tasks and finally win the beauty. Is there any faster way? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Qin Huai's mind. Ding system prompt. The system can only provide the host with external assistance. The host is requested to figure out the rest on his own. The system seemed to understand Qin Huai's thoughts and directly extinguished Qin Huai's idea of taking shortcuts. Forehead. The system is really thoughtful. Okay, I'll do it myself. Qin Huai was speechless for a while and decided to rely on himself. Call. Qin Huai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Due to the sudden prompt from the system, Qin Huai looked at Su Shui deeply. It seems that she is different from before she went out. Before, Su Shui was cold to Qin Huai, but now she seems completely different. A hero saves the beauty. Although it's a bit old-fashioned, the effect is obvious. Look, Su Shui has already developed a good impression of me. Xin Huai was secretly delighted. Humph, if I see you two again, I won't be so polite. Xin Huai frowned and reminded the two with a warning. But no matter what, why does it look a little funny in the eyes of others? A young man who is only about 20 years old is teaching two middle-aged people a lesson. Others will definitely be shocked when they see this. He will never dare to do that again. The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that he had saved his life. If I really got beaten up by Xin Huai, I didn't know how long I would have to stay in the hospital. He looked at the young man tremblingly, feeling quite shaken in his heart. Xin Huai nodded gently. He was in a good mood at the moment. She turned her head to look at the man who was barely standing next to her. He was holding one hand with the other, and it was obvious that the other hand could not move. Forehead. That was a bit too harsh. Xin Huai looked at the man's ferocious face and suddenly felt helpless. Who made you so mean as to mess with me? I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. I apologize to you. The man held one hand with the other and felt Xin Huai's gaze on him. Thinking that Xin Huai was still blaming him, he suddenly became a little timid. His voice was trembling and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. Aha! Xin Huai nodded slightly. He had no intention of continuing to deal with him. What do you think of him? He's not a sadist. Xin Huai was speechless for a moment. Looking at the man's left hand in front of him that was in so much pain that he couldn't move it, Xin Huai felt helpless. Oh, forget it. Put your left hand over here. Xin Huai had a serious face, trying his best to make himself look more dignified. He suddenly said to the man, "Oh no, I know I was wrong, please let me go, I beg you." The man clenched his left hand and instinctively stepped back. He was afraid. The man was about to cry. He had already admitted his mistake, so why didn't they let him go? Stand there. Xin Huai suddenly shouted coldly. Damn, what does this guy think of me? Xin Huai took vigorous steps and grabbed the man's left hand. Before Xin Huai moved, the man was frightened and screamed, as if Xin Huai was bullying him. Oh my god, brother. I haven't moved yet. Xin Huai was speechless and looked helpless. What a freak. They are so old and yet they have no sense of shame. Xin Huai, what are you doing? Chapter 31. You look so pretty when you smile. Su Shui, who was standing next to Xin Huai, was also shocked by his behavior. What was Xin Huai going to do? Are we going to abolish them? Su Shui became a little worried when she thought about it. There was absolutely no need for Xin Huai to do that. The little hand tightly grasped the corner of Xin Huai's clothes, signaling Xin Huai not to cause trouble. Xin Huai's body stiffened and he looked at Su Shui in a daze. Said softly, "Don't worry, it's okay, leave it to me." Looking at Xin Huai's gentle eyes, Su Shui nodded gently. She believed that Xin Huai would not lie to her. But the man didn't believe it. I thought Su Shui would stop Xin Huai. I was feeling somewhat relieved, but the moment Su Shui grabbed Xin Huai, the man gave her a grateful look. But now, he was desperate. Xin Huai turned his head and smiled evilly, looking quite beautiful. But in the man's eyes, Xin Huai's smile was too scary. Grabbing the man's left hand, Xin Huai exerted force violently. Another heart-wrenching scream was heard, making everyone on the bus shudder. It's so scary. So brutal. Su Shui looked at Xin Huai in surprise and frowned slightly. There was some disappointment in his eyes. Could it be that Xin Huai had just lied to him? Don't do anything immoral again. Xin Huai threw down a warning, turned around and returned to Su Shui's side. He held Su Shui's little hand and looked at her gently without any further explanation. The man looked at Xin Huai in fear, he thought he was going to die. Xin Huai's behavior just now really scared him, and it will probably leave him with a big psychological trauma in the future. The man habitually held his left hand, thinking that his left hand was useless. My left hand seems to be healed? The man tentatively turned his left hand and found that it was really fine. Thank you. The man bent down and bowed to Xin Huai in gratitude. Snort. Xin Huai didn't say much, but snorted coldly and ignored the man. Xin Huai just wanted to scare him on purpose. Who made him misunderstand him? Did he think he was a sadist? Su Shui looked at the man's grateful eyes and his intact left hand, and smiled slightly. It turned out that she was overthinking. I feel a little relieved. You laughed? Xin Hui stared at Su Shui in a daze. She was so beautiful. Xin Hui was stunned by the moment just now. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Xin Hui was fascinated. No. Su Shui, who was born proud, looked at Xin Hui with a happy expression. His face suddenly turned cold again, and then he returned to his usual self, saying, "No one is allowed to disturb me." Xin Hui smiled slightly and thought Su Shui was very cute like this. He put his hand close to Su Shui's ear and whispered, "You look so pretty when you smile." Su Shui snorted coldly, as if to stay away from me, and quietly took 2 steps back, leaving Xin Hui's control range. The coldness on her face seemed to tell Xin Hui that you were thinking too much. Little did she know that Su Shui was still somewhat happy in her heart. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? I took a deep look at Xin Hui and he seemed to be quite good. Su Shui took a deep breath and felt a little better about Xin Hui. No matter what, Xin Hui treated her very well. Su Shui had never felt this way before. "Su Shui, we're almost there." Xin Hui pinched Su Shui's little hand, looked at the somewhat dazed Su Shui, and reminded her to get off the bus. Okay. Su Shui's thoughts were suddenly disrupted by Xin Hui's voice. She wondered what she was thinking about just now. She glanced at Xin Hui guiltily and found that Xin Hui was looking at her and smiling. Su Shui's eyes suddenly avoided, not daring to meet Xin Hui's gaze directly. Ding dong, we are about to arrive at the terminal. All passengers please prepare to get off. The bus mechanical reminder sounded, interrupting the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. Su Shui glanced at the environment outside the bus and saw that the school gate was just ahead. Su Shui took 2 steps back, retracted her hand, and kept a distance from Xin Hui. Forehead. All right. Looking at Su Shui, who retracted her hand and kept a distance from him, Xin Hui suddenly smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, he understood what Su Shui meant and did not blame her. We are about to get to school, where there will be a lot of people, and if others see us, there will be a lot of talk. As a senior student who is about to graduate, Xin Hui is well aware of the school's survival strategy. Xin Hui still understood the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Crack. The bus door opened, Su Shui got off first, looked back at Xin Hui, then turned around and left. Is this saying goodbye to myself? Xin Hui looked helpless and smiled bitterly in his heart. Well. Xin Hui sighed softly, who can understand my pain? After getting off the bus and looking around, I couldn't find Su Shui anymore. It seemed that she had left. Hey, let's go. Xin Hui took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and walked into the campus with vigorous steps. He hasn't been back to school for several days, and it feels really different when he suddenly returns. I watched the young couple flirting on the bench next to me, and the freshmen rushing to class with their school bags on their backs. Xin Hui seemed to have matured, as he had been accustomed to these things before. Stepping into the campus again and looking at the scenes before my eyes, I had new feelings. Think about Xin Hui's experience these days. Father of 5 adorable little babies. The husband of the ice beauty Su Shui. The owner of the bright bar. A man caused a scene in the royal court bar. Various identities and experiences have brought about new changes in Xin Hui's state of mind, and his way of looking at problems has also changed. It seems I have to work harder in the future. Xin Hui took a deep breath and said with emotion. He is different now than before. His various identities and experiences make Xin Hui destined to be extraordinary. Xin Hui. A figure wearing a hat and covering himself tightly appeared behind Xin Hui and asked tentatively. Xin Hui, who was about to return to the dormitory, suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and took a look at the figure in front of him. Who is this? Xin Hui was a little confused, although the figure looked familiar. However, because the other person covered himself too tightly, Xin Hui did not recognize who it was for a moment. Who are you? Xin Hui asked doubtfully. Oh. It's me, I'm the fat man. The sturdy-looking figure pulled off his mask and hat, revealing a chubby face. Forehead. It turned out to be Li Shan, Xin Hui's roommate. Because of his body shape, they usually called him Fatty. Oh, it's you, Fatty. Why are you here? Xin Hui recognized that it was his fat roommate, and suddenly he understood and asked in confusion. Oh. As for me, well, I went out for 2 days for something, hee. The fat man was suddenly asked this by Xin Hui, and he immediately felt guilty and his face looked extremely vulgar. Looking at the fat man like this, Xin Huai understood instantly and was speechless. Chapter 32. Another woman arrives. Xin Huai looked at the fat man in front of him. Seeing his wretched appearance, he immediately guessed where he was going. Well, take care of yourself, fatso. Xin Huai shook his head helplessly. This guy was really horny and would go out to get a room at any time. Hey, hey. The fat man looked at Xin Huai with a look that said I understand you, and immediately started to laugh. Even if you see through something but don't say it out loud, you can still be good friends. Oh, that's right. The fat man's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Xin Huai with curiosity. As if she wanted to look something different, she still had the same makeup as before and was wearing all those cheap clothes. But why does it feel different to me? Xin Huai, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you at school, right? Hee. The fat man asked Xin Huai in confusion, looking at Xin Huai with a smirk and a wretched look on his face. Oh my god, there must be something wrong with this fat guy. He looks rude to everyone he sees. Ahem, I've been out for the past few days and haven't been in school. Xin Huai looked at the fat man helplessly and glared at him fiercely. What do you think of Xin Huai? He is a good young man, okay? Oh, I see. Ha ha. Seeing Xin Huai denying him, the fat man suddenly felt embarrassed. He laughed, hoping to ease the embarrassment for both of them. To be honest, it's not that Fatty is overthinking it. If the fat guy was a woman, maybe he would want to go out and talk about life with Xin Huai. Looking at Xin Huai's delicate and handsome face, even the fat man was envious and jealous. Unfortunately, Xin Huai is the kind of person who gets an advantage but still acts like a good kid, occupying the toilet without doing anything. With such good conditions, you don't know how to make use of them. For fat people, not knowing how to make use of the conditions is a waste. On the way back to the dormitory, the fat man looked at Xin Huai more and more strangely. There is an indescribable feeling. Although the appearance has not changed, the fat man has a different feeling, as if he has become a different person. Xin Huai, where have you been these past 2 days? You seem like a different person. I almost don't recognize you anymore. The fat man finally couldn't help but ask. Are the changes in yourself obvious? Being asked this question suddenly by the fat man, Xin Huai also paid attention to his behavior and raised his hand to grab it. It seems that I need to pay more attention to my behavior habits in the future, otherwise it will be easy for others to find out. Oh, nothing, I just went home to do something. Why? You don't recognize me after being away for a few days? Xin Huai suddenly chuckled and returned to his usual school accent. Maybe it was because of the various things he had experienced outside, but Xin Huai looked dignified without even getting angry, which gave the fat man an invisible pressure. Oh, that's not the case. I'm just a little curious, hee. The fat man chuckled and looked at Xin Huai's appearance. It seemed that there was no change. It seemed that he was overthinking. He put his arms around Xin Huai's neck and became intimate with him again. When they were in school, Xin Huai and Fatty got along very well. They often joke around and are good brothers. Come on, Xin Huai, I'll take you back to the dormitory. Let me tell you, you have no idea how much fun I had when I went out these few days. The fat man put his arm around Xin Huai's neck and looked like he was talking to someone. It seemed like he had endless things to say, and he told Xin Huai about his gains and experiences of the week. Xin Huai was hugged by the fat man, although he felt a little helpless. Listening to what the fat man was talking about, he was speechless. This guy was too fierce. He said everything. Well. With a light sigh, Xin Huai expressed his helplessness. But he really enjoyed this feeling, without any scheming or cunning, and just enjoyed the intimacy that the fat man brought him. That woman, TSK. The fat man couldn't help but smack his lips when talking about his great achievements last night. It's exciting just thinking about it. Xin Huai, you are such a jerk. You don't know how to make good use of such good conditions. Are you incapable? The fat man talked incessantly, and Xin Huai responded to him from time to time. The main reason was that the fat guy's words were too outrageous, and Xin Huai didn't want to say too much to him. Xin Huai is no longer the same person he used to be. He now has many responsibilities and obligations that cannot allow him to act recklessly. Ahem, fatty. Xin Huai felt helpless when he heard the fat man's dirty words. He coughed twice to ease his embarrassment and called the fat man. If I don't call him, it will be over. The girls' dormitory is in front. If I continue to listen to the fat guy like this, it would be embarrassing if other girls heard it. He is a fat man and has no shame, but Qin Huai still does. Fatty, can you please behave yourself and do something serious every day instead of thinking about that all the time? Qin Huai spoke to the fat man with a serious face, like an elder scolding a younger generation, full of righteousness. Hey, I understand. The fat man looked at Qin Huai, who had a righteous look on his face, and chuckled. The expression on his face became vulgar again, as if to say, I understand you. Fatty, are you looking for death? You know nothing. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Qin Huai suddenly became angry. What was this fat guy thinking about all day? You're so unruly every day, no wonder you're so fat. I have been in college for 4 years and I don't even have a girlfriend. I have to go out all day to relieve my sexual desire. You deserve it. Qin Huai immediately cursed. Brother Qin, don't hit me. I know I was wrong. The fat man covered his head with his hands, looking like he knew he was wrong, but his expression was mean. Qin Huai got angry when he saw him like this. How could this guy be so mean? I really want to beat him up. Call. Qin Huai took a deep breath and decided that he couldn't continue fooling around with the fat man like this. He wanted to go back to sleep and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Fatty, stop messing around, it's time to go. Qin Huai grabbed the fat man and said sternly. Oh, okay. Looking at Qin Huai's appearance, the fat man reacted immediately. She stopped fooling around with him and the two of them walked side by side on the busy road. At first glance, it gives people a weird feeling. The two figures, one is tall and thin, the other is fat and round. Qin Huai. Suddenly a gentle voice called Qin Huai. Qin Huai's walking body suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look at the figure in front of him. Qin Huai made a puzzled sound, and for a moment Qin Huai was unable to react. Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Qin Huai's face was full of confusion. Don't you remember me? I'm Li Qingru. The woman in front of Qin Huai looked at his puzzled expression and immediately explained. Li Qingru? Qin Huai tried hard to recall the name, it seemed familiar. But he couldn't remember who it was? Do you know her? Qin Huai seemed to have lost his memory, mainly because he didn't care about these insignificant people, so he didn't take it to heart. Chapter 33 Brother, please be more careful. Looking at Li Qingru in front of him, she was wearing a black long dress and a high ponytail. He was holding a few books in his arms and looked like he had just finished class. The whole person looks like a girl with vitality and her appearance looks very lively and cute. The fat man standing next to Qin Huai stared at Li Qingru with shining eyes, and he couldn't wait to get closer to take a look. Qin Huai had a bewildered look on his face, obviously not understanding what was going on. Qin Huai, you really don't recognize me? We have completed the teacher's experiment together before, and you helped me. You haven't forgotten it, right? Li Qingru looked at the bewildered Qin Huai and felt a little lost. She thought Qin Huai remembered her, but she didn't know that Qin Huai didn't even remember her. But Li Qingru was not discouraged. She explained to herself, hoping that Qin Huai could remember something. Experiments? Helped her? Qin Huai looked at Li Qingru, who was trying hard to help him recall. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was specifically. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Qin Huai's mind. The woman in the picture looked exactly like Li Qingru in front of him. Two people stood beside the laboratory table, and the woman seemed flustered because of her lack of experience. She was often scolded by the teacher, but the boys next to her would occasionally help the girl out of kindness. And this boy is Qin Huai. Oh, it's you. Qin Huai seemed to remember something and nodded slightly. Looking at Li Qingru, she is now completely different from the immature girl she was before. Instead, there is confidence and youthful vitality. Qin Huai had helped Li Qingru before, but he just did it casually. I didn't take it seriously, and I didn't even know her name was Li Qingru. Qin Huai, you finally remembered. I knew you wouldn't forget it. Li Qingru looked at Qin Huai and suddenly remembered. She was delighted and her ponytail swayed happily behind her. Forehead. Qin Huai looked at Li Qingru like this and suddenly felt distressed. Judging from her attitude, she thinks of herself as a great benefactor. Sure enough, being a bad guy is not easy, and being a good guy is equally troublesome. What's up with you? Qin Huai nodded slightly and asked Li Qingru coldly. Qin Huai didn't want to get entangled with her. Seeing Qin Huai's wary face, Li Qingru felt a little disappointed. But she did not get discouraged and did not give up. She had finally found Qin Huai, she couldn't give up so easily. Then he looked at Qin Huai with even more enthusiasm, as if he wanted to eat Qin Huai. Qin Huai, I have some academic problems recently. Can you help me if you have time? Li Qingru looked at Qin Huai with anticipation. She really wanted Qin Huai to agree to her. Well. Qin Huai sighed lightly, knowing that nothing good was going to happen. I'm sorry, I'm busy with my graduation thesis recently and I don't have time to help you. Qin Huai spoke righteously with a cold face. Then you will. Li Qingru did not give up any opportunity and was about to open her mouth to continue asking. As a result, he was interrupted by Qin Huai's decisiveness. There will be no time later. Qin Huai continued to speak coldly, extinguishing all of Li Qingru's hopes. Oh. Li Qingru looked at Qin Huai's impatient expression, lowered her head like a wronged little girl, and nodded gently. Qin Huai turned around and left without saying a word. Li Qingru looked at Qin Huai's departing figure, her eyes suddenly rolled back and tears were about to fall. Fool! The fat man glanced at Qin Huai's departing figure and cursed secretly. Isn't this just cabbage delivered to your door? Qin Huai, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. You don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. Turning around, the fat man was staring at Li Qingru with his lustful eyes. Ahem. The fat man cleared his throat, looking righteous. Sister, Qin Huai is ignorant. Do you have any academic questions? You can also ask me. I study much more seriously than Qin Huai. The fat man was looking at Li Qingru at this moment. As the saying goes, women are easiest to comfort when they are sad. The fat guy is obviously a master at picking up girls. If it weren't for his body shape and appearance, he would really be a sea king. The fat man said it seriously, as if it were true. Li Qingru blinked her big eyes and looked at the fat man in front of her who was traveling with Qin Huai. In addition to looking fat, he also looks a bit vulgar. No, thank you. Li Qingru looked at the fat man's expectant eyes and directly rejected his kindness. He bowed slightly to the fat man, turned around and left. Alas, what a pity. The fat man slapped his thigh, obviously feeling a little regretful, as he was so close to succeeding. Looking at Li Qingru's departing figure, the fat man secretly regretted it. Why can't Qin Huai, this blockhead, be flexible? I can do it if you don't give in to your brother. The fat man stamped his feet angrily, thinking that Qin Huai was a blockhead. Humph, Qin Huai, wait for me. He turned around and looked at Qin Huai, who had already walked away, and suddenly shouted loudly. The fat guy is not a fool. He is not popular with girls, but Qin Huai is popular with girls. When the time comes, he can let Qin Huai give him the contact information of several young ladies. Then, 1T is fat man's love come? ISNT is spring coming? Are you still worried about not having a girlfriend? The fat man is determined to hold on to Qin Huai's thigh. The fat man took heavy steps and ran towards Qin Huai happily. Hoo-hoo, what's wrong with you? You just had such a good opportunity, why did you reject it? The fat man was panting heavily. It was really not easy to keep up with Qin Huai's pace. He felt a little sorry for Qin Huai. He was too inflexible. The fat man got angry when he saw Qin Huai like this. Ha, fatty, I know my limits. Qin Huai smiled softly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and did not give him too much explanation. Hey, Qin Huai, you better be more careful. You are not still trapped in Lin Weiwei's influence, are you? Lin Weiwei is a gold digger. Brother, let me advise you, if you reject other girls for such a scumbag, I feel sorry for you. The fat man advised Qin Huai earnestly. It was obvious that the fat man also knew about Qin Huai's ex-girlfriend Lin Weiwei. Looking at Qin Huai's expression, the fat man thought that Qin Huai was still trapped in the relationship with Lin Weiwei, so he started to persuade Qin Huai. Hey, fatty, don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Huai took a deep breath and said lightly. When Lin Weiwei broke up with Qin Huai was sad for a long time. I almost became depressed, drinking all day and living in a daze. But now Qin Huai has understood. Just as the fat man said, it is really not worth it to be sad for such a gold digger. Chapter 34, A Good Identity Approaching Su Shui. Okay, stop worrying about me and let's go. Qin Huai hugged the fat man's neck and a great force came. The fat man, weighing more than 200 pounds, was immediately pulled over by Qin Huai. "Oh my god, brother, be gentle, how can you be so strong?" The fat man's body suddenly became unstable and he shouted in surprise, but his struggle had no effect on Qin Huai. Fatty, you can't do it anymore." Qin Huai continued to exert force, and the fat man's body suddenly became out of control. No matter how the fat man struggled, he could not escape Qin Huai's control. Qin Huai laughed loudly and pulled the fat man over again. Ignoring the fat man's struggle, he just dragged him along the road. "Be gentle, bro." On the way back to the dormitory, the fat man's roar could be heard from time to time, and students passing by cast strange looks at him. Crack! Qin Huai opened the door and threw the fat man into the room with a flick of his hand. "Okay, fatty, we're at the dorm now." Qin Huai looked at the fat man with amusement. The guy was already confused by Qin Huai, and sweat kept coming out of his chubby face. He gasped for breath and sat down on a chair in the dormitory, gasping for breath. "Brother Qin, why are you so strong?" The fat man was gasping for breath and looked at Qin Huai in confusion. Qin Huai's body is not even half that of the fat man, so how come he is so strong? "Fatty, who told you to go out and relieve yourself every day? Sigh, your body has been ruined." Qin Huai sighed softly and looked at the fat man with pity. The fat man was about to explain something when he suddenly realized that what Qin Huai said was the truth, and he stopped talking. "Okay, I can't argue with you. Call." The fat man collapsed on the bed and didn't move. Qin Huai gave him an amused look and returned to his bed. "Oh, that feels so good." Qin Huai lay on his bed, feeling a long-lost feeling. He has been in this school for 4 years, which is his entire youth. Think about 4 years in college. I spent 4 years in a daze. Oh, graduate soon. Qin Huai had already begun to miss his baby and his beloved wife Su Shui. It would be great if I could graduate soon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the scene mission. Mission note: the host will complete the tasks assigned by the system in a fixed scene. Mission content: Su Shui must not be wronged in school, and the host must graduate perfectly. System prompt: this mission is very important. I hope the host will complete it seriously. Qin Huai was lying on his bed when the system's dull reminder sound suddenly rang out. Scenario mission? It's just at school, and you're still making it sound so grand. Qin Huai, who had been tricked by the system twice, obviously understood the system. Then, without any system explanation, he already understood the general idea. Why is this mission so important? Qin Huai suddenly became confused and felt very puzzled about this system task. There were no tasks or reminders before. Could it be that this task is difficult? Is there anything special about this mission? Qin Huai asked doubtfully in his mind. Ding, the system is a little special this time, so I set it to remind the host. System prompts: the task is very important, so the task rewards are also very rich. Please complete the task assigned by the system with peace of mind. Forehead. Qin Huai was speechless again because of the system. It was indeed like this. Mission reward: random 10 draw reward. What? Qin Huai was stunned when he heard the system prompt. The reward is a random 10 draw series? What will he get? Even the rewards are not transparent. Is it a blind box? Qin Huai was speechless for a moment. A system also needs blind boxes? Qin Huai scratched his head, feeling a little troubled by the system. Fortunately, the mission was not difficult and it protected Su Shui from being wronged. This is what Qin Huai, a husband, should do. As for a perfect graduation. Qin Huai sneered disdainfully, the system underestimates me. Think about the various scholarships Qin Huai has received. If not 200,000, it must be at least 100,000. A perfect graduation is easy for Qin Huai. Therefore, his main task is to prevent Su Shui from suffering any injustice. But what identity should he use to protect Su Shui? Qin Huai, who is outside the school, may be Su Shui's husband. But in school, what identity should he use to protect her? Qin Huai couldn't help but feel distressed. Crack! The dormitory door opened, and Qin Huai glanced sideways. It was his 2 roommates who had returned from class. Hey, have you heard? I heard that our beautiful teacher is looking for an assistant. TSK, I really want to go. A tall and thin roommate said to another person, his eyes full of anticipation. Thinking of the beautiful teacher's devilish figure, the 2 of them were amazed. Xinhua inadvertently heard the conversation between the two people and became a little confused. An iceberg beauty teacher? Could it be Su Shui? Xinhua immediately sat up and glanced at the two of them in confusion. Xiaoli, is what you just said true? Xinhua suddenly spoke to the tall and thin roommate with a serious look on his face. Xinhua, you're back? Xiaoli was suddenly called by Xinhua. He was stunned at first, then asked Xinhua with concern. Obviously, he did not expect that Xinhua was also in the dormitory. Aha, what did you just say about that beautiful teacher looking for an assistant? Xinhua nodded slightly, then asked Xiaoli again. It was obvious that his focus was not on this point. Ah, you were talking about the assistant. This morning I heard from classmates from other majors that the advanced mathematics teacher said during class that he hoped to find an assistant. The teacher's name seemed to be Su Shui? Xiaoli explained seriously. Looking at Xinhua's expression, Xiaoli became a little curious. Xinhua never paid attention to these things. Why today? Did the sun rise from the west? Su Shui? It really is her. When Xinhua heard Su Shui's name from Xiaoli, his heart trembled violently. It was indeed Su Shui. Just now Xinhua just asked tentatively with a little hope, but he didn't expect that it was really Su Shui. Now, he was worrying about what identity he should use to protect her. It's okay to do it as an assistant, so Xinhua will have a reason to get close to Su Shui. He can also protect Su Shui all the time, which can also promote the relationship between the two of them. The best of both worlds. Xinhua slapped his thigh excitedly and did it. Xiaoli, regarding the teacher looking for an assistant, did the teacher tell me how to do it? Xinhua looked very happy and asked Xiaoli excitedly. Ah, you're talking about this. I'm not too sure. If you're interested, I'll go ask for you. Xiaoli looked at Xinhua's expression and felt a little confused. Why is Xinhua suddenly interested in this? He is really a weirdo. However, he still agreed to help Xinhua ask. Thank you. Chapter 35, Will the hero save the beauty again? Xinhua looked at Xiaoli with gratitude. It would be great if he could really apply for the position of Su Shui's assistant, so that he could get close to Su Shui with a legitimate reason. Outside are the wife and husband. In school, they are teachers and assistants. I get excited just thinking about Xinhua. It's so fucking exciting. Aha! Xiaoli looked at the excited Xinhua and nodded slightly. This was not difficult for him, it was just a matter of opening his mouth. Ha! Brother Qin, what's wrong with you? You are not interested in female classmates, but why are you so interested in our female teacher? The fat man was listening to the conversation between the two. When they talked about women, the fat man sat up instantly and became energetic. Fatty, do you want to die? After hearing what the fat man said, Xinhua narrowed his eyes and looked at him threateningly. This guy won't know what it means to talk things over nicely unless he's given some warning. Brother Qin, I was wrong. The fat man looked at Xinhua like this and suddenly became dispirited. Thinking about how Xinhua had abused him before, the fat man didn't have the courage to resist at all. Humph, a dog can't spit out ivory. Xinhua snorted coldly. Hee, Brother Qin is right. The fat man chuckled, looking a little bit nasty. Brother Qin, it's time for dinner, let's go out for dinner, I'll treat you. The fat man had a smile on his face, and his plump flesh had squeezed his small eyes so much that they were invisible. It seemed as if he was talking to Xinhua with his eyes closed. Xinhua found it funny to see the fat man like this. This guy is really a funny guy. You treat me, or I'll beat you up. Xinhua snorted coldly, sat up and got out of bed. Okay. The fat man smiled slightly, and his little eyes disappeared again. Classmate, would you like something to eat? Here is. At mealtime, the school cafeteria is the most crowded place. The whole restaurant is noisy and there are really a lot of people. Damn, why are there so many people here? How am I going to eat? The fat man looked at the huge crowd in front of him with a bitter face and immediately cursed out loud. Not letting him eat and letting him starve is simply abusing him. Let's go and get in line. Xinhua looked at the fat man with amusement and patted his fat head with his hand. He took a step forward and walked towards the long dragon-like team. Ah, Brother Qin, wait for me. The fat man immediately followed. Standing at the end of the line, the fat man chuckled. Brother Qin, you really respect the rules. You are already a senior student, but you still queue up for meals. This is the first time for me, fatty, to do this. The fat man followed behind Qin Huai, grinning and feeling a little confused. Because of his fat body, he never queued up for meals before, and he always cut in line and bullied others. Today we had to queue up so suddenly that I felt a little uncomfortable. We are not in a hurry, and it is good to abide by the order. Qin Huai smiled softly, immediately attracting the gazes of countless admiring girls. Qin Huai looked so extraordinary even in his casual outfit. Fatty, you'd better be more honest in the future. You can't be bullied by others, but you can't always bully others either. Qin Huai counseled the fat man earnestly, acting like an elder. Hey, okay, brother Qin. The fat man chuckled and agreed to his request. Qin Huai looked at the fat man who seemed to be listening but not listening, and shook his head gently. Don't be fooled by this guy's fat body, he has a smart brain. Brother Wang, what are we eating today? There was a noisy sound behind Qin Huai, and a group of people rushed into the restaurant in a disorderly manner. Qin Huai frowned and glanced at them impatiently. The few people in the lead were dressed in non-mainstream makeup and looked very social. Let's go, guys. I'm treating you today. Just order whatever you want to eat. A sturdy man in the lead said loudly. He seemed to be in a good mood, as if he was enjoying the flattery and praise from his subordinates. Well, yeah. Suddenly a group of people cheered and started to flatter him again. Qin Huai glanced at them coldly. At first glance, they were a group of troublemakers in the school and the ones who needed special care from the teacher. Hee, brother Qin, these guys are still so arrogant. They don't know how to restrain themselves at school. Sooner or later, they will be dealt with by others. The fat man squinted his eyes and glanced at the group of people. It seemed that he knew them. Looking at this group of people's eyes, he still had a mean look on his face. Oh? Fatty, it seems you know them? Qin Huai heard the hidden meaning in the fat man's words and asked in confusion. Qin Huai is not often in school, so he is not as well informed about the people and things in school as Fatty. So whenever Qin Huai has any questions, he will go to Fatty for advice. Fatty is a know-it-all, I guess. Hey, of course I know them. This group of people is very famous in our school. Did you see the leader? The fat man bumped Qin Huai's shoulder. That guy's name is Wang Hu. He's considered a school bully. He has an older brother. Both brothers are notorious troublemakers in the school. They're both considered school bullies. The fat man chuckled and explained to Qin Huai. Looking at Wang Hu and his group walking past them, there was some vigilance in his eyes. Oh? School bully? Childish. Qin Huai couldn't help but sneer after listening to the fat man's explanation. He simply looked down upon these so-called school bullies, and even the real social gangs could not do anything to Qin Huai. What's more, what kind of school bully is he? In his eyes, he was nothing but a dwarf compared to a giant, vulnerable and just for show. Aha! Qin Huai nodded slightly and didn't pay any more attention. He didn't care about these and continued to move forward with the long team. Ah, what are you doing? Suddenly a sweet cry caught Qin Huai's attention. He turned around and took a look. It was Wang Hu and his group again. A group of people surrounded a little girl, and it seemed that Wang Hu had taken a fancy to this little girl. He was forcing for her contact information, but the girl refused to give it to him. So a group of people became stubborn and surrounded the girl and wouldn't let her leave. He is truly the scum of the school. Qin Huai thought to himself, how could he, who looks like a decent person, do such shameful things? Qin Huai looked at this group of people with some disgust. Brother Qin, who do you think that girl is? She looks like Miss Li Qingru? The fat man stared at the group of people without blinking. Although the fat man's eyes were small, as the saying goes, small eyes focus attention. He looked at the situation over there carefully, and suddenly spoke to Qin Huai in surprise. When Qin Huai heard the fat man calling him, he questioned for a moment. But he still turned his head to take a look at the situation and saw a group of people surrounding a little girl. She seems very helpless. Looking closely, this figure seems somewhat familiar. A long black skirt? A high ponytail? It's really Li Qingru. Qin Huai took a closer look and confirmed that it was really her. He looked at Li Qingru's helpless expression. Chapter 36 Saved. Qin Huai didn't know what to do for a moment. Although he rejected Li Qingru's kindness, he was not a cold-blooded animal. Besides, Li Qingru was quite nice to him, but Qin Huai was afraid that he would become entangled with Li Qingru after helping her. He was most afraid of trouble, and his face immediately showed a conflicted expression.
Brother Qin, shouldn't we help her?
The fat man looked at Qin Huai nervously, and it seemed that he was also worried about Li Qingru. I don't want such a good girl to be humiliated by such a group of scum.
Oh, forget it.
Qin Huai heard the fat man's urging voice and looked at Li Qingru's helpless expression. He sighed softly, and finally his reason was defeated by his conscience. Without saying a word, he walked up directly.
Etc.
It seemed that there was no need for him to be a hero and save the beauty, so Qin Huai looked around carefully. Because Li Qingru and the others made too much noise, everyone in the restaurant looked at them strangely. Among them, there are many admirers of Li Qingru who have approached this group of people.
It seems that it is not his turn to be the hero and save the beauty. Call.
Qin Huai took a deep breath, then clapped his hands while standing in place.
I was just about to turn around and look for the fat man. Oh my gosh.
With a bang, the fat man and Qin Huai collided heavily, and Qin Huai stood in place and took half a step back.
He touched his chest and found nothing wrong.
The fat man sat down on the ground, apparently in great pain. Qin Huai glanced at the fat man sitting on the ground and suddenly laughed.
Lend a hand. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking so nervously?
Qin Huai looked at the fat man with amusement. Fortunately, he possessed the strength of a great master of the 8 extremes. Otherwise, if he had been hit by the fat man, it would probably be Qin Huai who would have fallen to the ground, which would have been a pity for the fat man.
Ouch, it hurts so much.
The fat man grabbed Qin Huai's outstretched hand and struggled to stand up, his face full of pain.
Brother Qin, what are you talking about? Why are you walking so peacefully?
Why did you stop?
I couldn't stop in time.
The fat man looked at Qin Huai with a resentful look on his face, as if he was blaming Qin Huai.
Ha, I didn't expect Fatty to be right behind me.
Qin Huai thought about it and realized that he didn't pay attention. He looked at the fat man apologetically and reached out to pat the fat man's shoulder to comfort him.
So what should we do now? Aren't we going to help? After all, we've gotten to know each other, and maybe there's still hope for the two of us.
The fat man looked at Qin Huai with a smug look on his face again.
He must have been thinking in the wrong direction again. Why is this guy thinking about women all the time?
Qin Huai shook his head helplessly and whispered to the fat man, "Fatty, you are stupid.
There are so many of them. How can we two help? We have to call for help."
Looking at the fat man's appearance, Qin Huai suddenly found it very funny and deliberately winked at the fat man. The fat man looked at Qin Huai's wise expression and felt that what he said made sense.
Then he grabbed Qin Huai's arm and said anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Let's go back to the dormitory and call people."
"Idiot, what's the hurry?" Qin Huai was immediately amused by the fat man and exerted force with his arms.
The fat man grabbed Qin Huai's arm and immediately broke free.
The fat man's body, which had already leaned forward, was pulled back by Qin Huai.
Ah!
The fat man managed to stand firmly, and was a little confused by Qin Huai.
Yes, aren't there ready-made people there?
Qin Huai raised his head towards the fat man and looked towards the restaurant entrance.
The fat man looked surprised and followed Qin Huai's gaze towards the restaurant entrance. Security guard?
The fat man turned his head and looked at Qin Huai in confusion.
Could the ready-made man he was talking about be the security guard? Yes, go ahead.
Qin Huai nodded seriously and urged the fat man to go and call for help. Seeing Qin Huai's serious look, which didn't seem like he was joking with the fat man's face suddenly turned bitter. The fat guy still wants to be a hero and save the beauty, and he also wants Li Qingru to fall in love with him, so what's the point of calling the security guard?
Is it considered helping to maintain school security? Ah! My love is gone just like that, my peach blossom. The fat man felt more and more upset the more he thought about it. Such a good opportunity just flew away. Fatty, what are you doing? Go quickly.
Seeing the fat man's reluctant look, Qin Huai suddenly became angry and kicked the fat man on the butt. It was such a good opportunity. If security guard Qin Huai was called, he wouldn't have to take action. This way he would be helping Li Qingru, and he wouldn't feel guilty, nor would he be bothered by Li Qingru. The best of both worlds.
Oh, okay, I'll go right away.
Although the fat man was somewhat unhappy with this solution, he still considered the overall situation and trotted over. After a while, 2 strong men in uniform walked past the restaurant door.
Brother Qin, it's okay,
this should be alright, right? The fat man panted and spoke to Qin Huai. Hey, Fatty did a good job, you just watched the show. Qin Huai patted the fat man's shoulder gently, turned around, and looked at Wang Hu and his group as if he was enjoying a good show. Stop, what are you guys doing? Two security guards looked at Wang Hu and his group and made some physical advances towards Li Qingru. It was obvious that he was trying to embarrass Li Qingru, so he immediately scolded her harshly. Wang Hu stood aside and glanced at the security guard walking towards them, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He was not afraid of the security guards, but he, Wang Hu, did not have the courage to fight with them in public. Okay, let's go. After carefully considering the importance of the matter, Wang Hu waved to his men, indicating that it was time to leave. Let's go eat. Wang Hu spoke loudly to his men, and took the lead to leave the place where the crowd gathered. Girl, are you okay? The security guard asked with concern. Well, I'm fine, thank you two uncles. Li Qingru's pretty face was a little pale, but she still pretended to be calm and thanked the two security guards. It's okay, this is what we should do. You should thank your friend if you want to thank someone. The security uncle was talking to himself, and the two of them were looking at the gathered crowd. I thought it was a little crowded during mealtime and didn't think too much about it. Fortunately, the little fat man ran over to inform the two of them, otherwise it would be their dereliction of duty if such a thing happened in the restaurant. After saying that, the two security guards turned around and left to continue their patrol. Friend? Li Qingru clearly came to the restaurant by herself today. Li Qingru stood there blankly, obviously confused by the security guard's words and failed to react for a while. Etc. Li Qingru called out softly and ran towards the two security guards. What's up, little girl? The security guard turned around and looked at Li Qingru in confusion. Chapter 37 Kick him out. Uncle, what do you mean when you say I should thank my friend? Li Qingru asked softly. She looked confused, obviously not understanding what was going on. Oh, you mean this? Just now, thanks to a boy who came to us and told us that something was going on here, otherwise the two of us wouldn't have come here. The security guard tried hard to recall what had just happened and told Li Qingru the truth. Boy? What's the boy's name and what does he look like? Li Qingru asked relentlessly, hoping to find out who it was so she could thank the other person. We don't know his name, but the boy is a bit fat and looks like he weighs over 200 pounds. The fat man didn't have a name for himself at the time, and none of the security guards knew it either, so they could only describe his body shape to Li Qingru. A bit fat? Qin Huai and the others? Li Qingru covered her mouth in disbelief. Because they just encountered this today, and few people are willing to meddle in matters like this. What's more, when it comes to offending the school bully, the first person Li Qingru thinks of is him. Could it really be Qin Huai? What's wrong? The security guard looked at Li Qingru's surprised expression and asked. Oh, it's okay, thank you uncle. Li Qingru nodded slightly to indicate that she was fine. Then take a deep breath to calm the vibration in your heart. The security guard nodded slightly, then turned and left. Is it really Qin Huai? He rejected me today. But we want to help me? Li Qingru was full of doubts at the moment, and her heart was beating fast due to her guesses. He looked around, hoping to find Qin Huai. But in such a big restaurant, how easy is it to find someone among the crowd? Qin Huai, is it really you? Li Qingru said with some disappointment in her heart. Achoo. At this moment, Qin Huai, who was sitting in a chair in the corner of the restaurant and quietly enjoying his lunch, suddenly sneezed. Who scolded me, really? Qin Huai took out a tissue and started wiping his nose. Brother Qin, maybe Li Qingru is thinking about you. The fat man looked at Qin Huai who was cursing non-stop and said in a mean way. Get lost, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Qin Huai looked at the fat man and thought, this guy deserves a beating. Why is he so rude? Eating a meal can't shut you up. Qin Huai scolded with a smile. Hey. The fat man chuckled, looking extremely shameless. He looked happy even after being scolded by Qin Huai. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. This fat guy is really smart. Qin Huai smiled slightly. He was in a good mood at the moment. At least there was nothing to worry about. It's really unlucky. I don't know who was so blind as to call the security guard. A complaining voice came, and Qin Huai sounded familiar. We have found out. We must destroy him. He has ruined our eldest brother's fun. Another voice boasted. Xin Huai turned his head and glanced at the person who was speaking. Wasn't this the group of Wang Hu who had just suffered a setback? Xin Huai laughed for a while. It was true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. They could meet like this. Brother Qin, why don't we go? The fat man followed the voice and glanced at the group of angry people next to him. He suddenly felt guilty and spoke to Qin Huai in a low voice. Qin Huai shook his head gently, signaling the fat man not to leave. They don't need to be afraid of this group of people, they are just a bunch of trash who bully the weak and fear the strong. They are just bluffing, Qin Huai doesn't take them seriously. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Qin Huai deliberately teased the fat man and looked at him with a funny look. I'm afraid? I'm afraid of them? The fat man suddenly became like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he jumped up and asked Qin Huai angrily. Qin Huai shook his head with amusement. If you are not afraid of them, why did you just tell me that you were leaving? It's better to suffer in life than to save face. You two should get out of here right after you finish eating. Don't get in the way of our big brother. One of Wang Hu's men glanced at Qin Huai and the other man who were talking and laughing nearby, and spoke rudely to them. The fat man took a look and cried out in his heart, "Oh no! I've been discovered." He suddenly felt guilty and blinked at Qin Huai. Qin Huai looked at the fat man, unmoved, and continued to eat his meal. But his expression was not as kind as before. He looked at them coldly and ignored them. Let yourself go? You are the first one, so I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Didn't you hear what I just said? I told you to get out. The man continued to yell at Qin Huai and the other man. They are really a bunch of scum. They bite anyone they catch. Qin Huai sneered and slowly stood up. Brother Qin, let's go, they have a lot of people. Seeing Qin Huai's posture, the fat man stood up and grabbed Qin Huai's arm. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. They can go back and call for help. Fatty, I'll take care of it. Qin Huai reached out and put his hand on the fat man's shoulder, then pushed him back into his seat. The fat man looked helpless as Qin Huai pushed him back to his seat. What was going on today? What? Aren't you guys going to leave yet? Wang Hu's men pointed their fingers at Qin Huai's nose, acting like they were the most awesome. Just because of your rubbish? Qin Huai sneered with disdain. He had disliked the guy for a long time. He was a rubbish that bullied the weak. Qin Huai dodged and rushed in front of him, grabbing his fingers. Dare to point at me? Apply force with your palm. Crack! The guy couldn't straighten his fingers. Ah! A startling scream was heard, and the guy who had been so arrogant just now suddenly grabbed his finger and couldn't straighten his back due to the pain. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. The fat man opened his mouth wide and looked at Qin Huai in surprise, with a look of shock on his face. Brother Qin is too fierce. He just started fighting as soon as he said he would? He just broke one of the other person's fingers? Looking at the guy who was so arrogant just now but is now rolling on the ground in pain, the fat man feels relieved just thinking about it. You were allowed to be so arrogant just now and pretend. Cut. Qin Huai glanced with disdain at the guy who was howling beside him. What a waste. Who are you? Wang Hu, who was sitting next to him, looked at Qin Huai with a heavy face and sized him up carefully. He didn't know this tough guy and had never seen Qin Huai at school. Wang Hu was really shocked by Qin Huai's behavior just now. He was used to being a tough guy, so he thought that Qin Huai and the other man would get out of here after hearing what his men said. Who would have thought that Qin Huai would cripple one of his men's fingers without saying a word? Isn't this too fierce? I don't even dare to do this. Did I hit a wall today? Wang Hu felt somewhat confused, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Huai no longer had the contempt he had before. You don't need to know who I am, just take care of your men. Qin Huai laughed coldly, not taking Wang Hu, the school bully, seriously at all. Don't be so arrogant in school next time. Maybe I'll hit a wall. Chapter 38. Is it difficult for him to be ashamed? Qin Huai stood beside the dining table, looking intimidating without even being angry. The fat man looked at Qin Huai with respect, obviously not expecting Qin Huai to be so domineering. He is? Wang Hu frowned and looked at Qin Huai, then turned to ask his men. Wang Hu knew all the famous people in the school, but he had never seen the person in front of him before. We don't know each other, bro. A group of people looked at each other, staring at each other in wide eyes. They all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know him. Wang Hu frowned deeply. He was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Looking at the confused crowd, Xin Huai smiled evilly and was in no mood to pay attention to them.
Fatty, are you full?
Xin Huai spoke loudly to the somewhat dazed fat man.
Ah, I'm full. The fat man nodded blankly, somewhat unable to react. I'm leaving.
Xin Huai patted the fat man's shoulder, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked away with a swagger.
The fat man looked back in astonishment at the confused crowd. They were leaving now? Without thinking too much, the fat man followed happily. Brother, are you just going to let them go like this? One of the subordinates looked at Xin Huai's departing figure.
He was used to doing things his own way and suddenly felt a little indignant.
You can stop them.
Wang Hu became angry after hearing what his subordinates said, and he had no idea who the other party was. And judging from the situation, it seems that their small number of people is not enough for Xin Huai to defeat.
Oh, forget it.
Wang Hu sighed and shook his head, thinking that he was unlucky. I'll settle the score with him later. Walking on the road outside the restaurant, the fat man followed Xin Huai. With a confused look on his face, Xin Huai turned around and looked at him.
He said loudly, "Ask anything you want to ask. Call." The fat man behind him was startled and took a deep breath. Brother Qin, how come you are so powerful?
It seems like none of them dare to provoke you. The fat man finally said what he had been holding back in his heart and asked incessantly. I learned a little bit of Sanda before, so I have some basic skills. As for why they dare not provoke me, it's probably because they are scared.
Xin Huai smiled slightly. The thing that was so shocking to the fat man just now was just downplayed by him?
The fat man's breathing became heavier, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Xin Huai was a little different. He had already silently accepted Xin Huai in his heart and would follow him from then on. The fat man secretly decided in his heart that he would hold on to Xin Huai's thigh tightly. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The ringing of a cell phone broke the fat man's thoughts. Xin Huai reached out and took out his cell phone and glanced at it.
Shaoli? Is there any sign of trouble with Su Shua's assistant?
Xin Huai answered Shaoli's call.
Hey, what's up, Shaoli?
Xin Huai asked the person on the other end of the phone doubtfully, feeling a little bit of anticipation.
Xin Huai, I have already found out what you asked me to find out for you.
Sure enough, I heard Shaoli's voice on the other end of the phone. Xin Huai became excited. This was what he really cared about.
Yeah, Shaoli, you go ahead, I'm listening. Xin Huai nodded slightly, looking serious. It's like this, Xin Huai.
The teacher will review the students in the classroom this afternoon, and then we just need to wait for the review results.
Oh? So simple?
After listening to Shaoli's description, Xin Huai couldn't help but feel confused.
Is it gone just like that? Xin Huai asked doubtfully.
No, that's what the classmate said when I asked him today.
Okay then, thank you, Shaoli.
Xin Huai nodded thoughtfully, hung up Shaoli's phone, and began to mutter to himself.
Is it that simple? Obviously Xin Huai didn't know about this. Brother Qin, what's wrong?
The fat man looked at Xin Huai's frown, thinking something had happened, and asked.
Fatty, let me ask you something. Is it easy for teachers in our school to find assistants? Don't we need to go through a procedure or something?
Xin Huai asked doubtfully. He knew nothing about this. Because he has never cared about these trivial matters and has never thought about becoming a teacher's assistant, he thinks it is troublesome.
Ah, yes, this is a very simple matter. The teacher just needs to confirm it himself. When asked this by Xin Huai, the fat man was a little confused and answered truthfully. Okay.
Xin Huai looked at the fat man with a helpless look on his face. It seemed that this was really the case.
Come on then.
Xin Huai took a deep breath and decided in his heart to apply for Su Shua's assistant position.
Brother Qin, do you want me to go with you? The fat man asked. No, you go back, I can go by myself.
Xin Huai shook his head slightly, indicating that the fat man didn't need to follow him. He can handle it himself. After all, Xin Huai is his husband and the father of his baby.
How could Su Shue refuse?
Xin Huai muttered to himself and suddenly gained confidence. He believed that he could succeed, and this was his first step.
I'm leaving.
Xin Huai patted the fat man's shoulder and walked towards the classroom.
Duxing Building.
Looking at the teaching building with the logo engraved on it, Qin Huai nodded slightly. Yes, this is the place. Crack. Qin Huai found the classroom and carefully opened the back door. Like a thief, he tiptoed in, carefully closed the classroom door, and found a seat at the back of the classroom. This question. The crowded classroom was full of people, and a familiar and somewhat cold voice was speaking at the podium. It was Su Shui. She was attending class seriously. Qin Huai finally found a seat and sat on the chair. Call. Qin Huai finally calmed down. Looking up, Qin Huai sat in the back and looked at Su Shui in front carefully. Qin Huai felt secretly happy. It seems like this feeling is not bad? Looking at Su Shui on the podium, she seemed like a different person, like a general on the battlefield. When it comes to one's own field, everything seems so vulnerable. Tsk, Qin Huai, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but smack his lips while listening. My wife is really good at everything, a typical strong woman. Thinking about Su Shui's previous experience, Qin Huai felt a little guilty. He knew nothing and was completely kept in the dark. If he hadn't accidentally gone to Su Shui's house and found out that day, would he still know nothing now? Well. Qin Huai sighed inwardly. I feel helpless and sad, and a little ashamed of my previous self. No one can bully us from now on. Qin Huai took a deep breath, looked at Su Shui's figure with firm eyes, and made a firm decision in his heart. Okay, that's all for today's class. Students who need help can stay. Chapter 39 I Can Protect You. Su Shui spoke softly to the students in the audience, with a hint of fatigue on her face. Clatter. After the noisy noise, only a dozen people were left in the classroom. Qin Huai sat at the back of the classroom, trying his best not to be seen by Su Shui. But when he saw the group of people in front of him, he was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? There were more than a dozen people present, but there were only 3 or 4 women, and the rest were all men? Are all of these people going for Su Shui? Looking at the group of people in front of him, Qin Huai suddenly felt a little indignant. Isn't this obviously an opportunity to get closer to his wife? So shameless. Qin Huai snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. Students in the back, please come sit in the front. Su Shui glanced at the few people still sitting in the classroom, raised her head and looked at the people behind her, and spoke softly. When you see the end. Why does this figure look so familiar? When Su Shui saw Qin Huai at the back, she felt a little confused. Qin Huai raised his head, as if he felt that he had been discovered. He stood up awkwardly and walked slowly forward. He raised his head and smiled at Su Shui. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai's slightly handsome face, and she seemed to have 1,000 questions in her mind. What is he here for? He glared at Qin Huai fiercely, as if to say, I'll deal with you when I get back. Qin Huai was like a wooden man, smiling shamelessly. He was used to Su Shui's coldness. Well, those who are not relevant to the consultation assistant can leave. Su Shui coughed lightly and said again, as if this sentence was a bit redundant. But she was saying this for Qin Huai to hear. Qin Huai sat in his seat in a daze. After hearing Su Shui's words, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this considered as driving him away? Qin Huai shook his head helplessly, without moving at all. For the sake of his babies, his wife, and their better life in the future, Qin Huai is determined to get this assistant position. Snort. Su Shui stood on the stage, staring at Qin Huai, and couldn't help but snorted coldly, obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Huai. Okay, let's get started. Su Shui said unhappily. Next, please come up to the stage one by one to introduce yourself, and I will make the evaluation. Su Shui said this officially, and finally talked about her own evaluation. She looked at Qin Huai deeply, as if to say that you have no chance. Forehead. Qin Huai was speechless. Su Shui must have minded Qin Huai getting close to her at school. Da day. Before Qin Huai could react, someone came up to introduce him. It's a boy. Hello, teacher. I am here today to apply for the position of assistant, mainly because I am particularly interested in the subject of advanced mathematics. I believe I can definitely help you. Listening to the guy on the podium talking, Qin Huai was almost speechless. You were obviously going for Su Shui, so why did you say it in such a high-sounding way? Bah, you are so shameless. I feel ashamed for you. Looking at the group of people who came on stage and spoke so eloquently, to put it bluntly, weren't they just taking the opportunity to get close to Su Shui?
Xin Huai was particularly indignant when he saw these guys, and secretly cursed them for being shameless.
Yes, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Su Shui nodded with satisfaction and whispered to them, indicating that they could leave. Anyone else want to talk?
Su Shui said to the few people left in the audience, looking deeply at Xin Huai.
Come on, who is afraid of who? Xin Huai was immediately inspired to fight.
He stood up slowly and walked directly towards the podium.
Xin Huai was stunned at first, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Ahem. Xin Huai coughed lightly to ease the excitement in his heart. Hello everyone, my name is Xin Huai, and today I'm here to apply for the position of teacher's assistant.
Suddenly, when Xin Huai came to the point, he got stuck.
Was he going to give a high-sounding speech like the previous group of people?
No, that was not his intention, he just needed to express his meaning. I came here today just to talk about what it would be like if I became a teacher's assistant.
Xin Huai paused and took a deep breath. I can protect her.
Xin Huai spoke softly, and after finishing the last sentence, he put down the microphone directly.
Without waiting for others to react, he walked away.
Watching Xin Huai leaving, Su Shui's face was startled. Xin Huai's voice seemed to have magic, and the words just now kept circulating in Su Shui's ears.
I can protect you.
Su Shui's calm heart was now stirred up by Xin Huai's words, and she could no longer calm down. It turns out that he didn't come here to cause trouble today. Su Shui no longer had the heart to listen, and she did not hear a word of the introduction that followed. Her mind was in a mess and she kept thinking about what Xin Huai had just said.
Did I really misunderstand him?
Thinking of this, Su Shui felt a little regretful and lost.
It seems that the position of assistant would be a good choice for Xin Huai.
Su Shui thought secretly in her heart, and was completely absent-minded at this moment.
Phew, that was a close call.
Xin Huai, who was walking on the road at this moment, patted his chest lightly and was almost exposed.
The atmosphere just now was really too depressing.
He clearly saw that when he said that, the people in the audience were dumbfounded and just stared at Xin Huai in a daze.
Fortunately, I thought of a clever idea just now. Thinking about what I just said, it was really exciting. Phew, where should we go now?
Xin Huai scratched his head and became worried for a moment. He is a senior student and doesn't have many classes to attend, so he has a lot of free time.
Suddenly feeling so relaxed, Xin Huai suddenly didn't know where to go. Why don't you go home and see the babies?
Xin Huai glanced at his phone and it was already past 5 in the afternoon.
It's almost time for me to go home, spend time with my baby and have dinner. What about Su Shui? We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's go home and see the baby. Xin Huai smiled slightly, feeling very excited. It really feels like a long time since they last saw each other. He has already started to miss the babies.
Thinking about the feeling of the baby calling him daddy, Xin Huai felt itchy in his heart.
That feeling is so amazing. Ha!
Xin Huai was standing on the street and saw a stall selling dolls next to him.
He became curious for a moment.
Slowly approaching the gathered crowd, Xin Huai looked at the dazzling array of dolls and felt itchy to try them.
Boss, how do you play this? Xin Huai asked softly to the boss directly.
Oh, $1 per dart, and you can choose a reward based on the number of balloons you hit.
Yes, there are rules here.
The middle-aged boss looked at Xin Huai as he explained seriously, and handed him a piece of thick paper.
Oh, I see.
Xin Huai looked at the rules above and suddenly everything became clear to him.
What if I hit 10?
Xin Huai suddenly asked. He felt that this was not difficult for him.
Chapter 40:10 is enough. If you hit 10, you can take any toys here.
The boss was stunned when he heard Xin Huai's words, then suddenly laughed, obviously amused by Xin Huai's words.
Want to hit 10? Not that easy. Can you hit it without dozens of darts?
The boss was secretly delighted, looking at Xin Huai like a lamb to be slaughtered, and he could make a lot of money again.
How many do you want?
The boss chuckled and looked at Xin Huai deeply.
10, maybe.
Xin Huai took out 10 yuan from his pocket, handed it to the boss, and said casually.
10? So confident?
The boss's outstretched hand froze. He looked at the banknote Xin Huai handed over and saw that it was indeed 10 yuan, and shook his head. Young man, you are still too young. The boss looked at Xin Huai and said honestly.
Here, these are 11. Buy 10 and I'll give you an extra dart. Ah, thank you. Xin Hui smiled slightly, and without any hesitation, he grabbed all the darts.
Well, it's quite unique.
Xin Hui gently patted the dart in his hand, and he felt more confident.
Take out a dart at random. Let's try the severity first.
Xin Hui held the tiny dart, minimized the force in his palm, and casually threw it at the balloon in front of him.
Oh, what a pity.
As expected, the dart stuck in the ground, only a finger's distance away from the balloon. Seeing that Xin Hui missed the shot, there were bursts of sighs around him. The boss's nervous heart suddenly relaxed when he saw Xin Hui miss the shot. Just now Xin Hui only asked for 10 darts. I thought Xin Hui had absolute confidence and looked at the darts on the ground. It turns out that he is just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. The boss's mouth corners slightly raised.
Bang!
The sound of a balloon popping echoed throughout the venue, and Xin Hui casually threw a dart. Everyone was stunned at first, and then looked at Xin Hui in surprise, thinking that he was lucky.
But next. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of balloons exploding left everyone dumbfounded. Is this really such good luck?
Xin Hui threw darts casually, and the darts in his hand were about to run out. Except for the first one that failed at the beginning, the others have not failed. The boss's face froze. How could this be called pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? This was clearly a pervert.
The boss even wanted to scold someone at this moment.
It turned out that Xin Hui was pretending at the beginning. Listening to the bang-bang sound of the balloons bursting, the boss' heart was bleeding and he regretted it.
Bang!
With the last sound, Xin Hui finally finished throwing the darts. The entire quiet crowd ended with the last sound of a balloon exploding, and everyone looked at Xin Hui with dull eyes.
This guy is too lucky, isn't he? Boss, that counts as 10.
Xin Hui clapped his hands, turned around and whispered to the boss. He still had a kind smile on his face. At first he just wanted to try his hand.
Oh, 10.
The boss had a bitter face and looked distressed. It was as if Xin Hui's words were slapping him in the face, and the boss's face was hurting at this moment. He knew there were 10 without having to count them.
He knew it just by listening to the crisp bangs of the balloons exploding. Then I can pick whatever I want? Xin Hui didn't care about the boss's mood. He looked at the toys beside him and asked the boss.
He wants to bring these fun toys to the babies so that they can use them to make them happy.
Oh, take whatever you want.
The boss sighed lightly, looking like he was ready to be bullied.
Hey, hey.
Xin Hui raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and didn't bother to be polite with him. This rattle is good, this doll is pretty, and this one is also good. Xin Hui was holding a big bag and moving back and forth among a pile of toys.
Choose carefully and put the good ones into your bag.
After a while, looking at the big bag full of toys, Xin Hui smiled with satisfaction.
This is considered a big profit.
Carrying a big bag of toys, everyone looked at Xin Hui with envy. Xin Hui turned his head and smiled at the boss.
Boss, thank you on behalf of my baby. Puff.
After hearing what Xin Hui said, the boss felt a pang of pain on his face again. It was a huge loss.
The boss looked at Xin Hui as if he was an enemy. Ha ha ha.
Xin Hui turned around and smiled happily, not caring about the boss' distressed look, and left with a big bag of toys.
Crack.
Xin Hui, standing at the bus stop carrying a large bag of toys, stood out and quickly stepped onto the bus. Xin Hui was sitting on the bus in a very good mood. Looking at the people coming and going, he just wanted to go home to see his little baby, because they were so cute.
Looking at the people coming and going, there are busy office workers and mothers holding their children.
It is rare to see fathers with children. Maybe men are working hard to support their families and earn money outside. I must stay with my baby and be a full-time dad in the future. Xin Hui looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't want to only care about making money in the future, and then the baby would not be close to him as a father. Xin Hui sat on the bus seat, looking at a big bag of toys. He had already thought about what to do when he got back. I wish the car could go faster. Swish. The bus braked suddenly, and Xin Hui's sleepy eyes were suddenly awakened.
Ah, it's time to get off the bus.
After taking a look at the information on the bus, Xin Hui shook his confused mind. Xin Hui was about to get off at one more stop, and he stood up with a big bag of toys in his hand.
Crack!
The door of the bus opened and Xin Hui walked out in a flash.
Eh? What's my house number?
Xin Hui looked at the buildings in the villa area and was suddenly confused.
He doesn't know where his home is. What should he do? Qin Huai looked around.
I saw several figures walking towards me not far away.
Are they these people again?
It was those security guards again, the same ones who stopped a group of people when Qin Huai and Su Shui and the others first moved into the villa.
It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road.
Qin Huai smiled wickedly. He was worried about not being able to find anyone. The leading security captain saw Qin Huai standing there with a large bag of toys. When passing by Qin Huai, he nodded slightly at him. They looked at Qin Huai with some strange eyes, and then quickened their pace to leave quickly.
Qin Huai stood there in a daze. What was he hiding from?
With a helpless smile in his heart, he turned around and shouted to everyone.
Can you guys stop and help me?
Swish. After Qin Huai called out like this, the people who were just walking in unison suddenly stumbled and almost fell.
The security captain looked at Qin Huai reluctantly and asked, "What do you want us to help you with?" Chapter 41 Where is my home?
Qin Huai looked at these people a little embarrassedly, scratched his head, and said softly.
Ahem, do you know where my home is?
Forehead. Hearing Qin Huai's question, the security captain staggered. They looked surprised.
Did Qin Huai couldn't find his home so he asked them for help? It's true that noble people tend to forget things.
The security captain took a deep breath, looked at Qin Huai strangely and said.
It's the first one around the corner over there.
Because there were some minor frictions with Qin Huai and others at that time, the security captain remembered it very clearly.
Oh. Qin Huai nodded slightly, then walked towards the direction he pointed. Thank you.
Qin Huai grinned at the group of people and walked away carrying a large bag of things. What a weird guy. The security captain looked deeply at Qin Huai's back and shook his head in confusion.
Hey, I found it.
Qin Huai finally found his home. He looked at the familiar door and knew it was the right place.
Ding ding. After entering the password, the door opened with a click.
Ha! Why are you back so early? Where's my sister? As Qin Huai stepped into the yard, a puzzled voice suddenly came. Qin Huai turned around and saw and ran watering the flowers in the garden with a watering can.
I have nothing to do so I came back. Su Shui should be back soon.
Qin Huai looked at and ran and smiled slightly, then spoke truthfully.
Oh, okay.
After hearing what Qin Huai said, and Ran pouted her lips, looking a little unhappy.
Forehead. Qin Huai opened his mouth, wanting to comfort her.
But when he thought of Rant's moody personality, Qin Huai decided not to mess with this little witch in the family.
Are the babies okay?
Qin Huai turned around and asked Ran in confusion, feeling a little worried. After all, he had not been home for a day.
Oh, don't worry, it's okay.
I was the one who took care of the baby at home when my sister went out to work. And Ran raised her head and looked at Qin Huai with her big eyes.
Eh? Qin Huai, what's that big bag you're holding?
And Ran looked at the big bag in Qin Huai's hand and became confused.
Looking closely at this big bag, could it be some delicious food for myself? Oh, you mean this?
This is the toy I bought for my baby. Qin Huai held the toy in his hand and smiled. He shook the bag in his hand towards Ran, and there was a sudden rustling sound.
Oh? You bought so many? That's what it means to be a good father.
And Ran touched her smooth chin and nodded with satisfaction. The look on his face looked a little funny, as if he was praising Qin Huai for a good job.
Forehead.
Looking at Ran like this, Qin Huai smiled bitterly in his heart.
Yeah, then I'll go up and check on the baby.
Qin Huai felt relieved when he heard Ran's words. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that I was overthinking it, and nodded slightly at Ran.
Go ahead, go ahead. And Ran looked at Qin Huai's impatient expression and waved at him impatiently.
Then, he bent down and started watering the flowers. Qin Huai walked in without saying a word, carrying a big bag of toys.
Crack! Qin Huai gently opened the door of the baby's bedroom and walked in carefully.
The baby lying in the crib laughed like a silver bell, as if sensing someone coming in. Qin Huai's heart trembled when he heard this, it was so cute. Qin Huai couldn't help but reach out and pinch the baby's little face, as if he was pinching jelly. The little face was so tender.
Wee.
The baby made a unique infant laughter from time to time, and stared at Qin Huai with his little eyes, showing no rejection of Qin Huai's actions.
It is true that blood is thicker than water.
The babies are very friendly to Qin Huai, and Qin Huai can certainly feel it. Qin Huai felt warm in his heart.
The baby's little hands grabbed Qin Huai's fingers and looked at Qin Huai curiously. I really hope you can grow up quickly. Qin Huai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how much he wished time could pass faster. But he doesn't want time to pass so quickly. He wants to grow up with his babies and protect them all the time. Oh, by the way, the little toys I bought for you. Qin Huai suddenly remembered something, slowly stood up, and then walked in carrying a large bag of toys. How about this? Qin Huai casually took out a rattle from the bag. He remembered that this was the baby's favorite toy. Boom boom boom. Qin Huai took a small toy and banged a rattle next to the crib, making a dong dong sound. Wee. The baby giggled when he heard the sound, stared at the rattle in Qin Huai's hand with his little eyes, and stretched out his little hand as if he wanted to take it. I can't give this to you. Just lie here and watch Daddy play. Qin Huai did not hand it to the baby, but spoke to the baby gently and patiently. He was afraid that if the rattle reached the baby would bite it, as babies love to bite things in their hands the most. There are too many bacteria on the toys, and they are also very dangerous, so Qin Huai doesn't intend to give them to them. Wow. The baby stretched out his little hand and saw that Qin Huai didn't give it to him. He immediately became unhappy and was about to cry. The little hands kept waving in the air. Oh, baby, don't cry. I'll give you other toys. Qin Huai looked at the baby's little faces and knew that they were about to cry. With a sudden inspiration, he rushed out and found a bunch of cute dolls in the bag. No, look at this, isn't it cute? Qin Huai's hands were full of dolls, and he looked at the baby with an expression full of doting. Wee. Seeing the doll in Qin Huai's hand, the baby grinned and stretched out his little hands to indicate that he wanted it. Qin Huai smiled gently and handed the doll over. Babies are truly the cutest creatures in the world. Qin Huai couldn't help but feel emotional as he looked at their cute little faces. Qin Huai's heart was about to melt, and Yanran looked so happy. Qin Huai sat next to the babies, and from time to time he took out a new toy to amuse the babies. Looking at their cute appearance, Qin Huai didn't feel tired at all, and even enjoyed it. Qin Huai just sat in the baby's bedroom and unknowingly forgot the time. Hey, sister, you are back too? And Ran, standing in the yard, looked at Su Shui, who stepped into the yard with surprise with her big eyes, a happy smile on her face. He put down the kettle in his hand, skipped to Su Shui, and took the bag from Su Shui's hand. Yeah, I'm back. Su Shui looked at Ran and nodded gently, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Chapter 42 Medical Abilities. Su Shui glanced deeply into the living room, as if looking for something. Sister, Qin Huai is back. And Ran looked at Su Shui's expression, obviously guessed what Su Shui was thinking, and then said with a grin. Aha! Su Shui nodded calmly. But she still felt a little overwhelmed, because Su Shui didn't know how to face Qin Huai after what happened today. Su Shui stood in the yard, looking like she was thinking about something, as if she had something bothering her. Sister, what happened? And Ran looked at Su Shui's expression and knew that Su Shui was worried. Oh, nothing, let's go. Su Shui shook her head gently and pulled Ran into the living room. Looking around the living room, Su Shui did not see Qin Huai and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Where's Qin Huai? Su Shui asked Ran softly. She wanted to know where Qin Huai was now. Although I didn't know how to face him, I still wanted to ask Qin Huai what he thought about what happened at school today. Qin Huai had never mentioned this matter to me before, but he suddenly appeared in front of me. And he said such words in front of so many people. This made Su Shui feel very uncomfortable at the moment, and she was thinking about this matter the whole afternoon. When Qin Huai just came back, he seemed to say that he went to see the babies. He should be in the baby's room now. And Ran held her chin with her little hand, looking thoughtful. He pointed to the babies' rooms on the second floor, which looked a little funny. Aha! Su Shui followed the direction of Ran's finger and looked deeply at the second floor, as if she could see through it. I'll go up and check on the babies. Su Shui didn't say a word, let go of Ran's hand and walked straight to the second floor. TSK, TSK, TSK. And Ran looked at Su Shui's cold face and couldn't help but smacking her lips. A pair of big eyes looked pitifully at the room on the second floor, as if saying, Qin Huai, you'd better wish you good luck. Boom boom boom. As Su Shui walked to the second floor, she heard a thudding sound and the baby's laughter coming from the baby's room. What is Qin Huai doing in there? Su Shui couldn't help feeling confused, and walked towards the door with lotus steps. Crack! Su Shui gently opened the door a little and took a careful look.
Qin Huai was playing with the babies with toys, and the babies were looking at Qin Huai with their eyes wide open. A happy smile spread across the little face. Su Shui stood at the door and did not make any sound to disturb Qin Huai. She was shocked by the scene before her and felt warm in her heart. Looking at such a harmonious scene, Su Shui forgot herself for a moment and had a motherly smile on her face. She smiled gently, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Huai was different. Qin Huai, who was playing with the baby, seemed to notice Su Shui's figure and slowed down his movements. I slowly turned my head and glanced at the figure standing at the door. It was indeed Su Shui. Qin Huai slowly stood up and pinched the baby's tender little face, and the baby immediately started laughing. "You're back?" Qin Huai looked at Su Shui with a look that made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Shui had always been cold to me before, but today she suddenly looked at me like this. He seemed a little uncomfortable and didn't know what to say for a moment. "Aha!" Su Shui nodded gently, looking at Qin Huai with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Qin Huai was at a loss as to what to do with Su Shui's sudden behavior. He scratched his head and rubbed his hands, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable. "Thank you, Qin Huai." Su Shui looked at Qin Huai and suddenly spoke gently. "Forehead." Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's delicate face, somewhat afraid to look her in the eye. Her eyes at this moment no longer had the coldness of the past, instead they were filled with the heart-warming tenderness and kindness of a mother. Qin Huai stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Ding dong, system prompt. Congratulations to the host for making new progress on the long-term mission he has accepted. System prompts, mission completion, Su Shui's affinity with the host is currently 10%. Note, due to the special nature of the mission, the system will distribute rewards. Reward, the host will be granted the first stage of medical ability. The system's mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in Qin Huai's mind. Fortunately, it was good news. Qin Huai felt happy after hearing this. It really is true that good things come in pairs. Medical ability? Can you practice medicine and treat illnesses yourself? Qin Huai was so excited that he ignored the previous information and focused directly on the task rewards. It's really great that I was rewarded for my abilities. In addition to the system rewarding me with the ability to identify top quality items and the martial arts of the 8 great masters at the beginning, the system has been rewarding me with material things since then. In Qin Huai's opinion, it is better to have extraordinary abilities. In addition to enriching oneself, it can also allow one to be self-reliant. Marvelous! Qin Huai was shouting excitedly at this moment. Ding, system prompt. Mission rewards are being distributed. The mission rewards have been distributed. As the system prompt sounded, Qin Huai felt a dizzy sensation in his mind, and his figure staggered as he stood there. Clatter. In an instant, a large amount of medical information appeared in Qin Huai's mind, such as abrasions, colds, first aid knowledge and so on. A lot of basic first aid knowledge appeared in my mind. It was worthy of being the first stage of medical ability rewarded by the system. It really lives up to its reputation. It is said to be a stage, just that, a stage, neither more nor less. Qin Huai stood there somewhat unsteadily, feeling helpless. It seemed like he had been fooled by the system again, and he was happy for nothing. Well, that's it. It's good to have a reward, at least it's better than nothing. Qin Huai has been with the system for so long that he has long been accustomed to it, and then he comforted himself in his heart. Qin Huai. Are you okay? Su Shui stood in front of Qin Huai and saw Qin Huai's shaky figure. She thought she had just scared him. Then she stepped forward and grabbed Qin Huai's arm with her small hand, trying to steady Qin Huai's body. Qin Huai's arm was grabbed by Su Shui, and Qin Huai's body trembled, feeling a little uncomfortable. He stood there and shook his dizzy head, looking at Su Shui, who seemed a little nervous about him. I feel very warm in my heart. As the saying goes, you can tell whether a person cares about you most at the most critical moment. Now, Qin Huai knew that he had paid attention to every move Su Shui made just now. He grabbed Su Shui's little hand and smiled evilly. I'm fine. Qin Huai whispered to Su Shui's face, then took Su Shui in his arms, and a warm feeling came over him. Su Shui's body was a little stiff due to the excitement. She had never felt this way before. Faced with Qin Huai's sudden affection towards her, she was a little overwhelmed. Chapter 43. What did Su Shui hide? She neither responded nor rejected Qin Huai, and was just held in his arms. The babies lying in the crib saw Qin Huai and Su Shui hugging each other, as if they were celebrating and happy for them. They stretched out their little hands and waved them constantly, and from time to time they let out silvery bell-like laughter.
Qin Huai.
After a while, Su Shue's body felt a little hot while being hugged by Qin Huai. Her whole body felt a little weak, and she patted Qin Huai's shoulder lightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. The little hand gently pushed Qin Huai's arm away, trying to break free from Qin Huai's embrace.
Ah!
Qin Huai seemed to realize something, and then slowly pulled his hand out, scratching his head embarrassedly.
How embarrassing.
Qin Huai and Su Shue just stood there in a daze, not daring to look each other in the eye. The 5 little babies lying in the cribs looked at the two of them, covering their mouths and laughing cutely from time to time. Qin Huai smiled bitterly in his heart. Even you 5 little guys are laughing at me, your dad, and you don't even offer to help me. Looking at the baby lying in the crib, Qin Huai was immediately amused by them.
Sister, Qin Huai, what are you two doing up there?
And Ran's voice suddenly came from the living room downstairs. It was obvious that Qin Huai and Su Shue had stayed upstairs for too long. And Ran was sitting downstairs waiting for dinner, and no one knew what the two people were doing upstairs. And Ran could only worry down there by herself and wanted to go upstairs to find them. But I was afraid of disturbing their good time, so I could only wait boredly down below.
Ah, we'll go down now. Qin Huai looked out the window and saw that it was getting late.
Then he realized that he had been here for a long time and whispered to the door. He winked at Su Shue, indicating that it was time for them to go down. Su Shue looked at Qin Huai's expression and immediately understood what he meant. He walked over to the babies, glanced at them, and made sure that nothing was wrong with them. She nodded gently, looked at Qin Huai with some discomfort, then turned around and carefully left the baby's room. Qin Huai looked at Su Shue's pretty figure, feeling both amused and helpless. As expected, the two of them are still not used to being too close. It seems that I still need to work harder. Qin Huai thought so in his heart and glanced at the smiling baby lying on the bed. Qin Huai smiled slightly. They are really a group of cute little guys. Close the door carefully. Call. Qin Huai took a deep breath, feeling a little complicated at this moment. What happened between her and Su Shue today was a bit weird, and Qin Huai felt secretly surprised when he thought about it. From the afternoon when Qin Huai went to see Su Shue to talk about the assistant, to what happened when he returned home in the evening. This made Qin Huai, who was always thick-skinned, a little at a loss.
Oh, never mind, let it be.
Qin Huai secretly decided in his heart that he didn't care what Su Shue thought of him. Anyway, Qin Huai has already done that, so there is no point in giving so many explanations.
On the contrary, explaining it more will only make things worse. It is better to keep it simple. I'm leaving.
Qin Huai had already figured it out in his mind that it would be better for him to be thick-skinned when facing Su Shue, who was like an iceberg. Walking down to the living room, and Ran was sitting on the sofa watching TV, looking so leisurely.
You still know how to come down?
And Ran held the apple in one hand and spoke to Qin Huai while eating, as if she was a little dissatisfied with Qin Huai again.
Ah, my dear aunt, how did I offend you again?
Qin Huai looked at Ran's appearance and immediately groaned in pain.
Aha, where's your sister?
Qin Huai looked around helplessly and asked, changing the subject.
Yes, my sister is cooking in the kitchen.
And Ran raised her head and gently pointed in the direction of the kitchen.
Aha!
Qin Huai glanced in the direction of the kitchen and smelled a faint aroma of food wafting from inside. There was also the sizzling sound of cooking. It seemed that Su Shue was busy in the kitchen.
TSK.
Qin Huai couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt so lucky to marry a wife like Su Shue. He must have saved the whole world in his previous life, so he met a wife like Su Shue.
At home, Su Shue is like a housewife.
Su Shue is very attentive and meticulous. She cooks for the baby and takes care of him meticulously. Qin Huai looked towards the kitchen and felt warm in his heart. Although Su Shue usually looks cold, Qin Huai knows that Su Shue is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She just went through too much on her own.
How is it? Did you suddenly realize that my sister is very nice?
And Ran smiled at Qin Huai with a playful look on her face.
Aha!
This time Qin Huai did not object to Ran, but nodded with a firm look in his eyes. Alas, my sister has never done anything by herself before, but... And Ran looked at Qin Huai and suddenly remembered Su Shue. She just suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped talking.
Qin
Huai turned his head and looked at Ran. After spending the past few days with her, Qin Huai realized that Ran was just a simple and innocent girl. There was no scheming at all, but seeing Enran seemed to be hesitant to speak just now. Xinhui knew that Enran must know something, and Su Shui must be in trouble too. Things don't seem to be as simple as they seem. No wonder I always felt that Su Shui was hiding something from me. It turns out that she really was hiding something. Why didn't she tell me? Do you dislike me because I am a college student? Do you think I'm not capable enough? Xinhui looked at Enran with doubts in his heart. Just what? Xinhui suddenly looked at Enran intently, wanting to ask something from her. A pair of eyes looked at Enran seriously. What? Enran looked at Xinhui's expression and suddenly realized that she seemed to have let something slip, so she covered her mouth and pretended to be confused. Let me ask you, are your sister and you hiding something from me? Xinhui asked Enran directly, looking at Enran intently, not allowing Enran to lie even a little. Enran looked at Xinhui and suddenly felt guilty. She didn't dare look Xinhui in the eye, and moved her body slightly, trying to get away from Xinhui. What are you talking about? How could my sister hide anything from you? Enran didn't look at Xinhui, she just looked at the apple in her hand and said casually. Xinhui looked at Enran and knew that she was unwilling to tell him the truth. Did your sister not let you tell me, or did she ask you to keep it a secret? Xinhui looked at Enran seriously, staring at her straight, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Oh, I've already said that there is nothing more to ask. If you have anything you want to ask, go ask my sister. I don't know anything. Enran glanced at Xinhui sideways, then pretended to be impatient and tried to take advantage of the opportunity to get away with it. Chapter 44. It's not the time yet. Xinhui looked straight at Enran, looking at her appearance. I knew in my heart that there was no point in asking further, and she wouldn't tell me anything. Well. Xinhui sat down on the sofa with some disappointment, sighed softly, and looked thoughtful. Forehead. Enran saw Xinhui looking sad and alone, and felt a little sorry for him. But she really couldn't say it, because Su Shui had told her not to say it. Enran had no choice but to sit on the sofa, eating an apple while glancing at Xinhui from time to time. The little face was full of apology. I'll go to the kitchen to check. Xinhui couldn't stay any longer and sat on the sofa feeling very uncomfortable. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He wanted to go find Su Shui to ask for clarification. As he spoke, Xinhui slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Yeah, okay. Enran looked at Xinhui's broad back and nodded obediently, which was rare. I kept repeating to myself, don't ask, don't ask. Sizzle. Standing at the kitchen door, the sound of hot oil sizzling could be heard from the kitchen from time to time. The air is filled with the aroma of rice, which smells refreshing. But Xinhui didn't care about these at the moment. Su Shui. Xinhui stood at the door and suddenly called out to the busy figure in front of him. Su Shui stopped what she was doing and was stunned at first. Then she turned her head and looked at Xinhui with a puzzled look, as if she didn't understand why Xinhui appeared here. Seeing Xinhui's unusually serious expression, Su Shui's face straightened. He whispered, "What's the matter? Is there anything wrong?" Looking at Su Shui, who was completely unaware of the situation, Xinhui clenched his fists tightly. He struggled a little in his heart, but he still started to ask, "Are you hiding something from me?" After hearing Xinhui's words, Su Shui's face became a little confused, obviously not knowing what Xinhui was talking about. What are you hiding from him? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Shui became a little confused and her face turned cold. He decided to ignore Xinhui and went back to his own business. Shouldn't you tell me about your previous experiences and the potential difficulties you are facing now? Xinhui looked at Su Shui's back and resolutely expressed his doubts. He wanted to get things straight. Xinhui felt uncomfortable being kept in the dark like this. He always felt like there was something between them. Bang! Su Shui put down the kitchen utensils in her hand, turned around and looked at Xinhui seriously. Who, Xinhui? Taking a deep breath, Su Shui sorted out her thoughts. Unexpectedly, Xinhui still discovered something. She had told Enran a long time ago not to tell Xinhui about their affairs. Because this is not something that Xinhui, a college student, can solve, and telling him about it would only cause more trouble. She didn't want to owe Xinhui too much. I do have something to hide from you. Su Shui did not avoid the question anymore, but spoke directly to Xinhui. You're not going to tell me? Xinhui looked at Su Shui's struggling expression and felt relieved. It seems that my guess was correct, they were indeed hiding something from me. Qin Huai looked straight at Su Shui. It was the first time that he discussed an issue with Su Shui so seriously. Qin Huai felt that they should not hide things from him. Now is not the time. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai and shook her head slightly. Obviously, she didn't want to tell Qin Huai about their affairs yet, because for Qin Huai now, it was like a huge mountain. If I tell him, I'm afraid he will be overwhelmed. In Su Shui's opinion, Qin Huai might achieve great success in the future. But if I can't reach that level, telling Qin Huai will only add to my troubles. Then when will you be willing to tell me? Seeing Su Shui shaking her head and not wanting to tell him now, Qin Huai felt a little pain in his heart and looked very disappointed. I'll tell you when the time is right. Su Shui gently fumbled with her fingers, and it was obvious that she was very conflicted and struggling in her heart. Good. Qin Huai nodded heavily and did not ask any further questions. Because there is no point in continuing to ask, it seems that Su Shui will not tell me now. Well. Qin Huai felt a little uncomfortable at the moment, and he could see that Su Shui also wanted to tell him. She looked very conflicted and struggling mentally, and it was obvious that she had concerns about this matter. Maybe Qin Huai is not qualified to know now, or maybe he is still just a college student. Qin Huai had a lot of thoughts in his mind at this moment, and he was deeply aware of the importance of ability. Looking at Su Shui's struggling expression, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. He also wanted to tell Su Shui that she could tell him whatever concerns she had. But with him now? He also knew that he was not qualified enough. Don't worry, I will let you tell me without any worries, and I can also be a support for you and the baby. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's back with a firm gaze, and he made a secret decision in his heart. Qin Huai, are you okay? Looking at Qin Huai walking out of the kitchen with a bad look on his face, and Ran asked cautiously. Yeah, I'm fine. Qin Huai raised his eyes and shook his head slightly. Sitting on the sofa, the TV kept showing various pictures, but Qin Huai didn't pay any attention to it. He sat on the sofa with a dazed look in his eyes, as if thinking about something. TSK, that's horrible. And Ran, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but smack her lips when she saw Qin Huai like this. He said to himself that this was the first time he saw Qin Huai looking so lonely. And Ran, come and help. And Ran, who was standing by in surprise, was suddenly called by Su Shui. Yeah, okay. After saying that, he put down the snacks in his hand and ran into the kitchen happily. Wow, sister, it smells so good. And Ran was looking at the delicious food in the kitchen and her mouth was watering. She looked at Su Shui in surprise. Let's go. Su Shui looked at Ran and shook her head helplessly. She is already such an old girl, but she doesn't look like a girl at all. She looks more like a tomboy. Su Shui brought the food to the dining table, and Ran glanced at Su Shui. He stretched out his paw and secretly took a bite of the food with a look of enjoyment on his face, then walked out with the food on the table. Sitting down on the dining chair, Ran couldn't bear it any longer and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Pa! Su Shui tapped Ran with the chopsticks and winked at her. Ran pouted her lips immediately, looking unwilling. Qin Huai, it's time to eat. If you don't eat now, there will be nothing left. After saying that, Ran couldn't hold back any longer and ate the food with great enjoyment, praising the food for its deliciousness while eating. Su Shui turned her head and glanced at Qin Huai, who was sitting on the sofa. She felt a little uncomfortable. Did she do something wrong? Well. Su Shui sighed softly in her heart. Chapter 45. His idea finally came true. Yeah, here it comes. Qin Huai slowly stood up and walked towards the dining table. So embarrassing. Qin Huai sat in the chair and felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Ran was eating voraciously while Su Shui was eating elegantly on her own. She formed a sharp contrast with Ran next to her. TSK. How come these two are sisters? Qin Huai looked at Ran with a strange expression. One was quirky and the other was as cold and beautiful as snow. Qin Huai. Su Shui, who was eating opposite, suddenly called out softly. Ah! Qin Huai didn't have time to react when he was called suddenly. He hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth yet and was staring at Su Shui in a daze. What do you think about that assistant? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai. Although she was reluctant to talk about it, she still asked Qin Huai. She wanted to know Qin Huai's specific opinions. Oh, that one. Qin Huai spoke hesitantly while eating the food in his mouth.
So this is what you are asking. Xin Huai didn't know what to say for a moment. He was a little confused at the time, so he said that. But that was indeed what he really thought in his heart, but it was a bit too explicit to say it out loud. Ahem, that's just what I said. Xin Huai coughed twice, chose to avoid the question, and ate his meal by himself. What if I don't give it to you? Su Shue's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked at Xin Huai with an indifferent look and felt a little annoyed. I must get that spot. Xin Huai's expression suddenly froze, and he looked at Su Shue without any fear. Suddenly the atmosphere at the table became a little tense. Ahem. And Ran, who was eating nearby, seemed to sense that something was wrong between the two of them. She looked at Xin Huai and then at Su Shue. Ah, I can't even eat in peace. I just want to have a good meal. And Ran secretly groaned in her heart. Well, what's the matter? And Ran looked at the two men's eyes and wondered if she didn't pull them back. At this distance, they're either going to kiss or fight. Eat your meal. Fine. The two said in unison, then looked at each other again. Forehead. And Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were these two people trying to do? Sister, what's the matter with assistants? And Ran looked at Su Shue and asked suddenly. Oh, you mean that? That's something every teacher in the school has. It can be considered to reduce the burden on teachers. Su Shue explained softly, giving Xin Huai a vicious look. Oh, then what are you two doing? And Ran asked puzzledly. Obviously, he didn't understand why two people who were fine just now suddenly became so hostile to each other. Heh, some people want to be this assistant. Su Shue snorted coldly and looked at Xin Huai with cold eyes. Ah. And Ran knew from the look on Su Shue's face that the some people she was talking about must be Xin Huai. And Ran glanced at Xin Huai, who didn't say anything at this moment. But his eyes were determined, and it was obvious that he was determined to be the assistant. Well. And Ran sighed in her heart, she knew Su Shue best. She knew that Su Shue would respond to soft tactics and not hard ones, and Xin Huai would not get the desired result by forcefully approaching Su Shue. Then, she cursed Xin Huai in her heart as an idiot. Since you take such good care of us, I will help you. It's not a bad thing for my sister anyway. And Ran looked at Xin Huai deeply and had already made a decision in her heart. Sister, do you think anyone wants to be the assistant? Why don't you just give it to Xin Huai? It's better to keep the wealth within the family. And Ran pretended to be confused and looked at Su Shue seriously and said. That person is Xin Huai. After hearing in Ran's words, Su Shue snorted coldly and looked at Xin Huai with gloomy eyes. Oh? Isn't that just right? And Ran pretended to be surprised and looked at Su Shue in confusion. I don't know what he means yet. Su Shue looked at Xin Huai deeply and said what was in her mind. Ah? Xin Huai, what do you think? And Ran looked at Xin Huai curiously, and Su Shue also raised her eyes and looked at him expectantly. Forehead. Xin Huai was suddenly asked this by two people. He felt helpless for a moment and didn't know how to start. Did he say that he wanted to get close to Su Shue and protect her? Say that you want to get close to Su Shue and improve their relationship? How is this possible? Even if I tell Su Shue and the others, they won't believe me. They might even think I'm a pervert. Call. Xin Huai took a deep breath and pretended to look at the two of them seriously. Well, I'm about to graduate, and I'm not doing well in advanced mathematics. I want to be Su Shue's assistant so that she can give me some special training. Xin Huai chuckled and spoke very easily, as if what he said was true. Oh, that's easy. When An Ran heard this, she smiled. It was so simple, what was there to worry about? Su Shue looked at Xin Huai with confusion on her face. This was not what she said this afternoon. Su Shue felt a little annoyed when she thought about it. Sister, just agree to let Xin Huai be your assistant. It will be more convenient this way. And Ran gently persuaded Su Shue, obviously wanting to help Xin Huai. Xin Huai stood aside and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at An Ran with some surprise. When did this little girl become so nice to him? Never mind, the important thing is to get Su Shue's consent first. Let us get it first. As for what to do next, I don't need Su Shue's consent. Xin Huai thought so, looking cunning and treacherous. Ahem, Su Shue, I really need the position of assistant. Xin Huai looked at Su Shue's struggling expression and said something fanning the flames.
This is a good opportunity, he can't miss it. Then he looked at and ran with gratitude, thanking the heroine for her help. And Ran inadvertently winked at Qin Huai with a sidelong glance, as if to say, you know what I mean. Well, okay, I'll report it tomorrow. After listening to the opinions of the two, Su Shui finally followed the majority. She sighed softly, compromising with the two of them. Hey. Hearing that Su Shui finally agreed to his request, Qin Huai smiled slightly, obviously in a good mood. He winked at and Ran, thanking her. Qin Huai is finally okay now. And Ran smiled happily at Qin Huai. This way, Qin Huai owed her a favor. Aha! Qin Huai nodded slightly and looked at and Ran gratefully. Oh, okay, you two can do it. Su Shui sat aside, looking at the two people who were so happy, and suddenly spoke. Su Shui knew that the two of them were singing the same tune. The reason why she agreed to let Qin Huai be his assistant was not because of the reasons Qin Huai mentioned, but because Su Shui secretly hoped that Qin Huai would be the assistant. Chapter 46 I'm in charge of everything. After hearing what Su Shui said, the two of them immediately lowered their heads and started eating, as if they had been exposed. Anyway, the effect has been achieved, so who cares? Qin Huai, are you free tomorrow? Su Shui looked at Qin Huai, who suddenly fell silent, and asked. Why didn't Su Shui ask herself if she had time? Are you going out on a date with me? Qin Huai was excited just thinking about it. Going out on a date with him? That would be too exciting. Yes, I have time tomorrow. Qin Huai suddenly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and spoke to Su Shui impatiently. Forehead. Looking at Qin Huai's expectant look, Su Shui felt a little uncomfortable. What happened to him? Yes, Yuan and Ran will take the babies to the baby bath center tomorrow to give them a bath. Su Shui glanced at Qin Huai and said with some confusion. Qin Huai obviously didn't expect Su Shui to say this, and glanced at Su Shui in surprise. Qin Huai, you don't think my sister? And Ran looked at Qin Huai's stunned expression and immediately burst into laughter with a smirk on her face. Okay. Qin Huai scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly that he had indeed thought wrongly just now. Su Shui was speechless. She looked at the two people and thought they were so boring. Then she stood up and said to Qin Huai. You two can go with the baby tomorrow. I have to go back to school tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and left. Aha! Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's back and nodded slightly. Qin Huai, you are so stupid. And Ran laughed at Qin Huai from time to time, pointed at him and thought he was so stupid. What do you mean? Qin Huai was confused by Ayn Ran and obviously didn't understand what Ayn Ran meant. I'll tell you a secret. Looking at Qin Huai with a confused look on his face, Ayn Ran suddenly whispered. She looked mysterious and put her little face close to Qin Huai's ear. My sister is soft-hearted and doesn't take hardship. What do you mean? Qin Huai looked at Ayn Ran with a smirk on her face in confusion. He was confused by her. What does it mean to be soft-hearted and not hard-hearted? Am I not gentle enough to Su Shui? Qin Huai's face was full of confusion. He didn't understand what this clever little ghost Ayn Ran was talking about. Qin Huai, you are so stupid. Just figure it out yourself. I will ignore you. Ayn Ran pouted and snorted coldly, then stood up and went back to her room. This. Qin Huai was the only one left in the living room, sitting blankly beside the dining table, looking completely confused. Oh, okay. Qin Huai sighed lightly. Women are troublesome. They always speak strangely. Qin Huai quickly cleaned up the food and plates on the table. It feels good. Qin Huai lay down on his big bed, and his tired body finally relaxed after a day of work. Hey, I have to get up early tomorrow. I have to give the babies a bath. Qin Huai was lying on the bed, and suddenly remembered what Su Shui had just said. He has to take the babies to take a bath tomorrow. He gets excited just thinking about it. This is Qin Huai's first time going. Call. Qin Huai closed his eyes but couldn't fall asleep because of what would happen tomorrow. Go check on the babies. I checked my phone and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. It was a bit too early to go to bed. After putting on his shoes, Qin Huai walked out of his room carefully. I have to say that the villa that the system rewarded to Qin Huai is indeed big enough. There are only Su Shui and a few others living in the entire villa, so it does look a bit empty. Xin Huai walked in the living room, which seemed very empty. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop. I tiptoed up the stairs to the second floor, and a ray of light shone on the floor of the stairs.
Huh? Xin Huai became a little confused. Who would be here at this time? It's the baby's room.
Xin Huai stood at the stairs and glanced at the room where the light was still on.
It was the baby's room.
Xin Huai's heart suddenly tightened and he became nervous. Xin Huai walked quickly to the door of the room, stuck his head out, looked inside the room cautiously, and was ready to rush in at any time.
Huh? Su Shui? She's still here so late?
Xin Huai looked at Su Shui, who was sitting next to the crib and taking care of the baby. His clenched fists slowly loosened, and he felt a little confused.
Su Shui?
He gently pushed open the half-open door and asked softly.
Whom?
Su Shui, who was sitting in a daze beside the crib, was suddenly called and her expression was suddenly startled. He glanced at Xin Huai standing at the door, a little surprised.
Xin Huai, you haven't slept yet? Su Shui asked in surprise.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep so I came to check it out.
I didn't expect you to be here too.
Xin Huai casually moved out a chair, sat down slowly, looked at Su Shui and spoke gently. Yeah, I couldn't sleep either so I came to check on the baby. Su Shui nodded gently and looked at the babies who were sleeping soundly in the cribs. The light in the whole room was very warm, and the family stayed together quietly. Xin Huai looked at Su Shui's face and could clearly see that she looked a little tired.
Because of what happened today?
Xin Huai asked softly, obviously noticing Su Shui's slightly frowned brows.
Yeah, Xin Huai hopes you don't take it to heart.
Su Shui looked at the babies and nodded silently. She didn't deny it because it was a problem that the two of them would have to face sooner or later.
It's okay. I know.
Xin Huai looked at Su Shui and comforted her softly.
It could be seen that Su Shui was under a lot of pressure.
It's just that Su Shui has been bearing this pressure alone all this time. It's not that she doesn't want to tell Xin Huai, but he hasn't grown to that level yet. Su Shui sighed softly, and a rare look of fatigue appeared on her delicate face. Xin Huai couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw Su Shui like this. He slowly stood up and hugged Su Shui, who was sitting on the chair, in his arms.
It's okay, you still have me.
Xin Huai comforted her softly. Su Shui was hugged by Xin Huai like this. In Xin Huai's arms, Su Shui felt a warm current coming, and her heart was warm.
Xin Huai, thank you.
Su Shui gently pushed Xin Huai away and looked at him sincerely. She has always been grateful to Xin Huai, and sometimes even thinks that there would be nothing wrong if they just lived an ordinary life like this. But her background did not allow her to live an ordinary life, and she left the family behind. Although she has severed ties with the family, Su Shui is still a member of the family in terms of blood.
Things are not as simple as they seem.
Su Shui's body trembled slightly from time to time while being held by Xin Huai.
Well.
Xin Huai looked at the person in his arms, sighed softly, and couldn't help feeling distressed. Xin Huai really wanted to share her burden. But Xin Huai needs time, he still needs to grow. Then he held Su Shui's arms tighter. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
Chapter 47 Taking the Baby to the Bath Center.
Su Shui's delicate body trembled slightly, and at this moment her mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. Being held by Xin Huai like this, she felt protected. She had never felt this way before. Su Shui's heart trembled violently, and she raised her head and glanced at Xin Huai.
The two people's eyes just happened to collide.
Xin Huai looked at Su Shui and felt an impulse in his heart. He slowly bent down and was about to kiss Su Shui's lips.
Xin Huai.
Su Shui suddenly called out Xin Huai, with a complicated look on her face. She was still a little uncomfortable. They had only been together for a few days, and Su Shui still needed time to adapt.
Xin Huai bent his body and stood there stiffly.
But Su Shui had already hidden her head, trying not to give Xin Huai any chance. But Xin Huai still bent down slightly and gently kissed Su Shui's hair. Su Shui, I will definitely protect you and the baby from now on, and no one will dare to bully us. Xin Huai looked at the body that shrank tightly in his arms, clenched his fists, and spoke firmly to Su Shui. Xin Huai felt really heartbroken and powerless when he saw Su Shui like this. This is what Xin Huai can't tolerate the most. No matter how big the wind and waves are, it doesn't matter. He would still try his best to solve it, but Xin Huai wouldn't even know where the problem lies.
It's like a pair of iron fists hitting cotton, full of powerlessness.
Aha! Su Shui nodded gently, her heart trembling slightly. She raised her head slightly and looked at the young man in front of her who was younger than her. His eyes were so firm that they did not allow for any doubt. Just like that, Xin Hui hugged Su Shui tightly, and the two stayed in the room for a long time. Xin Hui, remember to take the babies to have a bath tomorrow, and give them a vaccination while you're at it. If you can't make it in time, I'll take them there another day. Su Shui looked at the baby lying in the crib with tenderness, her eyes full of kindness. Looking at Su Shui in this rare appearance, looking at her delicate face, Hui was so absorbed in watching that he forgot to answer Su Shui who was talking to him. Xin Hui. Su Shui called him in some confusion, looking at his dazed look. Ah. Okay. Xin Hui's thoughts were called back by Su Shui. He looked at Su Shui in a daze and nodded quickly to agree with her. Su Shui looked at Xin Hui's dazed look and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ahem, I feel a little sleepy all of a sudden. I'll go back first. Xin Hui suddenly felt that the atmosphere between the two of them became inexplicably strange, and he slowly stood up and was about to leave. He whispered, "You should also go to bed early." Aha! Nodding slightly, Su Shui raised her eyes and glanced at Xin Hui, who seemed a little flustered. Su Shui felt a little embarrassed sitting here and didn't know what to say. She just looked at the sleeping babies with gentle eyes. Call. Xin Hui walked out of the room and took a deep breath. Thinking about the situation in the room just now, although the two of them were a little embarrassed, fortunately, Su Shui was not particularly unfamiliar with them. It can be seen that she is slowly opening up to Xin Hui. With an evil smile on his lips, Xin Hui was in a good mood at the moment. I believe he will not suffer from insomnia again. Let's go back and have a good sleep, and take the baby to take a bath tomorrow. Hey. Xin Hui turned his head and glanced towards the baby's room, a rare look of doting appearing in his eyes. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. In the early morning, the sound of an alarm clock was ringing in the room. Ah. Xin Hui closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, tentatively touched the alarm clock, and turned it off with a click. I'm so sleepy. Xin Hui tried hard to open his sleepy eyes, yawned deeply, and took out the mobile phone beside the bed. Phew, it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. The lit screen of the mobile phone was so bright that Xin Hui could hardly open his eyes. Looking at the time on the phone screen, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too late. Oh, yes, I'm going to take the babies to bathe today. Xin Hui was about to close his eyes when he suddenly started to shudder. Only then did he remember that he had to take his baby to the bath center today. Xin Hui patted his face gently with his hands. Wake up. Xin Hui tried hard to wake himself up, and he felt a little excited. I never thought that he would be where he is today and could take his baby to the baby bath center as a father. Ha ha. Thinking of the appearance of those cute little guys, Xin Hui's face was filled with a happy smile. He stood up suddenly and put on his clothes. Xin Hui simply washed up, looked at himself in the mirror, and suddenly became narcissistic. He is quite handsome. He smiled at himself in the mirror, revealing his snow-white teeth, giving people a handsome feeling. Ahem. Suddenly, a discordant coughing sound was heard. Xin Hui, who was looking in the mirror, slowly looked towards the source of the sound. Forehead. At this moment, Su Shui was standing at the stairs with a curious look on her face, looking at herself like this. Then Xin Hui immediately patted his clothes and changed back to his previous appearance. He thought that what he did just now would not scare Su Shui. Xin Hui was like a child who had done something bad at this moment, standing in front of the mirror, unable to walk away or escape. I don't know what to do. You got up quite early. Su Shui asked softly. There was no difference in his expression, still as cold as before, but the way he looked at Xin Hui became a little strange. It seemed that she had just accidentally seen Xin Hui being cool. Su Shui was a little surprised. Oh, yes, I have to take the babies to the baby bath center today, so of course I have to get up early. Xin Hui looked at Su Shui's face and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Shui didn't think anything of it. She scratched her head embarrassedly and answered softly, Su Shui. Aha. Su Shui nodded gently. When she heard the word baby, her eyes looked a little different, and then they softened. Are you ready to go back to school? Xin Hui stared at Su Shui blankly. Su Shui was wearing a long dress today. She looks very elegant, with a beauty that is untainted by the mud and yet clear and yet not coquettish. Xin Hui was stunned for a moment. Yeah, I need to go back to school today and come back in the evening. Su Shui replied softly. Obviously, she also wanted to accompany the baby today, but she had to go back to school to report the situation. So as a last resort, this task was given to Qin Huai. Okay, what time will you be back tonight? Qin Huai nodded. There was nothing he could do about it, and he was happy to take the babies with him. But when I heard Su Shui say that she would be back in the evening, I felt a little worried, so I asked her what time she would be back. Well, probably around 8 or 9 in the evening, I'm not sure about the exact time. Chapter 48. My heart is melting. Su Shui was silent for a while, thinking about how a school leader stopped her when she came back yesterday. They said there was a meeting in the evening and their teacher was required to attend. It just so happened that Su Shui also needed to report, so she just put this together. So late? After hearing Su Shui's answer, Qin Huai couldn't help but feel worried. I'll pick you up from school tomorrow afternoon. Then Qin Huai looked at Su Shui with firm eyes. His intuition told him that he couldn't let Su Shui come back alone. No need, I can take a taxi back by myself. You still have to take the baby to the baby bath center and go to the hospital for vaccinations. Some of them may be too late. Don't worry about me. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai and didn't want to trouble him. She had come home very late before and thought it was no big deal. Besides, Qin Huai had so many things to do today that he was simply unable to handle it. I will pick you up from school in the evening. I will take good care of the babies, so you don't have to worry. Qin Huai's attitude remained firm. In his opinion, he didn't want Su Shui to come back alone at night because he was not there before. Now that he has acknowledged the babies, Su Shui is his wife. How could I possibly let my wife take a taxi home alone late at night? Qin Huai was simply worried. Qin Huai. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai's firm attitude and was about to persuade him. Will you listen to me this time? Qin Huai suddenly spoke to Su Shui in an unusually gentle voice, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Shui remained unchanged. Seeing Qin Huai like this, Su Shui felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. She didn't know how to refuse Qin Huai. Yeah, if it's too late, forget it. Su Shui nodded slightly, compromising with Qin Huai, and then spoke softly. In time. Qin Huai spoke, his eyes as firm as iron. Su Shui looked at his handsome face and was moved for a moment. It was the first time for her to feel cared for and protected by someone. I feel warm in my heart. This feels so good, thank you Qin Huai. Su Shui said silently in her heart. She had never felt this way before, and she had completely shut herself off from it. He is cold towards everything and doesn't have much emotional fluctuations at all. But the appearance of Qin Huai was constantly melting the ice in her heart and constantly warming her. Su Shui looked at Qin Huai with gratitude, and there seemed to be a barely perceptible smile on the corner of her mouth. Then he said softly, then I'm leaving. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's pretty figure, feeling very happy, and nodded slightly. Aha! I will protect you from now on. Qin Huai made a secret decision in his heart, and then took a deep breath. I don't know if the babies have woken up yet. As the protagonist of today, Qin Huai first thought of the cute little guys. He raised his head and glanced at the baby's room on the second floor with a gentle look. Let's go up and take a look. Qin Huai walked in slippers, the sound was barely audible. Crack! Qin Huai opened the door carefully, bent over and read a book and massaged his feet, fearing that his loud noises would wake the babies. Qin Huai, who was carefully closing the door, suddenly heard a silver bell-like laughter. I suddenly smiled bitterly in my heart. It turned out that these little guys had woken up a long time ago. Call. Qin Huai slowly straightened up and walked slowly towards the babies' cribs. 5 cute little babies were staring at Qin Huai with their big, sparkling eyes, and occasionally giving angelic smiles. Looking at these little guys, Qin Huai felt in a good mood for the whole day and suddenly felt full of strength. You little guys are so cute. Grow up quickly. When you grow up, Daddy will take you out to play. Qin Huai looked at the babies lovingly, like a loving father. I really want to give you a kiss. Looking at their tender and cute little faces, Qin Huai's heart melted. Oh, by the way, I don't know if these little guys' diapers have been changed. Suddenly, an idea came to Qin Huai's mind. He didn't know whether the baby's diapers had been changed when he got up in the morning. He was just busy playing with them. Alas, I'm really not a competent father. Honey, don't blame me. Qin Huai patted his head lightly, feeling annoyed that he hadn't thought of this. This was really wrong. Looking at the cute little baby with a smile on his face, Qin Huai's face was full of apology. Then he gently picked up a baby. "Come on, little guy, show daddy." Xinhui gently picked up the baby and carefully took out the baby's diaper. Seeing that it was not wet, he felt a little worried and touched it with his hand. "Ha! This looks like it's newly replaced." Xinhui looked at the diaper in his hand in confusion, then changed the diaper for the baby again and gently placed the baby in the crib. There is no sign of wetness on the diaper. Could it be that Su Shui has changed? Then a thought popped into Xinhui's mind: has Su Shui changed? Thinking of this, Xinhui suddenly showed a bitter smile on his face. I glanced at the table next to me and saw some remaining milk bottles. It turned out that Su Shui had already fed the baby early in the morning and changed the baby's diaper. Well. Xinhui sighed lightly, feeling guilty. Su Shui got up so early to take care of the baby, but he was still sleeping in bed, and he kept saying that he would share the burden with her. Xinhui stood there in a daze, feeling guilty. It seems I have to be more diligent in the future. Xinhui took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. From now on, this task would be handed over to him, Xinhui. The baby lying in the crib looked at Xinhui curiously, stretching out his hands from time to time. Xinhui stood beside the crib, looking at them lovingly. "You little ones have to behave well. Daddy will take you to take a bath after dinner." Xinhui spoke to them gently. Although they are still young, Xinhui is very happy to chat with them. He felt very happy because he was chatting with these little guys, not to mention that Xinhui could hug the baby. As if he understood what Xinhui meant, he immediately laughed happily. Seeing the baby smile even more happily, Xinhui looked at them tenderly. "Oh? Can you understand what Dad is saying? You're really smart." With a soft smile, Xinhui teased the baby on the side. "Okay, Dad will go pack up and come up to pick you up later." Xinhui stood up and spoke gently to the baby, waving gently to the little ones. Crack! Xinhui closed the door quietly and stood at the door with a smile on his face. "Oh, by the way, we have to bring in Ran with us." Xinhui suddenly slapped his thigh, remembering that he didn't know where the place was, and he still needed the little princess and Ran to take him there. Chapter 49: Little Witch and Ran. Then he hurried downstairs in his slippers. What should I call her?" Xinhui stood in front of Ran's door, feeling a little at a loss. He didn't know how to respond to Ran, who was woken up by him. If Ran gets in a bad mood again when she wakes up, I will be in trouble again. Well. Xinhui sighed in his heart and felt a headache for a moment. Ran helped him yesterday, so Xinhui still owed her a favor. I took out my cell phone and checked the time. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. No, it will be too late if we keep wasting time like this. Xinhui looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. They had to hurry. Call. Taking a deep breath, Xinhui raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Crack! Before Xinhui's hand fell, the door opened. Ran was wearing pajamas, with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Xinhui looked at Ran, who suddenly appeared, and instinctively took a few steps back. "You." Xinhui hadn't spoken yet. Ran looked at Xinhui with his hand raised with a puzzled look. "What are you doing?" Xinhui was suddenly confused when Ran asked this. He looked bewildered, not knowing what to say, and it was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the shock. Xinhui. Suddenly Ran was startled, took a few steps back, and hugged the door handle. "What?" Xinhui looked at Ran's startled expression and felt a little confused. "What are you trying to do, miss? Were you going to come into my room?" Ran said this confidently, with a look of fear on her sleepy little face. What is this little girl thinking? Could Xinhui be that kind of person? Xinhui was speechless immediately. This little girl had a really big imagination. "I told you to get up," Xinhui said helplessly. Then he turned around without saying a word, no longer intending to pay any attention to this little witch. Looking at Xinhui's departing figure, Ran immediately said, "Hey, Xinhui, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. You are such a boring person." Ran pouted her lips as if she had been wronged, and was obviously making fun of Xinhui. Xinhui turned around and looked at Ran's face. Okay. Xinhui was almost speechless. How could this be a joke? You have a really big heart. Xinhui felt helpless. If it weren't for the fact that Enran had helped him out yesterday, he would have turned around and left.
Ahem, don't make such jokes next time.
Xinhui looked at Enran seriously, feeling very puzzled. Her sister Su Shui is such a cool and elegant person, how come Enran is such a little witch?
Xinhui sighed inwardly.
Hey, got it. Enran showed her snow-white teeth and smiled.
Do you know what we are going to do today?
Xinhui looked at Enran with a questioning look.
Of course, as their aunt, I care about them very much, okay?
Hearing Xinhui ask this, Enran pouted her lips immediately, looking righteous.
That's good. Xinhui looked at Enran like this and didn't question anything.
After all, although Enran was naughty, she still knew what was right and what was wrong. Then Xinhui nodded slightly, said nothing more, and went back to his room to pack up.
Are you ready?
Xinhui was pushing a baby stroller with a package of things piled next to him.
He was standing in the living room waiting for Enran.
Okay, I'll be right there. Enran sat in the room and spoke to Xinhui outside.
Hey, let's go.
Enran rushed out of the room and smiled at Xinhui, who was waiting for her outside, as an apology to Xinhui.
Let's go, the car is already waiting outside.
Xinhui took a look at Enran's delicate face, and it was obvious that Enran had put on some makeup. Xinhui could understand it and did not blame Enran.
Good.
Enran nodded obediently, then helped Xinhui hold the two babies and followed behind Xinhui.
Crack.
After closing the door, Enran glanced at the car waiting outside the villa. He looked at Xinhui with some doubt.
Huh? Xinhui, you didn't drive?
Enran clearly remembered that Xinhui had a very cool Porsche car.
But it looks like Xinhui is not open. Yeah, well, we can't fit in that car. Xinhui nodded slightly.
He also wanted to change his mind, but he had to take care of the babies. It would be too crowded to sit like that, and he didn't want to let the babies suffer. Then he called a taxi on his phone.
Let's go.
Xinhui said to Enran behind him, gently opened the car door and motioned Enran to go in first. Enran carefully sat in the car holding the baby, and Xinhui followed her in the back seat.
Master, let's go to the baby bath center in the city center. Xinhui sat in the car and spoke loudly to the driver.
Okay, I promise to get you there. The driver glanced at Xinhui and smiled at him. It seemed that the driver was a cheerful person.
Aha! Xinhui nodded slightly and said nothing more.
While driving on the road, Xinhui looked at the scenery outside the car from time to time.
It is rush hour now and there are a lot of vehicles on the road. Ha, it's rush hour now, there are a lot of cars on the road.
The driver chuckled, obviously noticing that Xinhui was a little anxious, and then he spoke to comfort him.
Yeah, it's okay. As long as we can get there.
Although Xinhui was a little anxious, he knew that safety came first.
Then he nodded. Traffic jams were inevitable and he could understand that. Ha, little brother, are you taking your babies to the bathing center to give them a bath?
Seeing Xinhui didn't say anything, the driver said in a friendly manner.
Aha, yes. Xinhui nodded slightly and did not deny it. Ah, little brother, you are so lucky.
You have 5 babies at such a young age.
You are really lucky.
Unlike me, I am so old but I only have a son who is not doing well. The driver glanced at the baby in Xinhui's arms, his eyes full of envy and love.
Yes, I am indeed the father of these 5 babies. Thank you, uncle.
Xinhui looked at the driver and thought he didn't look like a bad person, so he started chatting with him.
Well.
The driver glanced at Xinhui, his eyes full of envy. He thought about himself again, then shook his head and sighed. Without saying anything else, he drove his car seriously.
Little brother, the place you want to go is in front. I will take you to the door. It will be more convenient.
The driver spoke softly to Xinhui and the others.
Yeah, okay, thank you, uncle. Xinhui nodded slightly and cast a grateful look at the driver. This driver was a pretty good person. Chapter 50 Baby Bath.
Sitting in the back seat of the car, Xinhui followed his gaze and looked forward.
Enran, is this the place?
He turned around and asked Enran, because he was not sure if it was this place. Upon hearing this, Enran stuck her head out and looked forward, looking as if she was thinking about something.
Yeah, Xinhui is definitely here.
Then Enran nodded gently, her eyes full of affirmation.
Xinhui smiled slightly and found Enran's funny look a little funny. Okay, here we are.
The driver laughed loudly, braked his foot, and stopped the car steadily in an open space. let's go. Xin Hui glanced outside, reminded softly, and opened the car door first while holding the baby. And Ran followed behind Xin Hui with a calm face. Baby Bath Center. Xin Hui held the luggage in his hands and looked up at a line of eye-catching words on the top of the building. It's really impressive. It should be one of the best in the city. Xin Hui looked at the bathing center and sighed in his heart. Xin Hui, who had never been to such a place before, was amazed after seeing it for himself. Hey, are you surprised? And Ran looked at Xin Hui from behind with a surprised look on his face, chuckled and asked. Yeah, this place does look nice. Xin Hui didn't object to anything because he looked really good like this. Of course. My sister said that no matter how difficult our life is, we can't let the babies suffer. Seeing that Xin Hui didn't say anything, and Ran felt a little proud. She often came here with her sister and the baby. Xin Hui nodded gently without saying anything else. He looked at the baby in his arms and smiled slightly. I'll bring you here later. Xin Hui looked at the baby's tender face and felt very happy. He decided to make up for his previous negligence in the future. Let's go in. Xin Hui spoke softly to Ran and walked in. Wow. As soon as he walked into the hall of the baby bath center, Xin Hui was attracted by the sound of a baby crying. I couldn't help but look at the babies lying in the stroller with some worry. I wondered if these little guys would cry while taking a bath. But when Xin Hui looked at them, he could clearly see no trace of discomfort on their young faces. Instead, he was laughing and seemed very happy to be here. Hello, sir, are you here with your baby for a bath? A front desk waiter came over, looked at Xin Hui pushing the stroller with a confused look on his face, and then walked up to him and asked. It's just that the waiter looked at Xin Hui with a strange look. It seemed that Xin Hui was about the same age as her, or even younger than her. But when he saw Xin Hui pushing 5 cute babies in the stroller, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. What do I need to do here? Xin Hui was indeed a little at a loss as he stood there just now, but when he looked at the waiter who suddenly came up to him, he answered with a dazed look in his eyes. We need to handle this. The waiter was about to explain, but he hadn't finished his words. No need, just do it the same as before. And Ran followed Xin Hui and finally got in. Seeing Xin Hui asking the waiter how to do it, and Ran suddenly felt a surge of pride. Because they had applied for membership here and often brought their babies here, Su Shui arranged everything. Xin Hui was confused by Ran's words. He looked at Ran blankly. It was obvious that he needed a reasonable explanation. Hey. Seeing Xin Hui's confused expression, Ran smiled and did not explain anything to Xin Hui. Ran walked directly to the front desk and took out a membership card. I told the front desk clerk, it's the same as before. The front desk clerk smiled at Ran and said softly, okay, missin. Obviously the waiter here knew Ran, no wonder Ran said there was no need to process it. It turned out that they were members, and Xin Hui stayed where he was. He stared at the scene in a daze and suddenly felt helpless. Hey, Xin Hui, let's go. Ran turned around, smiled at Xin Hui and spoke softly. Where are you going? Xin Hui was immediately more confused. Where to go? Shouldn't they take us in? Xin Hui was confused by Ran. To the baby bathroom. Come on, I know where it is. It's the same room we went to before. Ran explained with a pout, glancing at the dazed Xin Hui. Without saying anything else, he pushed the stroller inside. Xin Hui looked at Ran's back, looking confused. It turned out that he was the only one who didn't know after all this time. Well. With a light sigh, Xin Hui followed with his things. The decoration here is very nice, and the facilities are also very complete. Xin Hui walked in the corridor, looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. Each bathroom has an exhaust fan and is fully equipped. There are also many green plants placed in the corridor, and the whole room is decorated in a dreamy pink. There are also many cute cartoon character wallpapers, which are obviously carefully arranged. TSK, that's really good. Xin Hui looked at the environment here carefully and could hardly find any problems. I couldn't help but praise Su Shui for how much she cares about the babies. Before Xin Hui met the babies, he could see that Su Shui and the others had always lived a frugal life, as evidenced by the delay in renting the house. But Su Shui demanded the best of everything for her baby and would not tolerate any compromise. Okay, here we are. And Ran, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and whispered to Qin Huai behind her that this room was a place they often came to before. Qin Huai was stunned and looked carefully at the room in front of him. The members' rooms are indeed different, not to mention that they are bigger than ordinary ones. There are also many toys and decorations decorating the house, which should be used to coax babies. Yes, they are here, let's go. And Ran stood at the door of the room and watched the waiter coming over, and asked Qin Huai to wait outside. But Qin Huai obviously didn't know what was going on and was a little confused. Where are we going? What will happen to the baby if we're not here? Qin Huai asked back with a puzzled look on his face. If he left like this, what would happen to the babies? Qin Huai couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, we can just sit outside and wait. And Ran looked at Qin Huai's worried expression and began to explain. Are we just going to wait like this? Qin Huai looked at Ran's calm face and couldn't help feeling confused. He was indeed worried about leaving the baby to them like this. Don't worry, they are all professionally trained. If you are worried, there is a transparent glass over there. You can see what is going on inside. Chapter 51 The Shadow in Ran's Heart. And Ran explained softly. Obviously she also knew Qin Huai's concerns, and raised her hand and pointed to the glass window next to the room. Oh? Qin Huai walked over half believing and half doubting. Why didn't he notice that there was a transparent glass here just now? He stretched out his hand and knocked on the glass, and a hard texture felt through it. It's obviously made in China. Qin Huai stretched out his hand and placed it on the transparent glass. A chill ran through the palm of my hand. Ha! The little guys have already gone in. Qin Huai was lying on the glass window when the waiter slowly walked in pushing the baby stroller. First, I turned on the air conditioner in the bathroom and raised the indoor temperature. Then he took the baby out of the stroller. Qin Huai looked at the little guy and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Ha! Qin Huai could see everything clearly from outside, and he thought the babies would be afraid of strangers. Who knew that these little guys were still smiling and didn't look scared at all? Other people's babies are all crying loudly. But when I look at the group of little ones in my own family, they all have smiles on their tender little faces. She would occasionally come out of the water to play with the waiters, which was so cute. Qin Huai couldn't help being a little surprised when watching this scene, and gave a thumbs up to these little guys in his heart. Call. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the situation inside, Qin Huai felt relieved. I feel relieved now. Suddenly, Ran ran to his side without him knowing when, and looked at Qin Huai with a smile on her face. She had just seen it all clearly from the side, and Ran could see Qin Huai's expression. In his heart, he recognized Qin Huai even more and regarded him as his brother-in-law. Aha! Qin Huai smiled at Ran. To be honest, he was happy from the bottom of his heart seeing the baby taking a bath happily. Look, these little guys aren't afraid of strangers. Qin Huai looked at the baby inside with a fatherly look on his face. Yes, my sister and I have been here many times before. The first few times we came, they would cry, and my sister was the only one who comforted them. My sister had to go to work and take care of 5 babies by herself. I couldn't help much. My sister was very hard at that time. And Ran pouted slightly, looking pitiful. It is conceivable that at that time, the two of them had 5 small babies and no source of funds, and only Su Shui was working hard. Thinking back to the past, Ran felt sorry for Su Shui. He held a grudge against Qin Huai, whom he had never met. It was only after Qin Huai found Bao Bao and Su Shui that Ran was moved by his meticulous care and concern for them, and she finally accepted Qin Huai as her brother-in-law. Call. Qin Huai looked at Ran, took a deep breath, reached out and touched her head, like an older brother, and comforted her softly. Ran, it's okay, I'm here, I will take good care of you in the future. Aha! Ran looked at Qin Huai's resolute face, pouted her lips, and nodded slightly. Okay, don't be upset. This won't look good. Qin Huai looked at Ran, who was a few years younger than him, and felt like he was an older brother. Although Ran would often tease him sometimes, Qin Huai didn't take it to heart. Huh, you're not good looking. Ran broke free and looked at Qin Huai with a pout. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Qin Huai looked at Ran and thought that nothing should happen, so he smiled at her. Are we going to the hospital later? Ran looked at Qin Huai and stopped talking, then looked up and asked. Yes. We are going to the hospital to get the babies vaccinated. Do you know which hospital? Qin Huai nodded slightly. Before leaving, Su Shui specifically reminded him to take the baby for a bath and get vaccinated today.
Huh? Why aren't you talking?
Xin Hui looked at Enran, who was a little dazed, and felt a little strange for a moment.
Why did you suddenly stop talking? Enran? What's wrong?
Xin Hui looked at Enran's somewhat dull eyes, not knowing what she was thinking, and then became a little worried.
Nothing.
Enran recovered and looked at Xin Hui with a somewhat panicked look, obviously not knowing what she was thinking just now.
Call.
Xin Hui sighed lightly. It seemed that something had irritated her.
Then do you know which hospital it is? I'll take you there after dinner.
Xin Hui asked softly. When she went out, Su Shui did not tell herself which hospital to go to.
She must have asked Enran to take her there. Yeah, I know.
Enran nodded slightly, somewhat uninterested. Xin Hui found her like this a little strange and could only change the subject.
So what do you want to eat? Xin Hui looked at Enran, who seemed unhappy, and then asked. No, I don't really want to eat.
Shaking her head, Enran sat back in her original seat. He just looked ahead with blank eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking.
Well.
Xin Hui sighed softly when he saw her like this. Enran didn't tell him, and Xin Hui didn't know what to do.
Xin Hui. Enran suddenly looked at him and called out. What's the matter?
Xin Hui looked at Enran in a daze, feeling a little worried.
Can I not go to the hospital?
Enran lowered her head and spoke softly to Xin Hui. When the word hospital was mentioned, Enran's petite body was obviously shaking.
What's wrong?
Xin Hui asked softly, having noticed that Enran was in a bad mood.
I don't want to go to the hospital. I have a trauma from that place since I was a child.
Finally, Enran plucked up the courage to stammer out the reason. The reason was that when she was a child, she accidentally broke into the operating room in the hospital and saw the patient lying on the operating table at a young age. Since then, Enran has had a shadow in her heart about the hospital.
This is also something she doesn't want to mention. Xin Hui, I'm sorry.
Enran hid her head in her legs, looking helpless. Xin Hui felt distressed watching from the side. After all, Xin Hui was her brother-in-law, or at least her brother. Xin Hui reached out and touched her head, comforting her softly.
Yeah, okay, it's okay, I'll take the babies with me then.
Enran lay on her legs, motionless. Xin Hui kept comforting her.
Crack.
The closed door opened and a waiter came out pushing a baby carriage. He said respectfully to Xin Hui. Sir, the babies have finished their bath. Xin Hui looked at the baby lying quietly in the stroller with surprise, and slowly stood up. She took the baby from the waiter and looked at them lovingly.
Chapter 52, Provoking Peach Blossom. Yeah, thank you guys.
Xin Hui thanked the three waiters. Looking at the sweat dripping down their foreheads, Xin Hui had already guessed that these 5 naughty little guys must have been exhausted.
Okay, let's go.
Xin Hui pushed the stroller and spoke to Enran, who was sitting on the chair.
After Xin Hui's persuasion, her mood has almost improved.
He followed Xin Hui happily, helping him carry things, and looked unusually well behaved.
Call.
Walking outside, Xin Hui looked at the strong sunlight.
The weather was pretty good today.
Standing on the side of the road, Xin Hui waved at a taxi and got in.
Master, let's go to the People's Hospital.
Xin Hui spoke loudly.
Okay.
The driver responded, then stepped on the accelerator and took off. At this moment, Su Shui was packing up in her office, occasionally looking up at the clock hanging on the wall. His eyes seemed a little worried. I don't know if Xin Hui and the others are okay.
They should be in the hospital by now.
Su Shui muttered to herself, looking absent-minded. Suddenly, Su Shui's heart trembled violently, as if she remembered something.
Hospital?
Su Shui covered her mouth, and her already fair face looked a little pale. Su Shui knew that Enran had a shadow on the hospital, but she forgot to mention it when she talked to Xin Hui.
No.
Su Shui cried out secretly, then took out her cell phone and called Xin Hui. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Xin Hui, who was sitting in the car at this moment, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. I glanced at my phone impatiently and was about to hang up, but as soon as I took out my phone, I saw the caller ID.
Su Shui?
Xin Hui said softly, somewhat surprised.
Why would Su Shui call me? Is she worried? Hey, Su Shui, what's the matter? Xin Hui asked softly with curiosity.
Hello, Qin Huai, where is Ran? Su Shui asked Qin Huai on the phone. But Qin Huai clearly heard the worry in Su Shui's tone, and then said softly. Ran is right next to me. We are on our way to the hospital. We will give the babies a vaccination and then go back. Don't worry. After hearing what Qin Huai said, Su Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't have to go to the hospital. Then he reminded Qin Huai, Ran cannot enter the hospital. I know. Qin Huai said softly that he had already understood the situation. Yeah, that's good. Su Shui nodded slightly, hung up the phone, and then started to busy herself with her own affairs. Qin Huai, why is my sister calling? Ran looked at Qin Huai and asked. Oh, Su Shui just called me and said you can't go into the hospital. Qin Huai spoke softly to Ran, without hiding anything. Ran nodded gently to indicate that she understood, but she actually felt warm in her heart. Little brother, we are just ahead. The driver looked in the rearview mirror and smiled at Qin Huai. Okay, we should get off now. Reminded Ran. Crack. Qin Huai opened the car door and got out first. Leave it to me. Ran, go find a bench over there and wait for me. We'll be out soon. Qin Huai spoke softly to Ran, motioning her to find a place to rest for a while, and he could do it alone. Yeah, okay. Ran nodded obediently and turned to walk towards the bench. Call. Qin Huai looked at Ran's beautiful figure and took a deep breath. Said to the baby lying in the stroller. Little ones, it's time for us to get our shots. You have to be strong and don't embarrass your dad. As if the baby understood Qin Huai's words, the smiling face of the baby in the stroller suddenly looked a little unhappy. Hey, let's go. Qin Huai pushed the stroller and walked carefully on the smooth concrete road. Call. As soon as I walked into the hospital lobby, a faint smell of alcohol came into my nose, and when I smelled carefully, I could smell some medicine. Glancing around, the entire hospital looked clean and tidy. Pushing the stroller, Qin Huai came to the hospital service department. Hello, could you tell me which department is responsible for giving babies vaccinations? Qin Huai asked softly to a nurse in white. Are you guys going to get vaccinated? The nurse in white looked at Qin Huai and watched him pushing the stroller. Looking at the cute baby lying in the stroller, he asked softly. Aha, where is it? Qin Huai nodded slightly and asked with a somewhat anxious look on his face. Yes, over there. The nurse looked at Qin Huai's handsome face with stars in her eyes. It turns out that being handsome is useful. He stretched out his finger and pointed to the northeast. Then he looked at Qin Huai and said, how about I take you there? Yeah, that's fine, let's go. Qin Huai nodded, but did not refuse. Since this was his first time here, he really didn't know where the place was, so it was nice to have someone to guide him. Follow me this way. The nurse smiled brightly at Qin Huai and slowly stood up. After explaining something to a nurse nearby, he took Qin Huai away. Let me help you. The nurse walking in front turned her head and glanced at Qin Huai behind her, and then Qin Huai took the things. He glanced at the stroller Qin Huai was pushing, his face showing a hint of surprise. Are you the father of these babies? The nurse turned her head and asked tentatively, because Qin Huai really looked too young, which was a little unbelievable. Qin Huai glanced at the nurse in confusion. This was just nonsense. Why do so many people ask themselves this question? Aren't they the same? Qin Huai felt a little strange when he saw the nurse looking at him strangely. Yeah, I'm their dad. Qin Huai didn't say much, just looked at the baby in the stroller and nodded slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else, I just felt a little strange, seeing that you are not very old, so I asked this, please don't misunderstand. The nurse looked at Qin Huai's expression, thinking that Qin Huai had misunderstood her, and explained to Qin Huai with a somewhat flustered look on her face. Yeah, it's okay, let's go. Qin Huai shook his head and was not easily affected by her. He spoke softly to her and quickened his pace. Call. The nurse sighed softly and trotted after him. Hey, it's here. The nurse suddenly turned to Qin Huai and pointed to the sign above the department. Qin Huai raised his head and glanced, then nodded slightly at the nurse. Thank you. Chapter 53 I am their father. Qin Huai then pushed the stroller in. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the crying of a baby. Listening to the cries coming into his ears from time to time, he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Looking at the babies in the stroller, I felt a little worried about them. Call. Xin Hui took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The door opened with a click, and the first person I saw was a doctor in a white coat. "Hello, do I need to register for my baby's vaccination?" Xin Hui took a look and saw that the room was full of people. Then he asked a young nurse next to him. The young nurse had her back to Xin Hui, and was feeling a little annoyed because there were so many people around. Being asked this question suddenly by Xin Hui, he immediately became impatient and was about to turn around and get angry. "You." But just as the young nurse was about to speak, she saw Xin Hui's handsome appearance. The words that were on the tip of her tongue suddenly made her not know how to say them. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at him with some surprise. Hello." Xin Hui looked at the young nurse in front of him and waved his hand in front of her. Hello, how can I help you?" The young nurse came back to her senses, a little at a loss, and asked Xin Hui softly. If you look closely, you can see that the little nurse's face is a little red at the moment. Obviously, she felt a little flustered when facing Xin Hui. It's good to be handsome and good-looking." A group of uncles and aunts sitting nearby looked at Xin Hui with envy. "Yeah, I brought my baby here for vaccinations. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Xin Hui didn't care about that and asked the nurse in front of him, who looked a little strange, in a low voice. "Oh, I see. Come with me. I'll take you to make an appointment, pay the fee, and then wait in line." The young nurse raised her head and glanced at his handsome face, not daring to look him in the eye, and explained carefully to Xin Hui. "Come with me here." The nurse took a deep breath, telling herself to stay calm and pay attention to her image, and pretended to be calm as she walked over with Xin Hui. Xin Hui followed behind her, reaching out from time to time to grab the blanket covering the baby, looking like a loving father. "Dr. Wang, please help me make an appointment for my baby's vaccination." The nurse stood beside the desk and whispered to a female doctor wearing glasses. "Yeah, okay." The female doctor raised her head and glanced at the nurse, then glanced at Xin Hui standing behind her, and nodded slightly. "Yes, this is your appointment form, just go over there and line up." The nurse handed Xin Hui a form and pointed to the chair over there, indicating that he could wait there for a while. "Okay, thank you." Xin Hui took the form with one hand and whispered to the nurse. "Yeah, it's okay, you're welcome. You're really dedicated, bringing the baby here for vaccinations on behalf of the baby's parents." Seeing Xin Hui being polite to her, the nurse immediately began to praise him, hoping to gain his favor. Hearing the nurse's words, Xin Hui, who was walking slowly, froze and his face looked a little serious. "What are you talking about? This is not the first time someone has said this today. Doesn't he look like the father of these babies?" Xin Hui touched his face, feeling confused and a little indignant about what the nurse said. This is not directed at her alone. It was the first time that Xin Hui took his babies out by himself, and so many people questioned whether Xin Hui was the baby's father. How embarrassed did he feel? "I am their father." Xin Hui stood there and suddenly turned around and spoke to the nurse in a firm voice, looking at her deeply in his eyes. Then Xin Hui turned around and left, no longer paying attention to her. The nurse looked at Xin Hui's departing back, feeling a little disappointed and a little surprised. She thought her spring was coming, but it turned out that other people already had 5 babies. And she never thought that Xin Hui would be the father of the babies, looking at his expression when he just left. Obviously, her words just now made Xin Hui feel very uncomfortable. Alas, it seems there is no chance. The nurse sighed softly, glanced at Xin Hui's handsome back with some reluctance, and then left. Call. Xin Hui took a deep breath and sat down on the bench. Thinking about what the nurse had just said, his mind was filled with a lot of thoughts. I touched my face and thought about it. I couldn't blame others for thinking that way. After all, I was really that small. Humph, so what if I'm young? After all, I'm already 22 years old. I will definitely be the youngest dad. Xin Hui snorted coldly and comforted himself. Obviously he will not be defeated by what others say, and he doesn't care about other people's eyes. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to keep it simple, which will make you happier. Xin Hui sat on the bench and looked at the form in his hand. There were still a few people in front of them, so there was no rush. Then she turned the stroller around, teasing the baby from time to time. Little guys, are you afraid of injections? Xin Hui smiled at the baby and looked at them with some worry. Babies of their age hate injections the most. The baby didn't answer Xin Hui, but just pouted. He stretched out his little hands and shook his arms from time to time, as if telling Xin Hui that he was not afraid.
I don't know how Ran is doing.
Xin Hui sat on the bench and suddenly became worried about Ran's situation. Although she looks carefree usually, she is actually not as strong as she looks and is just holding back. Oh, Xin Hui is so slow.
Ran was sitting alone on a bench not far from the hospital.
There is a park next to it, which has a good flow of people. People come and go passing by her from time to time. Ran sat here counting the number of people out of boredom.
105, 106. As Ran counted, she became a little impatient.
She checked her phone and found that Xin Hui and the others had been in there for an hour.
Why haven't you come out yet?
Ran stamped her feet. Apparently she had waited too long and was getting a little impatient.
He stood up and kept wandering around. To 3, King Bum.
Suddenly, Ran heard the sound of playing cards, and she couldn't help but become curious.
Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well join in the fun.
As he spoke, Ran walked over towards the sound.
You lose, take the money.
A hearty voice sounded, and Ran stood at the corner looking at the group of people gathered in front of him with a curious look in his eyes.
It seems like these people are playing cards. Chapter 54. What are you doing? Standing up, Ran looked up and wanted to see them playing mahjong.
She has always been active, and her hands are itching, so she wants to play too.
But these should be some elderly, retired people.
When Ran thought of this, she suddenly slapped her head.
Don't let yourself think too much, then turn around and leave. Hey, little girl, do you want to play for a while?
An uncle sitting on a stone bench looked at Ran and said with a smile. Being called suddenly, Ran looked at the uncle with some surprise, with his eye-catching Mediterranean hairstyle.
No, I don't want to play.
Ran directly rejected his invitation. She felt uncomfortable staying here and wanted to leave early.
He walked back the same way he came, turned around and saw that they were not chasing him. Phew, luckily they didn't catch up with me.
Ran took a deep breath, patted his chest, and felt like he had survived a disaster. Sitting on her original bench, Ran calmed herself down. I took out my cell phone and sent a message to Xin Hui, wanting to ask him how long it would take.
Xin Hui, how long will it take you to come out?
After sending a message to Xin Hui, Ran sat on the bench board again.
Ding dong.
Xin Hui's cell phone rang, and Xin Hui, who was standing outside, glanced at the message Ran sent him. Looking at the time on the phone, I realized that they had been here for a long time.
It'll take about 10 minutes. The babies just went in. Where are you?
Xin Hui lowered his head and sent a message to Ran, then turned to look at the baby who had already entered.
Ding dong. The text message sound rang again.
Xin Hui looked at the location that Ran sent to him on his phone and felt relieved. Then he said nothing more, turned around and followed the baby in. As soon as he entered the room, Xin Hui smelled a pungent smell of medicine. A doctor in a white coat and glasses is preparing vaccination shots for the babies.
Come on, bro, you hold the baby.
The doctor was wearing a leather glove and a nurse next to him was holding a syringe.
Aha! Xin Hui nodded gently and took out the baby.
Looking at the sharp needle, I couldn't help feeling a little distressed.
Doctor, please be gentle.
Xin Hui suddenly asked the doctor to help him, saying that he didn't want the baby to suffer too much pain.
Yeah, okay, don't worry.
The doctor held a syringe with medicine in his hand and smiled at Xin Hui to show his understanding.
Xin Hui held the babies tightly to prevent them from moving around and hurting them. Wow!
As soon as the doctor's needle touched the baby's tender arm, the baby burst into tears. Xin Hui felt heartbroken when he saw this. He patted the babies' backs gently from time to time and kept comforting them.
In this way, 5 babies were vaccinated consecutively.
Xin Hui put the baby into the stroller, and at this moment, Xin Hui's forehead was already covered with sweat. But he was very satisfied and happy in his heart. Looking at the babies lying in the strollers, Xin Hui felt distressed. The little baby pouted his lips slightly, looking very pitiful. Xin Hui couldn't help but feel heartbroken for them and comforted the baby from time to time.
Look, little baby, it's a big cat.
Xin Hui made a funny cat face and smiled at the baby in the stroller.
Wee.
The little baby looked at Xin Hui with his big eyes blinking.
Seeing his funny look, the little baby finally burst into laughter.
Xin Hui looked at their cute appearance and finally felt relieved. Fortunately, babies are easy to coax, otherwise he really wouldn't know what to do.
Phew, it's done, little ones, let's go home.
Xin Hui took a deep breath, grinned at the babies, and walked out pushing the stroller.
Hey, why hasn't Xinhui come out yet?
And Ran sat on the bench, looking at her phone from time to time, feeling very anxious.
It's already 5 p.m., people in the park have left one after another, and the sky seems to be getting dark.
And Ran couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she sat on the bench.
Let's go and have a drink, guys.
Suddenly, a few young men with shaman hairstyle walked out of the park.
They looked like hooligans.
A group of people walked out aggressively, laughing loudly on the road, not caring about how others looked at them. And Ran sat on the bench, glanced at them, and then looked away. She grabbed the corner of her clothes with her little hands, feeling a little nervous. He took out his cell phone and sent another message to Xinhui.
Xinhui, I'll sit on a bench next to the park. How long will it take you to come out?
After Ran sent a text message to Xinhui, she looked at the group of people and felt a little flustered.
He kept muttering to himself, I can't see you, I can't see you. But Ran's seat was so conspicuous, at the entrance, it was hard not to see Ran.
Brother Lu, look over there. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed person glanced at Ran, and pointed in Ran's direction towards the leader with a lewd look on his face.
Oh?
Brother Lu looked in the direction of Ran with some doubt. It would have been better if he didn't look. When he saw Ran's delicate and lovely face, Brother Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. He licked his lips and said to the others, this girl looks good.
Brother Lu has a good eye. Do you want us to bring her here?
The other people looked at Brother Lu and naturally understood what he meant, and then spoke in a flattering manner. No need to force it.
A forced melon is not sweet.
I'll do it myself this time. Brother Lu stretched out his hand to stop the others and decided to take action himself. She fixed her hair and walked towards where Ran was sitting. Looking at Brother Lu's figure, the other people were suddenly speechless.
Still, the melon is not sweet when it is forced?
He didn't know how many good girls he had ruined. Suddenly, several people sighed in their hearts. And Ran looked at Brother Lu walking towards her, her face suddenly became flustered, and the thing she didn't want happened. Before Brother Lu came over, and Ran stood up and was about to leave.
Hey, where are you going, pretty? Do you want me to give you a ride?
Brother Lu looked at Ran, who was about to leave in a hurry, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
He asked softly. It was obvious that Brother Lu was an expert at flirting with girls, but Ran didn't buy it.
He didn't stop walking, but instead quickened his pace, his face looking anxious.
Snort.
Brother Lu snorted coldly, feeling very embarrassed. Since the soft approach won't work, I'll have to use the hard approach. He winked at the people behind him, signaling them to stop Ran. Of course the others understood what he meant, and immediately strode forward to chase after Ran. After a while, a group of people formed a circle and blocked Ran where she was.
What are you going to do? Chapter 55. He will definitely destroy them.
Ran looked at their appearance and felt a little scared. The voice was trembling. A group of young people looked at Ran, and the few people surrounding her chuckled. With a lewd look on his face, he ignored Ran and just stood there.
Hey, beautiful lady, why did you run away when you saw me? Follow me and have a drink?
Brother Lu walked over slowly and looked at Ran's somewhat flustered face.
He couldn't help but smile wickedly and whispered to Ran. No.
Ran looked at Brother Lu approaching her step by step, and instinctively took a few steps back, taking out her cell phone and pointing it at Brother Lu. Don't come over here, or I'll call the police. Ran plucked up her courage and tried to act fierce in the hope of threatening them. But Brother Lu didn't stop at all after hearing Ran's words, he just snorted coldly. He didn't take her words to heart and continued walking towards Ran.
Don't come over here.
Ran looked at Brother Lu, who was getting closer and closer to her, and suddenly screamed. His face looked pale because of the fright, and he kept silently praying in his heart, Xinhui, come quickly.
Beautiful lady, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to make friends with you. Don't mind it.
Brother Lu had already walked in front of Ran and spoke to her carefully. He looked at Ran with eyes full of desire and stretched out his hand to grab Ran. But before he touched Ran, Brother Lu suddenly felt a strong force coming towards his stomach.
Roll.
Suddenly a deafening sound rang out.
Boom.
Brother Lu was kicked in the stomach with such great force that he fell to the ground despite his 1.8-meter tall frame, and was swept 2 meters away on the ground. Brother Lu was holding his stomach and could hardly stand up because of the pain. His face looked a little grim because of the pain. The other people who were surrounding Ran were stunned by the scene before them. I took a breath of cold air. This was too fierce. They instinctively took a few steps back, and several people ran to Brother Lu's side, and several people helped Brother Lu up. And Ran was frightened by the sudden scene in front of her and covered her mouth in surprise. She turned her head and glanced at the figure standing behind her.
Jean, why?
And Ran asked in surprise, obviously a little surprised, but more moved. And Ran looked at his bloodshot eyes and knew that Jean Huai must be furious at this moment. Just now, when she saw Brother Lu grabbing her hand, and Ran was extremely scared.
But Jean Huai's sudden appearance gave An Ran psychological comfort. And Ran, are you okay? Did they do anything to you?
Jean Huai looked at the little girl in front of him and asked in a somewhat anxious voice.
He brought An Ran and the others out. If something happened to An Ran, how would he explain to Su Shui?
Looking at Jean Huai's eyes, An Ran felt a little uncomfortable.
He just nodded slightly and said softly, I'm fine.
Jean Huai looked at An Ran carefully and confirmed that she was not injured. He gently touched her head, turned his head and said to her, Don't worry, who bullied you just now?
I, your brother-in-law, will take revenge for you.
After saying this, Jean Huai narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked fiercely at the group of people who wanted to bully An Ran, and all his aura burst out without reservation.
Were you guys trying to bully her just now?
Jean Huai stood in front of them and spoke to them in a low voice.
Obviously, Jean Huai was suppressing his anger.
Looking at Jean Huai's appearance, Brother Lu covered his lower abdomen. He had just been kicked in the abdomen by him, and a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. Brother Lu was in so much pain that he couldn't stand up. With the help of others, Brother Lu managed to stand up and looked at Jean Huai. He said with some trepidation, Who are you?
What does this have to do with you?
Jean Huai heard this and snorted coldly, saying with disdain.
You don't need to know who I am.
I'm the brother-in-law of that little girl. Jean Huai looked at the group of people in front of him, his eyes full of disgust. Looking at Jean Huai standing there, Brother Lu felt a little apprehensive. Afraid that he had met a tough guy today, Brother Lu covered his lower abdomen. Enduring the pain, he said, we just wanted to get to know that little girl.
We didn't intend to do anything. If you don't believe me, you can go ask that little girl. We really didn't do anything.
Brother Lu pretended to be innocent, secretly thanking his lucky stars that he had not forcibly taken and ran away. Otherwise, looking at Jean Huai's current attitude, he would definitely destroy them. Thinking of Brother Lu, I felt a chill on my back and a sense of fear in my heart.
Oh?
Jean Huai couldn't help but feel confused. When he just arrived here, he saw a group of people surrounding An Ran. As for Brother Lu, he even extended his dirty hands to An Ran. Jean Huai only saw this scene, but it was this scene that made Jean Huai angry. He couldn't stand his relatives being bullied by others, especially women. Obviously Jean Huai was irritated by this scene and kicked Brother Lu hard.
An Ran, is what they said true?
Jean Huai turned around and asked An Ran. He looked at An Ran's face and saw that she was obviously frightened. An Ran stayed where she was, not knowing how to answer Jean Huai's question.
I felt a little confused for a moment, as they just wanted to bully me.
But they were also right, they really did nothing.
Looking at An Ran's conflicted look,
Jean Huai said softly, An Ran, don't be afraid. If you say no, I will send these people to the hospital right away. Although Jean Huai said this, Brother Lu and the others didn't think he was bragging at all. If An Ran said no, Jean Huai might really destroy them. For a moment, Brother Lu and the others looked at Jean Huai with fear, obviously frightened by Jean Huai's aura. An Ran looked at the dramatic scene in front of her, feeling a little surprised. Looking at Jean Huai's eyes, An Ran hesitantly said, No, they really didn't bully me.
Call.
After hearing An Ran's words, Brother Lu and his group breathed a sigh of relief and looked at An Ran with gratitude. Looking at An Ran's eyes, Jean Huai was a little surprised by An Ran's answer. He clearly caught the worry in An Ran's eyes, and then looked at her tenderly.
He asked softly, An Ran, are you sure? You don't have to be afraid of them.
No, Jean Huai, they really didn't bully me. An Ran nodded, indicating that what Jean Huai and the others said was true.
Oh, okay.
Seeing An Ran like this, Jean Huai couldn't beat them up anymore and could only give up. You go take care of the babies, I'll take care of things here. Jean Huai whispered to An Ran that he wanted to get An Ran away first.
Chapter 56 Pretending to Know Everything.
After saying that, An Ran glanced at Jean Huai. I couldn't help but feel a little worried and blinked my eyes. He whispered to Jean Huai, be careful. Xin Hui found it a little funny when he heard Ran's mysterious look. He shook his head helplessly.
Shouldn't he remind the group of people on the opposite side to be careful? Xin Hui didn't say much.
He pointed in the direction of the baby and nodded slightly at Ran.
Okay, I get it. Go find the babies first.
Ran looked at Xin Hui deeply, nodded obediently to agree to him, and trotted towards the place he pointed.
Call.
Xin Hui took a deep breath and walked towards them slowly. He stared at the group of people in front of him, twisted his fingers, and suddenly there was a crackling sound. Brother Lu and the others became a little scared when they saw Xin Hui like this. His voice was trembling, and his mood sank to the bottom.
He said, what are you going to do?
Xin Hui snorted coldly and ignored him. Standing in front of them, Xin Hui suddenly burst out with all his aura without reservation. Brother Lu and his group were so frightened that they sat down on the ground, looking at Xin Hui with horror.
Snort.
Xin Hui looked at the group of people in front of him who were in such a mess because of him, snorted coldly, and looked at them with disdain in his eyes.
If I see you bullying others again, I will make you pay for it. Do you understand?
Xin Hui narrowed his eyes and looked at them threateningly.
Forehead.
Brother Lu was suddenly a little stunned. After seeing what Xin Hui did just now, he thought Xin Hui would take action to destroy them. Then he quickly said, yes, we will never dare to do it again. Brother Lu and his group stared at Xin Hui in shock, their faces somewhat nervous.
Okay, let's go.
Xin Hui looked at this group of people and felt extremely disgusted with them. He waved his hand to signal them to leave.
After hearing Xin Hui's words, Brother Lu and his group quickly crawled away.
Call. Xin Hui let out a light breath and turned to look for Ran and the others.
Xin Hui, are you okay?
Ran was sitting on a bench. She turned her head and noticed Xin Hui coming over and asked softly.
Yeah, what can I do?
Xin Hui raised his hand, looking unimportant. To him, this group of people were not worth mentioning at all.
Ran looked at Xin Hui's nonchalant expression and pouted.
Xin Hui chuckled and looked at Ran with some apology. It was negligent of him to leave her outside alone and wait for him for so long.
Okay, Ran, let's go back.
Xin Hui said softly, then walked outside. Just like when he came here, Xin Hui found a taxi and didn't say anything along the way.
Crack.
Xin Hui opened the door and breathed in the familiar air.
Ah, I'm finally home. I don't want to go out anymore.
Ran sat down on the sofa, motionless like a puddle of mud. It seemed that she was really exhausted. Xin Hui looked at Ran like this and couldn't help but shook his head.
She smiled slightly and didn't say anything. It seemed that having Ran follow her around all day really exhausted her.
Call. Xin Hui stretched and twisted his tired arms.
Take a deep breath and regroup. Little ones, we are home. Let's go and take you back to your rooms.
Xin Hui smiled gently at the baby in the stroller and spoke softly to them. The group of little guys are also tired after a day's work. When he first went out, he was so lively and jumping around, but now he is lying quietly in the stroller. Xin Hui looked at their cute appearance, gently pinched their tender little faces, and carried them one by one into the crib.
Hey, little guy, be quiet.
Xin Hui held the baby lovingly, and the baby was held in Xin Hui's arms. The baby used his hands and feet to grab Xin Hui's face from time to time.
Come, Daddy will change your diapers.
Xin Hui held the babies and changed their diapers one by one. Although his face looked a little tired, Xin Hui was very happy in his heart. He teased them from time to time, making them laugh.
I finally settled these little guys down.
Xin Hui put his hands on his waist, looked at the baby lying on the bed, and smiled with satisfaction.
Okay, just lie down on the bed and be good. Daddy is going out to pick up your mom. You should be good at home.
Xin Hui bent over, kissed the baby's tender little face, and whispered to them. Xin Hui waved to the baby, carefully closed the door and walked out.
I looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening.
Xin Hui hurried to his room and rushed out with his Porsche keys. He glanced at Ran lying on the sofa and whispered to her.
Ran, I'm going to go pick up your sister. You stay home and order some takeout if you're hungry. Are you going to pick up my sister?
Ran looked at Xin Hui in confusion. Su Shui had always come back by herself before. Why did you agree to let Xin Hui pick her up today?
What happened? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong.
And Ran felt a little confused as she had been with Amelia Sue for such a long time. She knew Su Shui very well. Her sister was not a delicate woman.
Yeah, your sister comes back a little late at night. I'm afraid she won't be able to get a taxi.
I'll go pick her up. Qin Huai shook the car keys in his hand and expressed his concerns.
Oh.
And Ran's eyes suddenly became strange, and she let out a long sound.
Looking at Qin Huai's nervous expression, she finally understood. So that's how it is. That makes it clear now.
And Ran touched his smooth chin, looking shrewd and calculating, while he kept thinking about something in his mind.
If it was Qin Huai, then she wouldn't be surprised.
Judging from Su Shui's attitude towards Qin Huai, it didn't seem like a big deal to break her virginity for him. And Ran nodded gently, looking as if she understood, and said softly to Qin Huai.
Okay, I get it, go ahead, go ahead.
He waved his hand, as if urging Qin Huai to leave quickly.
Forehead.
Qin Huai looked at and Ran like this and suddenly felt helpless.
Always pretending to be mature and know everything.
Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Huai didn't explain anymore. He just walked out anxiously, went to the garage and found his Porsche.
Boom.
Qin Huai stepped on the accelerator and the car made a deafening sound.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Qin Huai smacked his lips.
A luxury car is a luxury car.
The sound waves just sound good.
Qin Huai nodded, feeling very satisfied.
He didn't stay any longer and rushed out of the garage by stepping on the accelerator. A shiny Porsche car was speeding on the highway, attracting envious glances from drivers nearby from time to time.
Chapter 57. How many men's dreams? This is the dream of many men.
Qin Huai sat in the driver's seat, showing off his perfect driving skills. Overtaking on the highway from time to time, and coming and going freely on the busy road like a fish in water.
Boom.
The Porsche car roared and overtook a large truck. Qin Huai sat in the driver's seat, watching the sky gradually darken.
I felt anxious and couldn't wait to reach my destination.
Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Su Shui was sitting in her office when her cell phone suddenly rang.
She was about to take out her phone to answer it. Boom, boom, boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Su Shui didn't bother to answer the phone and said softly to the outside. Come in. Crack.
The door opened and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. Su Shui looked at him and frowned slightly. This middle-aged man is a teacher in their college, but he is one level higher than Su Shui. Sometimes teachers like Su Shui have to report to him on his learning progress.
Ahem, Su Shui, are you busy?
The middle-aged man stared at the documents on Su Shui's desk and asked in a hoarse voice.
Su Shui looked at him coldly and answered him abruptly, what's the matter, Teacher Qi?
Su Shui was not polite to him at all and looked cold from the beginning. It seemed like it was warning him to leave if he had nothing to do. Teacher Qi had obviously gotten used to it and rubbed his hands awkwardly. He smiled at Su Shui, as if he had no intention of leaving.
You should know that, Teacher Su Shui.
There is an academic seminar in our college tonight and all teachers are required to attend. Teacher Qi said to Su Shui that he already had a plan in mind. After hearing his words, Su Shui's brows furrowed even deeper, and her face looked a little puzzled.
Academic seminar? Why didn't she receive any notification from the college?
Su Shui frowned and said coldly. I haven't received any notification from the college, so I won't go. Teacher Qi smiled slightly, pushed up the frame of his glasses, and explained to Su Shui.
It's like this, Teacher Su Shui. The academy didn't inform the teachers.
I personally organized this academic conference, and I need to understand the students' recent learning situation.
So I'm here to inform you today.
Teacher Qi had obviously expected Su Shui to refuse to attend, and he explained carefully to Su Shui.
Su Shui frowned, obviously she didn't want to go. For her, the so-called academic conference was not worth attending at all. To put it simply, it is to bring a group of teachers together to discuss how to teach. Su Shui has her own ideas and she doesn't want to understand them. Also, Su Shui hates Teacher Qi.
Because he is a teacher in his college, Teacher Qi often appears in his office from time to time. They said they wanted to ask about her studies, or occasionally invite teachers from the college to dinner, but Su Shui never attended. Teacher Qi just stood there, looking at Su Shui and ignoring her. He coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem, Teacher Su Shui, the other teachers have agreed to participate, you can't be absent. Teacher Qi looked at Su Shui and spoke earnestly. Su Shui looked at Teacher Qi coldly and said with a cold face.
I see. Teacher Chi was secretly delighted to see that Su Shui had finally compromised. What else do you want? Su Shui said coldly, obviously wanting him to leave. It's okay, it's okay. Teacher Chi looked at Su Shui's expression and shook his head quickly. Go out if you have nothing to do. I still have work to do. Su Shui stretched out her hand and made a gesture for her to leave. Teacher Chi stood there in a daze, watching Su Shui trying to get him to leave. I shook my head helplessly and could only leave in disappointment. Just as he opened the door, he turned around and said, Teacher Su Shui, are you going to our school dinner party tonight? Teacher Chi asked suddenly while standing at the door, with a hint of expectation on his face. But before he could say anything else, Su Shui had already poured a bucket of cold water on him. Su Shui directly extinguished his fantasy, no. Then he lowered his head and went back to his work, no longer paying attention to Teacher Chi. Well. Teacher Chi shook his head. It still didn't work. He had to leave in disappointment. After closing the door, Su Shui raised her head and glanced at the closed door. She was thoughtful and recalled the conversation she had with Qin Huai when she went out in the morning. I don't know whether Qin Huai and the others have returned home yet. Su Shui is more worried about Qin Huai and the others than attending any academic conference. Call. Su Shui shook her head gently, looked at the copy in front of her, and then lowered her head to get busy. Huh? Why didn't Su Shui answer the phone? Is she busy? Qin Huai sat in the car, his face full of confusion. He was feeling a little worried just now, so he called Su Shui. But the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. Qin Huai couldn't help but feel worried. If it was Su Shui, she would definitely call me afterwards, but my phone didn't ring. Did something happen? Qin Huai was filled with doubts, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Then he stepped on the accelerator again, and the Porsche sped along the highway. Swish! With an emergency brake, the Porsche stopped smoothly in the parking space. Qin Huai got out of the car directly. Since it was night, he parked the car in an inconspicuous place. He trotted towards the gate of his school. With an anxious look on his face, Qin Huai took out his cell phone and called Su Shui. After the phone beeped twice, the call was finally connected. Hey, Su Shui, where are you now? Qin Huai asked impatiently. Su Shui was sitting in the office, ready to go to the meeting. Suddenly I saw the call from Qin Huai and felt a little confused. I'm in the office now. I have to attend a report meeting later. I might not be able to come out until very late. Su Shui explained to Qin Huai. Lecture meeting? What time will it be? Qin Huai felt a little confused after listening to Su Shui's explanation. When will the evening report meeting be held? Then he asked Su Shui in confusion, feeling a little worried. Yeah, it was organized by the school teacher, and they said we must go. I don't know what time it will be. Why don't you just not come? I can go back by myself. Su Shui explained softly. She was still very patient with Qin Huai. Looking at the night outside the window, which had already turned completely dark, I couldn't help feeling a little lost. I'm already at school. Please wait for me in the office first. I'll go with you. Qin Huai listened to Su Shui's voice and trotted towards Su Shui's office. Su Shui was obviously a little slow to react. You're here already? She obviously didn't know what was going on. Yes, I'm already on my way to your office. Please wait for me for a while. Chapter 58. He wants to become a super rich man. Qin Huai explained softly. Yeah, okay. Su Shui nodded slightly and hung up Qin Huai's phone. Call. Taking a deep breath to calm her restlessness, Su Shui stood there blankly, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. It feels so good to be cared about by others. A warm current surged through Su Shui's heart, sweeping away the unhappiness and negative emotions of the day. I sat quietly on the chair, waiting for Qin Huai's arrival, feeling a little bit of anticipation in my heart. Qin Huai was jogging outside, looking a little anxious. He didn't care about anything else and ran straight to Su Shui's office. Huh, we're finally here. Qin Huai glanced at the office number and remembered it was here. Then he took 2 deep breaths and tidied his messy hair. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Huai knocked on the door gently, appearing very gentlemanly. Come in. Su Shui looked at the door expectantly and said softly. Crack. The door opened and Qin Huai walked in. His face looked a little tired, although Qin Huai hid it well.
But Su Shui still carefully captured that hint of fatigue. Then he said with some guilt, "Qin Huai, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Looking at Qin Huai's slightly tired face, I knew he had been working hard all day. But he still came resolutely, and Su Shui felt warm in her heart. "Ah, I came out after I dropped the babies off at home. I was afraid I would miss the time, so I drove here. I called you on the way, and you seemed to be busy at that time." Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's face and finally felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and explained softly to her. Su Shui became confused and suddenly remembered that her cell phone had just rang. But because Teacher Qi suddenly broke in, she didn't answer it. She looked at Qin Huai apologetically and said softly, "Qin Huai, are the little baby and Ran all right? Su Shui has been in school all day and it is already evening." She couldn't go back yet, and as she didn't understand the situation yet, she was a little worried about the baby and the others. Will they cry when they get an injection? Su Shui felt confused and looked a little worried. "Yeah, they're all fine. The baby cried loudly when he got the injection, but I've comforted him. He should be asleep in bed now." Qin Huai nodded gently. He felt warm in his heart when he mentioned the baby. He explained to Su Shui with a chuckle. Su Shui showed a relieved smile on her face and felt relieved. "Well, and ran into a group of hooligans while waiting for me outside the hospital in the afternoon." Qin Huai did not hide anything and told the truth. There was a hint of apology on his face. If he had not arrived in time, Ran would have been bullied by that group of people. Isn't Ran okay?" After hearing what Qin Huai said, Su Shui's heart trembled violently, and she asked in shock. "It's okay. Luckily, I arrived in time. This was all my negligence. I shouldn't have left her waiting for me outside alone." Qin Huai sighed, feeling a little uncomfortable. After all, this was all because of him. "Call." Su Shui let out a light breath to calm the shock in her heart. Seeing Qin Huai's guilty look, he comforted him softly, "Qin Huai, don't blame yourself. It's not all your fault, and Ran is fine, right? I'll comfort her when I get home tonight, so don't blame yourself." Su Shui comforted Qin Huai softly, knowing that he was feeling bad at the moment. But it's not his fault, it was all unexpected. "Aha!" Qin Huai nodded slightly and said nothing more. "I just kept this in mind and reminded myself to be more careful in the future. Oh, by the way, Su Shui, aren't you guys going to a meeting?" Qin Huai let out a light breath, glanced at the clock, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and then asked softly. "Yeah, I'm ready to go now, let's go." After packing up her things, Su Shui took a pen and a notebook and walked towards the door in her high heels. Qin Huai glanced around Su Shui's office. He would be Su Shui's assistant from now on. "I will come here often in the future," I took a closer look. "Good." Qin Huai nodded with satisfaction. As expected of his wife, the office was clean and tidy. There is nothing superfluous in the entire office. Everything is arranged in an orderly manner, but it looks a bit monotonous. It seems that I need to bring a few more potted plants next time to make the air here better. Qin Huai nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. He will stay here often in the future, and he will have plenty of time to decorate this place for Su Shui. Leaving first. Qin Huai took a deep breath, looked inside the room with some nostalgia, then closed the door and walked out. Following Su Shui, Qin Huai and the other person entered the elevator. "Why are you holding a report meeting so late?" Qin Huai stood in the elevator, looking at the awkward atmosphere between the two, and asked softly. "Well, it was organized by Teacher Qi from our college. He said that all the teachers would go, so I had no choice but to attend." Su Shui explained softly, but her brows clearly frowned when she mentioned Teacher Qi. Although it was not obvious, Qin Huai still caught it. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's expression and began to feel somewhat confused about Teacher Qi. "Aha!" Qin Huai nodded slightly and said nothing more, but kept this so-called Teacher Qi in mind. Bite. The elevator door opened, and Qin Huai accompanied Su Shui to a conference room in the school. I took a look from the door and saw that the room was already full of people. It looked like they were going to have some kind of lecture. Qin Huai stood at the door, looked around, and found nothing wrong. "Okay, go in, I'll wait for you outside." Qin Huai stepped back a few steps, making room for Su Shui, and spoke softly to Su Shui. "Good." Su Shui nodded slightly, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He took a deep look at Qin Huai and then walked in. Watching Su Shui go in, Xin Hui randomly found a bench outside. Call. Xin Hui sat down on the chair. Oh, it feels so good. Sitting on the bench, Xin Hui sighed. He was tired after a long day, but he didn't stop for a moment. Bite. Suddenly, the system prompt sound rang in Xin Hui's mind, just a ding.
Is there a new mission?
Xin Hui straightened up suddenly, a look of anticipation appeared on his face, and he rubbed his hands.
It's good to have new tasks.
Thinking about the rewards for each task, Xin Hui wishes the system could assign more tasks. In that case, he would become a super rich man, and a top rich man with all kinds of special skills. Xin Hui got excited just thinking about it, and sat on the bench, waiting expectantly for the system voice to sound again.
Chapter 59. The system is really against the will of heaven. Ding, system prompt.
The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Xin Hui's mind.
It turns out there are no new tasks.
Xin Hui whispered in his heart, leaning on the bench with a sense of loss. System prompt, long-term task progress, Su Shui's current affinity with the host is 30.
Mission reward, second stage of medical ability.
Xin Hui leaned against the bench in a daze, the system's dull voice still echoing in his mind. Xin Hui sat up straight suddenly, trying hard to analyze the information the system prompted him.
Affinity is 30? Medical ability has reached the second stage?
Xin Hui sat in the chair in a daze, mumbling the messages the system was telling him. The affinity has reached 30, and Xin Hui smiled slightly. It seems that my recent positive performance has made Su Shui like me much better. It was worth his efforts for so long, as the relationship between him and Su Shui finally made new progress. Xin Hui smiled happily and touched his prickly beard, exuding a unique charm.
Has the medical capability reached the second stage?
Touching his chin, Xin Hui was a little confused about this. According to Xin Hui's own judgment, the task assigned to him by the system is a long-term task. It should be that every time a certain affinity is reached, the system will remind itself. Then, you will be given appropriate task rewards.
That should be it.
Xin Hui held his head with his hands, looking thoughtful. Xin Hui was also somewhat curious about the second stage of medical ability rewarded by this system.
To what extent can the so-called second stage reach?
He couldn't help but become curious and feel a little expectant. When Su Shui's affinity with himself reached 10, the system rewarded himself with the ability of the first stage of the medical stage. Xin Hui shook hands, and he tried hard to recall the so-called first stage. He was able to identify the ingredients in drugs and distinguish many pharmacological mechanisms.
To put it bluntly, if a patient now has a cold or a simple injury,
Xin Hui can handle it now and can also do some simple first aid.
That was all for the first stage, and he hadn't had a chance to use this ability yet. What happens when we reach the second stage?
Xin Hui grabbed his hands and became a little expectant. He was waiting for the system to distribute rewards to him, and also wanted to see how far this so-called second stage could go.
Bring it on!
Xin Hui roared in a low voice, already feeling a little excited. Ding, system task rewards are being distributed.
Boom!
There was a loud bang in Xin Hui's mind, and he felt temporarily dizzy.
Then I didn't feel anything else and just stood there blankly. You don't seem as dizzy as the first time?
Xin Hui looked at his palms. He could still stand steadily, not as exaggerated as the first time.
System tasks have been dispatched. With a ding, the system prompt sounded again.
But it only appeared for a brief moment, and then Xin Hui's mind returned to calm.
Is that all?
Xin Hui felt somewhat confused and a little confused. When the system was first assigned to him, he still felt a strong sense of dizziness.
Why is it that this time, it only rang in my mind for a moment and then there was no sound?
Did it fail to be distributed? Xin Hui thought to himself, even vending machines can make mistakes, let alone the system? Xin Hui thought so in his heart, but the system did not respond to any information from him, and his mind was still so calm. The system will not make mistakes, this thought suddenly popped up in Xin Hui's mind. Ever since the first time the system distributed rewards to me, there has been no error in the system and it has always done what it said.
I must have not discovered it yet.
Xin Hui said this in his heart, and deep down he was still willing to believe in the system. Xin Hui shook hands gently and closed his eyes.
Try hard to feel yourself and try hard to find out what is different about yourself.
Huh? Xin Hui was confused for a moment. When he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel his senses become much sharper. Also, my observation and judgment skills seem to have improved. Xin Huai opened his eyes suddenly, feeling somewhat shocked.
Is this the reward the system gives me?
After shaking hands gently, Xin Huai made a casual gesture.
Ha! My fingers have become more flexible?
Xin Huai looked at his slender fingers, changing his gestures from time to time. It was true. Xin Huai was somewhat amazed that his fingers had become more flexible.
Doesn't that mean that he might be able to do some simple surgery now?
Thinking of this, Xin Huai was suddenly shocked, looked at his palm, and fell into deep thought.
If that's the case, it's horrible.
Xin Huai kept mumbling to himself. His heart was already in turmoil and he couldn't calm down for a moment.
Others have spent years studying medicine, but you can learn it so easily?
Xin Huai thought so in his heart and was a little surprised.
If this is true, then the system is really too amazing.
Xin Huai shook his hand and clearly felt that he could now perform some simple operations.
It's still the second stage now. If it reaches the third stage, the fourth stage, then won't Xin Huai be able to become a miracle doctor? Xin Huai thought so in his heart and took a breath. If it really gets to that point, it would be terrifying.
Maybe by then, Xin Huai could make a name for himself in the medical field and gain a good position.
Call.
Xin Huai took a deep breath to calm down the shock in his heart. Although he thought so, he still felt it was better to keep a low profile. If there really was a sensation at that time, he wouldn't know how to explain the existence of the system. The system is an incredible existence, it has its advantages and disadvantages. If others knew about this, Xin Huai would become the target of public criticism.
TSK, the system is really amazing.
Xin Huai smacked his lips and thought so in his heart. In his heart, he was very grateful for the emergence of the system. He was a college student who was struggling hard in college, but because of the emergence of the system, he was very grateful for the emergence of the system. He owns a luxurious villa. He is the owner of Guangming Bar. Plus the various incredible abilities that the system rewarded him with. These are enough for ordinary people to obtain without knowing how many years of hard work. Xin Huai didn't dare to think about it. It is because of its appearance that Xin Huai, as a college student, is able to protect the baby and Su Shui and others. It can be said that all of Xin Huai's current achievements were given by the system.
Call.
Xin Huai took a deep breath and whispered in his heart.
Thank you for choosing me.
Of course Xin Huai said this for the system to hear.
Chapter 60, the sticky candy that clings to Su Shui.
No matter whether it can be heard or not, at least these are his truest thoughts. Sitting blankly on the bench, Xin Huai was the only one sitting there quietly in the corridor of the entire floor, looking very lonely. But at this moment Xin Huai didn't think so much in his mind, and tried to calm himself down. He looked at the closed door in front of him and frowned.
You've been in there for so long, why haven't you come out yet? Xin Huai glanced at the time on his phone.
It was already 9:30 in the evening. At this moment, it was already pitch black outside the window, and Ran and the baby were still waiting for them at home.
Well.
With a light sigh, Xin Huai's face became a little anxious. Finally, he couldn't sit still any longer, so he slowly stood up and kept walking in the corridor. Walking in the corridor, Xin Huai kept pacing.
I just feel that time is passing very slowly.
I hope time can pass faster and I hope Su Shui can come out sooner.
Oh, no.
Xin Huai suddenly stopped where he was, feeling a little conflicted.
Why don't I go in and take a look?
He couldn't wait any longer, he had already been inside for an hour. But there was no sign of it coming out yet, and Xin Huai couldn't help but get worried. But just as I walked to the side of the room,
crack!
The door of the conference room opened, and Xin Huai stood on the other side of the exit, trying to find Su Shui. I have to say that there are quite a lot of teachers in the college. A group of people came out all of a sudden, and Xin Huai still hadn't found Su Shui. Where did you go? Xin Huai mumbled something in his mouth and kept glancing around the conference room, hoping to find Su Shui.
Standing at the door next to the meeting room. Ah, it's getting so late. How can I get back here? Academic seminar.
Teachers kept coming out of the conference room, and Xin Huai stood at the door listening to their discussion of issues.
He was chattering away.
He was already a little anxious because he couldn't find Su Shui, and now he was even more confused.
Why haven't you come out yet? Is there something wrong?
Xin Huai looked at the door of the conference room anxiously, constantly sifting through the crowd. Teacher Su Shui really has a unique teaching method. Suddenly Xin Huai heard someone calling Su Shui's name, as if they were discussing something. Xin Huai pricked up his ears, widened his eyes, and carefully looked for Su Shui's figure.
Ha!
Qin Huai's body shook violently, and he finally saw the familiar figure coming out. He was about to rush up and call Su Shui. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Su Shui and called Su Shui. "Teacher Su Shui, thank you for your hard work today. It's so late, there are no cars outside. I happened to drive here today, how about I take you back?" A somewhat fat figure appeared in Qin Huai's field of vision. It was Teacher Qi who organized this academic conference. At this moment, he was standing beside Su Shui, waiting for her reply with some anticipation. Before Su Shui could refuse, Qin Huai rushed forward. He said directly in a cold voice, "No need." Looking at Teacher Qi in front of him, Qin Huai finally understood. It turned out to be this person. He had heard of this teacher from the fat guy before. The reputation is not very good, but the position is quite high. Qin Huai stared at Teacher Qi in front of him, looking at him straight in the eyes, full of hostility.
Qin Huai.
Su Shui called out softly, obviously a little surprised by Qin Huai's sudden appearance.
"Who are you? Why are you here?"
Teacher Qi also asked with some confusion. He is indeed a veteran. She was not frightened by Qin Huai's sudden appearance, but looked at him with some surprise. It can be seen that the young man in front of him should know Teacher Su Shui. And based on Su Shui's reaction, the two seem to have a close relationship. Ginger still gets more spicy with age. Teacher Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at Qin Huai in front of him, he looked at him carefully. Qin Huai looked at Teacher Qi in front of him and was about to speak, but he hadn't finished his words.
"He is my assistant."
Su Shui interrupted Qin Huai and spoke directly and coldly. Qin Huai stood there in a daze, turned his head and glanced at Su Shui.
Su Shui glanced at him sideways.
Qin Huai shuddered, as if he remembered something. Oh, by the way, he promised Su Shui that the two of them would not reveal their identities in school. Qin Huai thought so in his heart, and his body shook violently.
I understood what Su Shui meant and took a deep breath.
Fortunately, I was not exposed.
Oh?
So you're Teacher Su Shui's assistant. Why are you still here so late? Teacher Qi looked at Qin Huai and found that he was indeed not very old. I was just a little confused as to why he was here, and I became curious for a moment.
Looking at Teacher Qi's shrewd look, Yanran is indeed an old fox.
Qin Huai felt angry when he saw his despicable appearance. A teacher who has no idea how he got to his position and has such great authority. Looking at his appearance, Qin Huai couldn't help but clench his fists.
Sooner or later, you'll be in trouble. Thinking this in his mind, Qin Huai didn't say anything.
In this situation, it seemed that no matter what he said, he seemed powerless. He has a question for me today, and we happen to be going the same way, so we can go together. Su Shui's face was cold, and it was obvious that she had long been impatient with him. It was only because of her status that she explained so patiently.
Oh? So that's how it is. This student is really studious. I wonder what major he is studying.
Teacher Qi pretended to be surprised and looked at Qin Huai deeply. She was not angry because Su Shui rejected her, but asked about Qin Huai's major in class. Obviously he wanted revenge. It turns out that age is always the wisest. Su Shui looked at him dimly. She certainly knew what he meant. Of course Su Shui would not say it, and said impatiently, "Teacher Qi, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first."
Qin Huai, let's go.
Then he turned around and walked straight outside. Qin Huai looked at Su Shui's back and didn't say much. I took a look at Teacher Qi in front of me and remembered him.
Following Su Shui's footsteps, Qin Huai and the other person took the elevator and went downstairs.
Teacher Qi stood there in a daze, touching his chin. Looking at the two people who had already left at the stairs, I couldn't help but smile.
Haha, interesting. Qin Huai, right? I remember this name.
Teacher Qi stood there whispering softly, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was planning something.
Call. Su Shui stood in the elevator and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing was exposed just now.
She certainly knew what kind of person Teacher Qi was. So I have never paid much attention to him, but he has always been like a sticky candy. He kept pestering Su Shui, which made her very disgusted.